Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the penultimate round of the Sim Racing Club Virtual Endurance Championship. Today, you join us at the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. Today, we'll be using the Grand Prix Strecker. This track, 5.148 kilometers in length, and this is the layout that's been used since 2002. We've had quite a close qualifying session across all three divisions, and you can see there we are expecting some rain. The chances vary from about 30 to 40%, and it's not a very warm track today, just 5 degrees, and by the end of the race that will have sunk to 3. But you join me in the commentary box. I'm Hugo Barrow, and alongside me is Neil Heatley.
Yes, indeed, it's going to be a very cold day today here at the Nurburgring, and as you said, well, you say showers, well, it could actually be snow in real life, but unfortunately rFactor 2 does not simulate snow. But there we go, you can see along the bottom of the screen our schedule for this season of the VEC, and we're at the penultimate race already, the Nurburgring. 6 hours and 8 weeks time, we have the big one, the 24 hours of Le Mans. But as you said, here at Nurburgring, using Grand Prix Strecker with the fast NGK chicane at the top of the circle, which in my opinion is a better chicane than the slow one. But yes, it's going to be very fun. And as you said, a very close qualifying, particularly in the GT class, the top 14 cars within 1 second.
And it is always GT that ends up being really close in these races. And 15 turns at this circuit. And speaking of the NGK chicane, just on the exit of that is the pit lane, and because of the nature of the pit lane being quite early on after that, the entry is up to the curb for the drivers rather than the lines painted on track for safety reasons, because otherwise you may have drivers stopping midway or slowing down midway through the chicane, which is dangerous, of course, and could lead to crashes. And it's going to be important in this race to get the maximum amount of points possible. Bicoles Burst Esports lead the DPI category by just 5 points. Cetrex Nitavelix just behind them, but they have got a drive-through penalty. In LMP2, it's a 10-point lead for the racing team Ligier, the only Ligier in the championship. So they're looking quite comfortable, but it is still 1.5 points next time out at Le Mans. So that championship is not yet decided. In GTE, Red Bull Racing Esports lead 308 points above Vargas Sim Racing, who are in second on 281. However, lower down, there are closer battles, such as third and fourth are just separated by 3 points. So a lot to play for. And you can see now the qualifying results. Seawolf Netrace Motorsport with Benjamin Gilzinski at the wheel of that car have qualified on pole position, that time being a 1:38.5. And you can see there the top three are very close, separated by just over a tenth of a second on a Schoenfleet, and David Mroshek just behind them with a Gira Racing and Bicoles Burst Esport. That's the championship leader there, starting in third. And Seawolf Net Race, who are third in the championship, starting first this race. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch out for. Native Velux don't seem to have qualified too well, down in 6th place. They have got a drive-through penalty, and VRS Satellite Racing as well will be having some penalties. You can see as well the leader of LMP2, Daniel Vizner, with Juice's Motorsport Club. That's the team that aren't in the top 5 in the championship, so it's good to see them up there and see how they're going to be able to challenge the rest of the LMP2 category. And you can see as well, it is also really close within LMP2, some of the positions separated by hundredths, if not thousandths of a second. So this is going to be one good category to watch out for, and it's been mixed up a bit by that Juice's Motorsport Club pole. And we'll see what the drama is, especially into turn 1. Now you can see the GTE field as well, Matcha Creepy with Jean Lacey Esports Academy up in pole, putting the challenge towards Red Bull Racing, as of course Jean Lacey Esports are in third in the championship. That Red Bull car seems to be dominating, but it is far from over this championship. Remember as well, there are participation points, 50 points for the top division, so it's important that you turn up to every race, and just one absence can have a drastic impact on the championship, which you can see if you view the championship on the website.
Yes, Nazi, well, just having a look at the LMP2s, I see that a certain Cameron Roger was last in the LMP2s. You've got to say something to him about that when he's on commentary later.
Yeah, I'll bring that up, and I'll ask
yeah,
what's happened there. There must have been some kind of issue
yeah,
with the car.
right one, the right pedal is the throttle, not the left one.
Yes, well, I'm sure he'll have a few words to say about that, especially if he can hear us at the moment.
But as you
So
were saying, with the points here in the VEC, it's 30 points for first, 25 for second, 21 for third, 18 for fourth, then 16 for fifth, and it goes down in one-step increments all the way down to 1 point for 15th in class. As you said, the top three in DPI, for example, separated by 11 points. The gap between first and third in for points for this race is 9. So essentially, you could get all of them be within 2 or 3 points. By Collis, Cetres, and Seawolf within 3 points at the end of this race.
yes, it is really going to be quite dramatic. And of course, if you do have a seriously bad race, that's 30 points you could potentially be missing out on. And you can see by how close some of these positions are, that 30 points could drop you all the way down to third or even fourth in your championship. So it's going to be really important to keep on top of that.
Well, what's quite interesting is that if Cetres and Idervelix win today and Bicolis come second, they'd be tied on points, but Cetres and Idervelix would actually go first on basis of having 3 wins when compared to Bicolis' 2. So those 2 cars have been the only ones to win overall so far this season. But as we saw, Seawolf Net Race is on pole. Could they break that pattern?
Well, it'd be certainly interesting if they did. And what's good about the graphic as well is we can now see sometimes which tyres, as you saw a moment ago, the drivers are running. And that's going to be interesting to sort of understand the strategy a bit better as well, see how long people are running. But you can see through the chicanes here, it's a little bit over the curve, maybe perhaps more than you're supposed to take, but through the final turn now, just getting the warm-up complete prior to the race, making sure the drivers are happy with their cars, happy with the circuit. And you can see as well, it is quite overcast. So we've talked about the threat of some light rain. If so, that could have another impact on the strategy. And I think we were hit by rain last weekend out as well. So that number 43 car does not seem to be the right way up at the moment. But yeah, chance of rain is interesting. And if that has an impact on how the drivers see, because obviously some drivers are much better in rain than others, and some people have practiced more in rain than others might have. So it's going to be quite dramatic if that happens.
And then you might get these sort of like greasy in-between conditions as well, where you're not quite sure whether to go into the wets or whether to stay on the dries, and especially when it comes to the drying phase, if it is showers when it comes to the drying phase. So it'd be very interesting to see when all of these cars are going to swap from one tire to the other and how this plays with the strategy, because we've seen pretty much the entire time that for GT cars, and this has been the same for many seasons now since we started using this official GT3 pack, GTE pack I should say rather, it's essentially 1 hour for the GTE cars. You can say that pretty much every circuit is 1 hour for stops. But if the rain comes, that's obviously going to mess up that strategy. So you might have to see some people doing splashes and dashes towards the end, or they might try and do a little bit of fuel saving, try and make a tank go 65 or 70 minutes towards the end of this race.
Yeah, because 5 minutes across 6 stints, that's going to be half an hour. If you can save a half a pit stop's worth of fuel, then you could be in good running to jump some people towards the end. So the overall strategy,
seconds maybe, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. And 20 seconds is a big amount, especially if it saves you actually having to make on-track overtakes as well. So that strategy come the end of the race is definitely going to be something to watch out for. And you can see as well, there is already very much an overcast circuit. Yeah. People are asking about chance of rain. According to the Met Office, which admittedly are not German, there is a 30% chance of rain, which will increase to 40% as the race goes on. So it could come, it could not. But the track is not very warm at all. As I said earlier, just 5 degrees at the moment. So we will have to just keep an eye on how that weather develops and when it comes. So that is going to be quite exciting. And regardless, the Nurburgring is one of my favourite circuits to watch the racing happen on. So whatever happens, it's going to be exciting. Especially you can see there into the Yokohama S, right at the start of the track, into the Mercedes arena. That is going to be quite hectic at the start of the race, as we've got about 40 cars barreling down into that first turn. But the race start has just been delayed slightly due to technical issues, so we'll keep an eye on how the rest of the race could happen, because speculation is always quite entertaining.
It's also very good that they aren't actually using, well, real weather at the moment as well, which includes wind, because It's quite windy at the Nurburgring at the moment as well. Just having a look at the Deutsche Wetterdienst, the German weather service. There's a gusts of up to 60 kilometers an hour at the moment.
That is some gusty weather, yeah.
So it's very good that they don't have a wind at the moment, simulated in rFactor 2, because that could also play havoc on all sorts of suspension and aero and things like that as well.
Most definitely. It's quite a hilly circuit as well, so that makes an impact on the braking sense. You can see this is down into the hairpin at turn 7. You got downhill on the entrance and then uphill back on the exit. So it's going to be quite a major place for overtakes to be made. But chance of snow, well, snow isn't simulated in rFactor 2, unfortunately. But the race is the race in-game start time is 2 p.m. and we're expecting the race to end at 8 p.m. because that is, of course, 6 hours later. Sunset is at 20 past 8 in Germany, so we should still be light come the end of the race. It just might be a little darker than it is right now. But race start is delayed by 5 minutes, so for the time being, we've just got to sit in anticipation for what is going to be, I think, an excellent race.
Yeah, it should be a wonderful race, but you're right, it won't get too dark. It won't get into in Germany's Berkeley-Dämmerung. This is when the sun is between 0 and 6 degrees below the horizon. It means that you can't see the sun, but you can still essentially do everything in public without the need for any additional illumination like street lights or anything like that. And you really won't get that until maybe about 8:30, 8:45 in the evening. So yeah, it should be light. We might just see the sunset and a little bit of dimming towards the end of the race, but I don't think we should actually get into night, as it were.
No, probably not. So looking at the championships, 2 of the top 5 in DPI will have to serve drive-through penalties, as well as the number 23 VRS satellite racing car, which has to serve 2, so that will set them back right off the bat. In LMP2, another 2 of the top 5 have to serve drive-throughs. That's the Wave Freem Esport number 36, and also the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car serving a drive-through. And I think actually the number 50 Juices Motorsports Club car, which is I think the one that took pole, that also has to serve a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, which is going to set them back straight off the bat, having had an excellent qualifying. So that's unfortunate for them. But these drive-throughs will shake up the order. 3 in DPI have drive-throughs, so that's going to be a long trek all the way back up. And there's not much difference in lap time between the DPRs and LMP2s. I think it's only about 4 seconds. So that's going to be quite the challenge to try and lose as little time as possible when working your way back up the order into the pack at the front of the order. So that's going to be something to watch out for. In LMP2 overall, there are I think 5 with penalties and another 5 in GTE. But GTE, it's not too bad for them as they haven't got to navigate through other classes. The other classes have to navigate through them. And when that happens, the drivers have been warned through the Michael Schumacher S, and the NGK chicane just to be a little bit careful about those GTEs. Of course, they're on the limit. If you want to make an overtake, either make it before the turn-in or after the corner, because otherwise you're just running a severely heightened risk of causing a crash, not just to yourself, but also to the other drivers. And when each driver and each team has been practicing so much for a race, that's the absolute last thing you want to have happen.
Indeed, and it's going to be very interesting. All these cars have to be incredibly careful when you get to start coming down into turn 1, because not only is it downhill, it's also an incredibly tight corner, but it's also incredibly wide as well. We often see pretty much in every series make it the NLS, DTM if they visit, Blancpain when they visit as well. You pretty much always get 3 or what, sometimes even 4 wide coming down to turn 1. So all of these cars, all of these drivers have to be very careful not to get any damage at the first corner of the race.
Yeah, it's all very exciting. And as well as that, with qualifying, which will have sorted the order for the start of that race, the drivers were also warned for any misbehaviour in the qualifying session for this race, which I'm not sure there was. Hopefully there wasn't, but it put them at risk, or puts them at risk of not being able to take part in Le Mans qualifying. And it's worth noting that Le Mans is worth 1.5 times the amount of points. So qualifying well is important there, but at least you've got 24 hours to make up the positions lost if you're not able to qualify. So will watch
But part
out
of
for
it, because
that.
obviously
Yeah.
we talk about the different speeds, and obviously this means different acceleration rates, and that might allow, say, the back end of the DPI and the LMP2 classes and the GTE class, respectively, that might allow them just to almost hold back a little bit and avoid any carnage that should happen within that first sector.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's going to be important that the drivers take care into this race if they want to have a fighting chance of a good start procedure for Le Mans as well. Because obviously, if this is a disaster, chances are that the race director will not let them have a sort of 2x2 start for Le Mans, and that'll make it just more difficult for the drivers, less exciting for them. So hopefully, we've got some caution along with aggression into turn 1 today, because that first sector, those first turn complexes at Nurburgring, all very exciting. It's downhill braking, you got all of the cars bunched together, and they've all got to navigate some of the tightest turns on the track straight off the bat, and that's when we'll see perhaps a few collisions, perhaps a few overtakes, maybe a spin or two as well. Hopefully no big crashes, and if there are any, hopefully like we saw last time, one of the LMP2s lost its rear wing. It was able to keep going at a decent pace, and we were able to avoid having a code 80 as a result of that. Obviously, a code 80 is when all drivers have to drive around the circuit at the pit limiter to avoid anyone really gaining or losing. So as a result of the delay, the race is going to be shortened by 5 minutes. So it will be a 5-hour, 55-minute race rather than 6 hours.
Yeah, so 5 hours 55, and again, that gives you a little bit more leeway, if you like, particularly in the GTE class, doesn't it? Because again, we're talking about the hour-long stints, and being able to have almost like 5 minutes for free, if you like, that just means you can burn a little bit more fuel in a couple of stints, perhaps.
Yeah, burn a little bit more fuel, burn a little bit more rubber. It will give some drivers leeway to be aggressive, but also it means if you want to try and mitigate a pit stop, you've got slightly less of a race distance, because it essentially shortens the final stint by 5 minutes. It means that if you really want to extend your stints and minimize your pit stop time, that's going to sort of benefit you, because it's 5 less minutes that you're going to have to drive.
Yeah, 5 minutes less minutes you have to drive as well. But you say it shortens the final stint. It depends. Some teams might decide to shorten the first stint or even shorten the stint in the middle of the race. So again, there's slightly changed race length, 5 hours and 55 minutes instead. It's really going to throw in a spanner in the works in terms of strategy as well.
Yeah, definitely. As you're saying, they might choose to put it on the start, maybe run a lighter car, try and get as many positions off the bat as possible. Might be a little bit more difficult to overtake around this circuit than some others we visit. It is slightly narrower than perhaps some of the American circuits, which could just make these overtakes slightly more difficult, but should also provide for some exciting races. A lot hillier than Sebring at least, and many more bank turns, so it's a very different circuit to the one we were at last time. So
yeah,
there we go. Yeah, no, you say.
Yeah, race director Jimmy Allison saying the command didn't go through, so it is going to be a 6-hour race. So ignore what we just said in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Involving strategy. Just pretend that didn't happen. Thank you.
Yeah, well, at least we're able to fill the air. So, yeah, we've got hopefully 1 minute until the race starts. 6 hours it will be. So anything that the drivers were planning on doing for strategy, they're going to have to revert that.
They're going to have to deal with that now. Yeah, they can do. They can ignore that now. Yeah.
And we'll just sit sadly, because anything that we tried to predict is going to be untrue.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've got some cars out on track now. I think this is the warm-up lap before they get themselves formed up. That's the wave frame car. They're just heading down the hill towards turn 5 into turn 6. Just a warning there for anyone running a direct drive wheel that the session will be advanced in a moment's time. And there we go. So it won't be long now till we get underway. You can see I'm not sure we're supposed to be seeing what's going on in carriage number 15 there.
That's how an LMP3's made.
Indeed. Oh, and there's more going on in garage 17. So
how a GT4 is made on the right hand side there.
Yeah, definitely. Wow.
But yes, just a minute or so until we begin the warm-up lap to this race. And of course, all of these drivers have to be very careful about this first sector because it is the slowest sector in the circuit. It's also very tricky, and you tend to get a little bit of understeer because memory serves me when I used to race, particularly turns 2 and 3, the two left-handers in the arena section. Both of those are slightly off camber, so you tend to understeer a little bit wide as well.
Yeah, it's a weird one as well because it's quite tight. If you're running just a single monitor or low field of view, then it's quite hard to see the apex that you're trying to aim for as well. So you've got to do it sort of by feel rather than actual sight, and that could just make that bit a little bit more difficult as well. I say that I don't race very much because I'm not very good, but we are going to get underway with the formation lap now, led by the Seawolf Net race car number 206, and that car does not have a penalty, so he will be able to hold on to that pole position with Benjamin Gilzinski at the front.
You just saw when that Seawolf car came through the apex of turn 1. Again, you can really see that height difference of apex of turn 1. There was only 3 wheels on the ground at the apex, mainly because one of them was in the air because of the severe height difference right at the apex.
Yeah, and that's going to be perhaps what upsets a few cars through there, because if you're running next to someone else, you just lose that grip of the extra tyre, and you're trying to turn with one less tyre or one fewer tyres as well, which makes it all the more difficult. And that's why the start of a race at the Nurburgring is always so exciting, because it makes it very hard. Just a slight error on the brake pedal, braking slightly too late, can cost you a lot, as can braking slightly too early, because you ended up finding yourself really slow and everyone sails straight past you. You can see it is quite a packed grid today. We've got 42 drivers. On the left there, mediums for seemingly the whole DPI grid. Some of the LMP2s, some on mediums, the top 4 on mediums, some on softs. That 5th place car is the Butler Powell Motorsport one with Henning Voller, perhaps looking to make a few positions at the start of the race. And GTE, it's a real mix.
Yeah, big mix in the GTEs. You can see there what 4th, 7th, and 8th in class are all taking medium. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that's going to play. 4th, 7th, and 8th being Deuces, Volante, and Your Name here racing respectively. It's going to be very interesting to see how that strategy difference is going to happen in the GTE class. In the LMP2s, you can see a couple of cars there taking a slightly alternate strategy. The first one being the 5th place car, that Butler Powell Motorsport car with Henning Vollert at the wheel, the first one on the softs.
Yeah, and at the moment, it looks like Michael Leroux with Go Team Racing, the 7th place car, number 37, seems to be in the pits. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with his car, but the reason the cars don't seem to be going too quickly at the moment is because they are on the pit limiter. So don't worry, there's not an issue with the cars. This isn't some sort of, mobility scooter race. We'll be going underway in a second. They've just got to make sure they stay in formation for the time being. And of course, it is quite narrow. So that's the number.
That's the car that was in 7th in qualifying.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Maybe
the
that's
Team
some
car,
sort of penalty.
The 37 Go Team car of Michael Leroux.
Yeah, it's very interesting. So that's going to be quite the challenge for him to make up. But we are coming up towards the end of the lap, and we'll be underway in just a second. Interesting to note that that Seawolf car doesn't have his headlights on. Some of the cars around him do, so it seems to be personal preference. But we're going to come through the final turn now, and we head towards the line. This could be quite dramatic. The LMP2's behind, and they'll be followed by a sea of GTEs as we head across the line now. The pit limiter is released, and the drivers get alongside. It looks like Ajira Racing looking to the right, and it sounds like something's gone on in the background. Ajira down the inside, they could take the lead of the race into turn 1. Under braking they go. Look how tight it is. There's contact between the two of them. And look at this. Michaelis Burst Esport are going to send themselves down the inside of Ajira, just tucking themselves in behind the Seawolf car. And it's been to their advantage. Daniel Wisner now with Jesus Motorsport Cup maintaining that lead. And Mathieu Krupi holding on to the lead for John Alesi Esports Academy, heading through the Mercedes arena now. You can see how close some of these LMP2s are. And there is almost contact between quite a few few drivers. Rookie Monsters, though, that DPI dropping down the order. It's 2 places back from 8th place, which is the last DPI car. There's 2 LMP2s in between them. Yuhan Makiyupi, though, up into 2nd place in GTE, having just overtaken the Red Bull Racing car.
A very good start there from Makiyupi in that Vargas Sim Racing number 69. But you saw there right at the beginning, Gilzinski in that Steel Netry's car moving immediately to the right to defend that inside line coming into turn 1. But the car in second, that Ajira car, was already there. A little bit of contact almost immediately. Then we saw them going side by side down to turn 1. And again, it was about that height difference right on the apex of turn 1 that we're talking about. You saw the Seawolf car on the outside there, but because it didn't have to deal with that height difference, and it could actually get the throttle on, the power on, a little bit earlier. So therefore, it could power around the outside of that Ajira car. And with the Ajira car, the inside turned into the outside for turn 2. And because it couldn't put that power on through turn 1, it essentially had a speed, negative speed differential to that Bicolis Burst Esports car coming into turn 2, and the Bicolis car could just go up the inside. Looked just a little bit of an overlap, a matter of centimeters, but the Ajira car was there. But as I was saying, the Bicolis car could get the throttle on earlier because it was on the outside of the corner, and therefore get up the inside into turn 2 and take that second position away from Ajira.
Daniel Vision now under attack from the sole Ligier of Racing Team, driven right now by Martin Hemmingson, trying to take the lead off the Juices Motorsports Club car at the moment. This is quite an interesting battle, just seeing how close they are. It's different machinery, and this is the only battle on track on the LMP2 cars across different machinery, and it does seem that Ligier has served the Racing Team well, because they're commanding a lead of 10 points in the championship at the moment. They'll be looking to make that even greater if they can make this overtake on the Juices Motorsports Club car, which is outside of the top 5 in the championships. They're on for quite a good race regardless at the moment. So this is going to be very interesting to watch out for. As well as that, you can see just up the road, the DPIs are not very far away, which shows there's not a massive speed difference between the 2 categories. But down into the GTE class, look at this, Yuha Makiyupi and the Jean Alesi Esports car are pulling away from the rest of the order. That Red Bull car may be struggling, maybe just under a little bit of pressure at the moment. Dennis Jordan seems to be dropping back ever so slightly. That's a 1.5 second gap, perhaps a little bit larger than he'd like on the second lap of this race. As we head down towards the left-hander now, there is not an opportunity yet for an overtake to be made through the right-hander of the Warsteiner Kurve at turn 11 now. This is a battle that's going to be fun to watch unfold, and hopefully for Dennis Jordan at least, he'll be able to start catching up to them, as Gilzinski does set the fastest lap of the race so far.
That clean air is very wonderful, isn't it? But you were saying about the Seawolf Net Race car in LMP2. Of course, remember correctly, I think you said earlier that 50 has to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, number 50 will have to serve a drive-through in this race.
Well, essentially, that's going to forcibly relinquish the lead of the LMP2 class from Jesus Motorsport Club and give it to number 31 Racing Team of Martin Hemmingson. But Hemmingson's only half a second ahead of Mark Veit in the 30 Blackhawk cars. So that's going to be a very interesting battle to have a look at. Eventually, the 37 Goatee Racing car is slowly making its way through the GTE field. Of course, even though it is a faster class, actually Michael Luber, I should say rather, is technically fighting all these GTE cars for position. So the GTE cars will not get a blue flag.
No, and that's just going to add a little bit more difficulty for his attempt to get up the order. This is Jeremy Talbot, though, currently under attack in his Speedy Mike car, batting for 17th position at the moment. That's in class. That's Pedro Ramada just behind. And then slight behind them is Riley McKibben with the number 42 Team Iris. And we'll see how this battle unfolds as they head down through that banked right-hander. And I do love the downhill section on this track. It's almost like a roller coaster as they head towards the hairpin at turn 7. Martin Hemmingson, though, as you were saying as well, that number 50 in the lead has got a drive-through penalty to serve. And as a result, it's not really worth pushing too much, because all he's going to do is waste his tyres and perhaps some fuel as well if he tries to take that position on track when he knows it will be, or he will be able to inherit it within a couple of laps. Although he has got to be careful about that car behind him, could also put him under pressure. That's the Black Hawk Racing car, Mark Veit at the wheel of that. So, going to take a little bit of strategy, but for the time being, Martin Hemmingson just needs to sit quite happy behind as he sets the fastest lap of the car, so the 1:44.8. So he's definitely got a lot of pace in that Ligier. And you can see there, those are the leaders of each category in this race so far.
Yeah, leaders in each category of the race so far, as you said, each setting, well, respectively fastest laps, because of course clean air is everything. As you're seeing the penalties being applied now from the last time out at Sebring, and essentially they're issued about 5 minutes into the race, and they've all got 5 laps to compete in the race, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I believe it's something like that. And there are a fair few penalties for the drivers to go through, so hopefully they'll get out of the way quite quickly, and then we'll see the proper running order of this race. And it might be to Daniel Visioner's advantage just to leave that pit stop until as late as possible, because he may not be the fastest car on track, but if he can keep everyone behind him, it's going to mean he's got a slightly smaller gap to try and catch up back to the front again. But you can see here, Mathieu Krupi seems to be holding a relatively comfortable lead at the moment, 1.5 seconds clear of the number 69 Vargason racing car, which is second in championship, also second on track, and it finished second last time. So it seems to be second place is quite comfortable for Varga. That's consistent, but if they want to win this championship, they're going to have to get up into that first place to try and put a challenge to that Red Bull car. You can see just ominously driving around in the background. Quite an aggressive livery on that Corvette. But as well as that, across the top GT qualifiers, there was a real mix of machinery. Pretty much every car, every different car was in the top 6, I think, or top 5 come the end of qualifying. So that was quite interesting to watch, and it shows that the balance of performance in GTE is very close. You can see that right on the edge of grip is Mathieu Krupi.
What a line through the fast chicane there at the end of the circuit. You've got to be careful that you do not exceed track limits, because once you reach a certain number, you then automatically get a drive-through. So this is something that all of these drivers have to be very careful of. Having a look at 4th place in the DPIs at the moment, Nico Barkley in the One Acom car, as there's a yellow in Sector 3, well, very briefly, for someone, I presume, just having a small spin at the fast chicane.
It must be. I mean, it's very easy to spin there. You've just seen how quickly and how on the edge they are. And if you go over a curb, it can always upset the car a little bit. But Nico Barkley seems to be on the attack at the moment. He's just half a second behind Arne Schoenfleet right now in that Monaco car. It's quite a cool livery, I think, on that car that they always run. Similar to German colours, actually, which seems to be right in place here at the Nurburgring. But we'll see what kind of moves can be made for the time being. But it is a difficult track to overtake. You see over the curves they go. Now, the way track limits work in this championship is that you have to have at least 2 tyres in contact with the road surface, which means within the white lines. And it doesn't have to be the whole tyre. It just needs to be part of it touching the black asphalt within the white lines. So if you want to keep an eye on what kind of things drivers are doing with track limits, well, that's how you can see them, as running a little bit deep. There goes Nico Barkley, and that shows you what a downhill braking zone does into a hairpin. You've got to be right on with your brake pedal, otherwise you can easily run deep, and it can cost you a few tenths if you do that.
And of course, at turn 1 as well, being right on the apex isn't necessarily where you want to be because of that drop. You maybe want to be maybe like half a car width out. So again, that just makes it a little bit more difficult to place exactly where your car is. But Nico Barkley, you can see that gap up to 8 tenths of a second now because of running wide. I was just slightly there at turn 1 and running down the hill towards the lowest point of the circuit, the Dunlop hairpin. And again, it's a big braking zone here, but really you've got to be quite close in order to make in order to be able to mount a challenge.
And you can see into that hairpin as well. There's a big streak of black rubber where someone's clearly had quite a large lockup. That's not going to be very comfortable for them to be driving around on afterwards, especially with the accuracy of the tyre model in this game. You feel it through the wheel, and it can be quite annoying. So that's going to be fun for whoever that is, with their tyres not really looking like a £1 coin, or an old £1 coin at least, but more like a 50p, as they say. But that only really applies to people within the UK who know what our currency looks like. But we're still in the battle for 6th place at the moment. Cedric Velix trying to put some pressure on. You can see just 3 tenths of a second now as we head up the hill towards the chicane, just flinging it over those curves very aggressively into the final turn, and he's going to dive into the pit lane. Now, does that Nita Velix car have a drive-through? Yes, it does. So that's being served at the moment. Just behind as well is the satellite car, I think, which also has, which actually has 2 drive-through penalties. So that's why that battle seems to have finished quite quickly. But the battle for first is ongoing as Juice's Motorsport Club don't take that penalty yet. They're going to leave it out as long as possible, which is fair enough. It makes sense strategically. But it's not going to be to Martin Henningsen's liking, I don't think. Oh, and look at that. That's a Nita Velix coming out right in front of both LMP2s, which couldn't be much closer.
Yeah, the Nita Velix car, as you said, coming out right ahead of this LMP2 lead battle. But that number 50 car, as we've said, still needs to come in and serve a drive-through. So that will hand the lead to that racing team of Martin Henningsen. But again, as you were saying, perhaps a little bit of strategy. Perhaps a little bit of strategy. Visna here, just holding up the rest of the pack ever so slightly.
Yeah, and you can see they are bunching up a little bit now because, actually, no, that's sort of deceptive. You've got Lorenzo De Cutis now in that VRS satellite car who's got to get back up past him. And you can see the DPI is quite big in comparison to those two LMP2s. It does sort of dwarf it a little bit. It's got a lot more aero and a bit more power as well. So up the hill they go now towards the Michael Schumacher S. And there's not much of a gap there, as you can see. You don't want to be hitting a car in the other class, though. That's something you definitely want to avoid. Could the overtake be made now? There just doesn't seem to be the opportunity. I think he might just have to leave it until the start of the next lap. Just try and get him through the first few turns. But obviously, there's not much difference in pace, and there's no blue flags being shown because that is for overall position. Overall is 11th for that DPI, so he does get past Martin Henningsen now. But he's still going to get past the Juice's Motorsports Club car as well. But this could all play to the advantage of Daniel Vizhnep because it's helping him delay his pit stop and slow everyone else down. With all of that drama going on, we've got another battle in GTE, and this is for second place. Vargasim Racing being pressured by Red Bull Racing at the moment.
Yeah, again, that Red Bull Racing car bearing down on the Vargasim Racing car. But you can definitely see the leader here in GTE's run away a little bit, haven't they? With that John Lazy Esports Academy car, that's what, 3 seconds almost the gap now. So Dennis Jordan has to try and get past this GT car eventually at some point. The thing is, not close enough to make a move into the fast chicane. But of course, because we're not using the F1 chicane, this braking zone is a lot less, isn't it?
Yeah, it makes it far quicker.
Look at
that. It also makes it a little bit more
160 kilometers apex speed.
That is very close. And look how close they are through here. Gear 2 now straight on the throttle for the exit, using it to push the car wide. We could see an overtake here because the slipstream is going to be working in Dennis Jordan's favour. Downhill, it looks like that Varga car is going to keep the outside line, actually, which could be beneficial. Under braking, does Dennis Jordan stay tucked in behind? Yes, he does, but he's as close as you can possibly get. That Varga car runs slightly deep. We could see now a slightly later apex from this Red Bull if he can try and maximise the pace on the exit. It doesn't seem like it as we head into the left-hand at the moment. Look how close they are. You don't get too much closer than that, otherwise you will have a bit of contact. It's interesting watching this battle unfold. Dennis Jordan doesn't seem to be making a move, or maybe he's unable to. Maybe there just isn't quite enough speed that he's able to carry to send that nose down the inside of that Varga car.
Yeah, you can see the massive diffusers on the back of these GTE cars. Even these GTE cars have an incredible amount of aero. But essentially that really upsets the car when it comes to aero wash through the fast corners if you're quite close behind. And there's quite a few fast corners here. Take the Michael Schumacher S, for example, that they're just coming up to. It's almost flat out within these GT cars. You can just see a little bit of a lift of the throttle there through the left-hander and a little bit through the right-hander there as well. But certainly in qualifying it'll be flat out. And essentially for the Varga car ahead of Makiyupi, it will be flat out for them. But just because they've got that aero wash, Dennis Jordan, that Red Bull car, can't take essentially the qualifying pace that you would like through the Michael Schumacher S. Coming through this flat-out right-handed kink on the back straight now is Mattia Klubi in the Jean Lazy Esports Academy car. And again, through, that might have actually been a cut on the left-hander on the entry of that chicane, no?
Yeah, very well could have been.
It certainly looks very close to being one.
Yeah, I think the track's been coded to be slightly lenient with that chicane and track limits, but I'm not entirely sure on that one. But you can see Magic Rupi really making the most of the battle unfolding behind him. You can see he's extended that gap to 3 seconds. That's going to be quite comfortable. You can see just bouncing over the inside of the first turn there just because it is such a awkward, steep sort of change in height. But yeah, he's commanding that first place for the moment. And this battle is really benefiting him. Dennis Jordan still behind Yuha Makiyuki. You can see keeping really tight to the left there. Could be trying to get a better exit on the right hand as we head towards turn 5, which will lead into turn 6. There's not really a chance for an overtake here unless you're really brave. But it's a fun downhill section. You've got to maximize exit speed because next up is the hairpin. It's a downhill braking zone. It's definitely wide enough to go 2 abreast into it. But can Dennis Jordan find the room? You can see he just drops back a little bit there. There doesn't seem to be the downforce that he'd like, as you were saying, with the wash created by that Vargas Sim racing car in front of him. And it does seem that the Nurburgring today, at least, is going to be quite a downforce heavy circuit. And we've got another battle unfolding just behind this. It's Adam Baldwin for Juice's Motorsport Club trying to take 5th place off of Muradnus Satellite E-Stars, I believe, with Jimmy Nasula at the wheel of that car. But you can see here come the DPI, and they are going to get nice and in the way of this battle and separate it a little bit. So we're going to be deprived of that action before we even get to see any of it.
Yes, before we get to see it, hopefully we will at some point in the near future. As you can see, oh, look at that. I think that was the Bicolis Burst car trying to get round the GTE Porsche right in the foreground. A lurid move. And you can see the Ajira car there almost losing it incredibly squarely through chicane, trying to get past this Juice's car.
Well, you can see just how close the battle is for DPI. They're desperate to get through this traffic as soon as possible, taking the risky moves through those chicanes, which are incredibly dangerous. Those GTEs are right on the edge. They can't do anything. You touch them and they're going to go round. So you can see there is definitely some racing spirit at the top of the grid. And that's fair enough, because David Mroczek is within half a second of Benjamin Gilczynski. Still, that battle for first is far from over. And you can see now just why those drivers are right on the edge there, trying to keep up and put on as much pressure as possible. They cleared the GTEs. They've got a little bit of time, maybe another 15 minutes before they catch up to the back of them again. And that's going to have to be the opportunity that David Mroczek tries to take to make a move, if not use the traffic to his advantage, which he didn't seem to be able to do this time around. We've got Adam Rainey here, though, looking a little bit squirrely on the exit of the final turn. In 9th place, can he hold on to that for Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix? It's Wave 3 Me Sports with Andrea Terzi just behind, looking to the inside into turn 1. There just doesn't seem to be the room there. And you can see actually just behind them as well, that Butler Pal car had a little sniff of the inside, but I thought he could see something. Wasn't able to take a bite though.
Sent it from an incredible distance. I'd be very surprised if that Butler Pal car could actually make it from that distance. But as you said, just moving towards the inside, maybe a little bit of a faking move. But Adam Rainey here in that Netres P1 Sim Grand Prix car, making their way through Ford and now through Valvoline, this right-hander, and down towards the lowest point in the circuit. But again, there really isn't a flat braking zone anywhere on this circuit. Perhaps for the left-hander before Vorsteiner. That's maybe just after Michael Schumacher S, what these 2 cars are coming through. I think this might be the flattest braking zone on the circuit.
I think you might be right, and even then you can see it is still quite hilly.
Slightly downhill, yeah.
Which does give you the opportunity to make a move. And I think what was happening there was that Butler Pal car just sensing that maybe he'd be able to take advantage of the 2 battling in front of him if they did go side by side, do that first set of turns, deciding not to though, as here come the headlights of Moritz Mel for Go Team Racing. Through the chicane now, up towards the final turn. You can see using as much curb as possible. That can't be very comfortable for the underside of the car, but I don't think that really matters to the drivers as they head out onto the main straight. Once again, crossing the line. There is slipstream. Is it going to be enough? We're riding on board. This is an excellent camera angle. This is for the podium positions as well. And you can see the Red Archer Virtual Racing Team car, very stark livery just in front, is holding on to that position for now. And it does seem that Moritz Mel trying to take just some wider entrances into some of these turns to maximise exit speed and perhaps put pressure on the Red Archer car, number 326. That means it's been promoted all the way from Division 3 to Division 1, I believe. Yeah. So definitely making some progress there. And well deserved, I think, because it's putting up a good fight in the top division at the moment.
Yeah, this Red Archer car, if I can quickly find it, it's currently 16th overall, mainly because in the first 3 races it was in Division 2. We're talking about the participation points before. You get 50 for a D1 race, 30 for a D2 race, and 10 for a D3 race. So therefore, they were in D2 for the first 3 races. They got 30 points each goal. But last time out at Sebring, they got promoted into Division 1. And they got 12 points, which, if memory serves me correctly, that was quite a good result. I think that's about 9th, 8th or 9th, memory serves me correctly. 12 points, that sounds about right.
Yeah, I think you might be correct. I'm not great at the mental maths, especially when I'm trying to commentate, so I'm not going to try and work out which position that is. But at the moment, they're on for a very good finish. I mean, if they can hold on to this position, they'll get 21 points. So that would be a dramatic boost to them in the championship, especially if they are lower down. But at the moment, holding on to that 3rd place for the time being, you can see there, Moritz Mell as well, on the softer compound tyres, is behind. So even though the car in front of him is on harder tyres, he's not able to make that move. But using the slipstream of the GTE, can we see him move down the inside into turn 1? There was a little look there, but just not quite the room to get through. You can see how close they are this time round. Mel is definitely trying to use this traffic to his advantage. There's another GTE just in front of them that they will both have to navigate. If he can do this well, he might just be able to squeeze past. We've got Cameron Roger here in the 7th place Burst Esport under pressure from Daniel Vizner. That Jesus Motorsports Club car has served its drive-through penalty. It looks down the inside. Cameron Roger blocks the apex though, holding onto that position through the right hand of the chicane. This is getting very close between the two of them. Well, that was some very close racing. Having qualified last, that P7 car is doing not bad at all.
Yeah, from 14th in class up to 7th. Very good starting 20 minutes or so there from Cameron Roger. But as you said, trying to hold off Daniel Vizner as it stands in that pole sitting Jesus Motorsport Club cars. We know that 50 car is very, very fast. Vizner closing up through the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit, trying to get on the throttle as early as possible before climbing back up the hill towards the Michael Schumacher S, the left and the right. And again, you can just perhaps see Vizner there being affected a little bit by the aero push.
Yeah, it's really difficult to follow at some parts of this circuit, but Yuha Makiipi now putting pressure, or getting pressured rather, by Dennis Jordan once again into turn 1. That Red Bull car still in second, but he runs deep, does Yuha Makiipi, and Dennis Jordan whips to the inside. Still isn't able to quite capitalise on that mistake. There just wasn't enough room there to make any sort of presence up the inside as much as he would have liked to try, as you can see there. This is getting very close. Using that curb to help rotate the car is the Red Bull, which is something Varga doesn't seem to be doing. And it does widen the entrance to the right hand and maximise exit speed, but that it's just so difficult to overtake in this first sector unless you do it in those first few turns.
Yeah, exactly what Dennis Jordan tried to do there is trying to take a widest line possible coming into the chicane, coming into the hairpin rather, and take a wider line out as possible in order to maximise that speed, as you're saying. And because Makiyuki overshot the corner a little bit, he had to essentially cut back and make that corner far sharper than he would have liked. So Dennis Jordan tried to use that slingshot effect, try and use that faster line using that very wide arc to try and use that speed advantage to get up the inside in time for turn 2 and make that move. But that time around, Dennis Jordan just didn't quite have the speed advantage needed. But he will have the slipstream coming all the way down the hill and then back up it again before the braking zone for the chicane, moving through this right-handed 225, 230 kilometers an hour. He's going to hit 240, I believe, before the braking zone. Indeed it does. 250 almost reached before slamming on those brakes and trying to go as fast as possible through the chicane, then through the hairpin at the top end of the circuit. 4/10 the gap as it stands.
Yeah, you can just see the power of these cars, as even in the top gears they're accelerating up quite a steep hill towards that final chicane as well. That's something that my car would struggle to do in second gear, let alone sixth. So you can see the absolute pace of these GTs. They're very powerful. And now Adam Baldwin looking to the inside to get that 5th place off Volante. Still not enough room. He takes another sniff, thinking that Porsche could run a little bit wide. It's the battle between the German manufacturers. That BMW, very imposing on track. Probably the largest vehicle on the tarmac at the moment. That gap is a half a second just underneath. Not able to make a move yet. And we are seeing, compared to at least Sebring, it seems to be much more difficult to make an overtake around this Nurburgring circuit than that track. It's, I think, a combination of the hills and just the track is a lot narrower with a lot higher speed corners, which just makes these overtakes ever so slightly more difficult. However, that said, towards the hairpin in just a moment, turn number 7, we could see a move here if he can get his braking done What's going to throw a spanner into the works is that prototype moving around the outside. Unless it can get past both of them, it could benefit that Juice's Motorsport Club car. Yes, it does. He's going to have a look to the inside. There just isn't enough room unless he can get a later apex and try and send it on the exit. I'm not sure he's yet going to be able to make that position through the Schumacher S. It is a close battle, but there just doesn't seem to be an opportunity yet for a position to be made. I think it's going to have to rest on whether that front car ends up making a mistake or not.
Yeah, and again, sometimes endurance racing is about just constantly applying pressure rather than actively making a move, just because, well, you've got 6 hours here, for example, in order to make that move. So you can just afford to bide your time a little bit more. As the GS Motorsport Club forced to go around the outside, and there was almost a little bit of contact there between the P2, or it might have just been a little bit of a camera trickery.
I'm not sure, but it did seem to be awfully close between that
very close.
and the racing team. Not to mention that's first in LMP2 as well, taking quite a risky overtake through the Advan Borgen curve. I wouldn't have done that if I was in the leader race. He's got 3 seconds behind him, so maybe a bit of an unnecessary risk. But here we go. Diogo da Silva is going to have to defend now because that Juice's Motorsports Cup car, that's a look down the inside. He goes for it into turn 1. Can he hold on to it, Adam Baldwin? He runs very deep. It could be on for the switchback here with that Porsche. Can they hold on to it? They're side by side through the Mercedes arena, and that BMW does seem to be able to squeeze them out in front, but he's going to have the outside for the second part of the turn, unless that Porsche can make a switch back through. He's going to have a better exit. He's going to move to the inside, but look, there's a prototype in the way, and this could be very dramatic. Into turn 5, they're side by side, and it's going to be the inside for Adam Baldwin, and he just about takes the position, but he's run wide. Can he hold on to it? He's going to have to get an exit through here, out of turn 6 towards turn 7. Look how close they are. That Porsche does need to try and make a move, but look at this as well. Just behind, they're getting pressure from another car as well. So if they don't make the move now, it's a big lockup for Adam Baldwin. He takes quite an early apex. He's not going to have a brilliant exit through here, but look how close they are now. That's Christian Malguera with Wave Freemy Sports putting pressure onto the 2 in front of him. But a good move there by Adam Baldwin to try and take that position. And I think it's a long time coming.
Yeah, it's been very, very good racing through the first sector there in particular. And the LMP2s, the prototypes in general, always throwing a spanner in the works, especially for the GTE class. But Adam Baldwin and Diego da Silva there, some very, very exciting racing. But look at this, da Silva now is to defend. As they're both a P2, that's a P2 battle, I think, coming there up the inside through the kink on the back straight.
This could not be a good lap for Volante if they lose this position as well to Christian Malguera. Yeah, I think that could have been I think that was for battle as well, yeah.
I think that was Schwalinski in the Red Archer and Boris Mail for 3rd and 4th in the LMP2 class going up the inside as well.
Yeah, I think you might be correct, and that sort of helps Adam Baldwin because it's pushed Diogo da Silva back a little bit, but Christian Malguera now, he's got the slipstream.
There's almost a move there for 3rd in LMP2 class, right in the foreground. Red Archer sideways. So there, look at that on the entrance to turn 1. There's contact there, I believe, perhaps, between the Red Archer and that Go Team 47.
Well, that is dramatic. That's dropped the Red Archer down into 6th place. They're not going to be happy about that. And that's the nature of a close battle. We'll hopefully be able to see a replay of that because it happened at quite a busy part of the circuit as well. They're all trying to navigate traffic. And now that Red Archer car is going to have to make up some positions. So here's going to be a replay. And the moves to the inside. There isn't enough room. And I think he came over to the left a little bit more aggressively than he perhaps should have there.
I think what you just saw there, just before that contact though, I think the Go Team car actually took to the grass through that ever so slight right-handed kink just before the braking zone of turn 1. So, yeah, that's going to be fairly difficult to see. You've got to see if it's get reported to the stewards first and then see what the stewards think about that. But that Go Team car definitely did take to the grass through that very slight kink.
So here's a third-person replay. Yeah, he was sort of forced onto the grass. I don't know, because the track does suddenly go round to the right there, so perhaps the Red Archer
borderline, I think, that one that's reported.
Yeah, that's definitely one for the stewards to work out, because I'm not sure we're going to be able to do it on the fly during this race. It is definitely a very close one. And I think sort of a result of the nature of this circuit, if nothing else. We've got Daniel Visner now with Jesus Motorsports Club. That car, it obviously started on pole, but had to serve a drive-through penalty. Now trying to make up some lost time. Got the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car behind it, and that's half a second down the road. And up ahead is Cameron Roger, just 4 tenths ahead with the Burst Esport car. So we've got quite a close battle going on now. And the red Arch car has found itself at the front of this battle in 6th place, because Cameron Roger is going to be looking to take that position as well.
Yeah, having a look to take that position as well, as you said. But look at this! Oh, look at this LMP2 squabble burst uses Netra's P1. Netra's P1, I should say, away from, and of course that red Archie car that we saw sideways just one lap ago at the head of this field. And look at this, just Motorsport Club up the inside, but there's GT traffic. What a move there by that Juice's Motorsport car, using that GT perfectly as a pick to get that position from the burst car.
Look at this train of LMP2 zone. They found themselves in the midst of that GT battle we were watching not too long ago. As you can see around the outside through turn 7, there's contact there, but they both keep it together. That could have been very, very bad news, especially given the sheer amount of vehicles on track at the moment. There's almost no room to breathe. There's down the inside. I think that's Cameron Roger making an overtake. I'm not entirely sure about the situation on track at the moment. Yeah, that was Cameron Roger in the Burst Esports car making a move, I think, on the wave frame. It's not entirely clear what's going on, but that is the Juice's car still behind the red Archer for the moment. And you can see there, that's Adam Baldwin just in front of them. And this is not a position you want to end up finding yourself behind a GT, because this is allowing, is there contacts? I can't see what's going on.
There was almost contact there at the left-hander. Oh, I thought that was a car sideways, but no, that's a spectator's car on top of the embankment. Fantastic. As we're having a look at the red Archer car, trying to defend from the Juice Motorsport Club side by side coming through the chicane. Red Archer has to yield. It's one line only through the chicane, and Juice Motorsport Club, that number 50, up into 6th.
For the time being, at least, because I think Red Archer are going to try and strike back. It was very close between the two of them through Ad Van Bogen. We can see as well Cameron Roger just behind us at the moment under real pressure from the wave frame car. And Andrea Terzi at the wheel. Down the inside he goes into turn 1. We could see a battle behind as well. Red Archer aren't able to make a move. As you look at this, Cameron Roger forced to the outside. It will become the inside for the left-hander. Yep. Can Andrea Terzi try and make something from this? He's going to have slightly better exit speed. Perhaps stick it down the inside for the next left-hander. He has a look. There just isn't enough room though. And look how close it is behind as well. There's almost contact between the two of them. That Netrax P1 Sim Grand Prix just having a little sniff, trying to find somewhere through. But this is still a very closely fought battle. Cameron Rogers at the front for the moment, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to stay there given the amount of pressure being piled onto him by this car.
An incredible amount of pressure by this entire string of LMP2s, and again, look, you've got about a third of the field within this single camera shot, haven't you? As having a look, who are we focusing on? I think that's the Netra's P1 Grand Prix car that we're looking at. Indeed, it is. And of course, well, chasing down that waveframe car ahead, it's Adam Rainey in this Netrax car. Half a second only to that waveframe car coming to the Schumacher S. But as you said, Cameron Roger at the head of this mini train now. Well, I think all these LMP2 cars are battling for position, aren't they?
I believe so, yeah. And I'll tell you who this is good news for. Nello Pastorino up in 5th place. He's just going to be able to start gaining and gaining, getting those that gap between himself and 6th position just larger and larger, because this battle is going to overall slow all of these guys down now. Through Ad Van Bogen now, Andrea Terzi is going to have to just stick behind for the time being through the chicane. You can see just absolutely chomping the curb, eating as much of it as possible. But look at this, a GT is going to hold up Cameron Roger. That's going to compromise his exit speed. Andrea Terzi could make a move here. He's got the slipstream. He's got a similar exit speed as a result of that traffic. This is the prime opportunity for him to make a move. He moves to the right. He's got enough room for the moment. We've seen it get very close through here previously, under braking down the hill. Can Andrea Terzi get the position? There's a bit of contact between the two of them. The wheel arches touch.
Oh, look at that!
As a result,
that was the Netra's car.
Oh, it's just too close for the drivers, I think, to try and keep all together. I'm not entirely sure what happened behind at the moment, but look at this, there's more traffic. I think that's the Varga car in 2nd place in GTE, sorry, in 3rd place, as Andrea Terzi is once again going to be right behind. He's going to move to the inside. Can he make that move work? He has a sniff, but there just isn't the room, and he's going to have to go again into the hairpin.
Yeah, that GT car was just flashing lights out of sheer panic, I think. Out of fear. Having a look here, back to the replay, what happened with this Netrax car? Just got on the throttle too early, spun round the rears, and that's exactly what we were saying before with this turn 1, because of that height difference. It's so easy. Just put on the throttle a little bit too early and spin round. There's almost a battle for P1 overall now. Less than half a second separate first and second in the DPIs, but we've still got this incredible LMP2 battle. Andrea Terzi, Henning Willer, a tenth of a second separating the two of them. Is there a move coming here? Well, that's the overall lead right behind them as well between Seawolf and Bicolis. How on earth are these two cars going to get through this gaggle?
It all coalesces as well, because that second place in GT tries to get through there. If you're Dennis Jordan, you will be needing a change of trousers after this, and I can assure you, up the hill we go towards the chicane. Down the inside goes one of them. He's going to split, Benjamin Gilzinski is going to split those two LMP2s that we saw passing a moment ago. David Broshek is going to be held up by this Wave Freem car. It looks like this could be to the advantage of the Seawolf Net Race car as Visnat sets the fastest lap of the race as we head towards turn one to continue just another dramatic lap of this race, because it is full of action. As down the inside has a look, does David Broshek just isn't finding the run there into turn one, trying to get under the brakes. You can see the discs are glowing red with nearly fire there at the moment. Just how hard they're going to have to push the brakes, push the cars, try and make these positions. We're going to go down to Henning Willer under pressure from Michael Leroux with the Go Team Racing car at the moment. So LMP2 seems to be very much the closest fought battle on the track at the moment. Is there going to be a move down the inside from Leroux? It looks like he's going to make it before turn 5 even arrives. He takes the position there, and it's now going to have to be Nicholas Lemoyne behind, who Leroux is going to have to watch out for. That was an excellent move there, really getting on the power nice and early and being able to send it through the inside. You can see just down the road as well, through the inside. I think that's one of the DPIs actually that's going through at the moment. But look at this, Cameron Roger and Andrea Terzi, the battle that just keeps on giving to us, and they've caught up to the leader of GTE. If you're in that John Laser car, I'm not sure you're going to be too thrilled to see this battle right behind you. He's going to move out of the way as swiftly as possible. Once again, he's split up. There's contact.
Oh no!
GTE, he's got round.
Oh no! There's contact.
That's
Go Team
drama
car
here. That is drama, and that's going to
Leroux, I
hand the
think,
lead
as well, wasn't
to
it?
Dennis Jordan. That was the leader of GTE. Dennis Jordan going through there. He's going to take the lead of GTE. Can Mattia Krupi get himself back round, or is he going to lose the position to Varga as well? I'm not sure. But that is the result of close fought battles. You can see there, Andrea Terzi just got tapped up the rear by the Agera, I think, misjudging the braking zone. I don't think the Agera quite saw how busy it was going up into that chicane. Broke a little bit too late. We're going to see a replay of that now. You can see Terzi does his best to get out of the way, but he gets hit up the rear.
Got hit by that Agera car. Well, sorry, the LMP2 in the middle, I should say, rather, got hit by the Agera car from the back, and it just snookered them into that GT leader. Yeah. So if anything, that's probably good. If there is going to be an incident about that, there's probably going to be a penalty for the Agera car at the back of that tree.
Yeah, I think that is the Agera's fault, and as a result of that, sort of the sideways Agera Ferrari hit two other LMP2s as well, so that's a really massive incident, not only costing the lead of the class for one of the drivers, but also having quite severe implications for many of the others in LMP2 as well. Some of them are going to be carrying damage. And now look at this, Mattia Krupi, having been in a comfortable first place lead at the moment just a lap ago, is now under quite severe pressure from the Varga Sim racing car of Juhan Mäki-Jypi, and he's going to be really upset about that. I would be very angry. I think Dennis Jordan is probably thanking the gods at the moment that he managed to survive the battle that ended up coalescing at the chicane and taking out his rival for the lead of this race.
But yeah, that's what we get with the manic racing that we've seen in the first 40 minutes here at the Nurburgring. New best lap time, Mark Viet there, 1:44.448. I think it's a bit too small. I should probably have got my glasses, but I left them at work yesterday. But look at this, Mäki-Jypi versus Krupi side by side coming through this left-hander. Then to Vorstein at the right, Mäki-Jypi in the 69 Varga Sim racing car. Pulls into that position for now, Jean Alesi. Recovering from that spin earlier, trying to, well, almost bump drafting come out the back sheet. You've got to be careful. There's an LMP2 coming as well, and there's nowhere for Jean Alesi car to go, and the LMP car on the inside also nowhere to go. Jean Alesi not only has to yield to Mäki-Jypi, but also to that prototype car.
Yeah, this is just so close, and there goes the Citroën Nita Velux car. That's in 7th place now, so most of the DPIs finally clearing this GTE traffic. I think very much needed. We've got Kevin Yeager now and Tim Neuendorf with the Butler Powell car, and I think that place 10 car actually had a drive-through penalty to serve as well. I might be wrong about that, but once again we've got battles in GTE. Can Neuendorf make a move here? doesn't seem to be quite possible for the moment, as I think things are going to calm down a little bit, and I think my heart could take a slight
Don't
rest.
say that. Don't say they're calming down.
Well, I don't know. I think it'd probably be good for everyone's blood pressure if they did. But I say that this is definitely a battle that is far from over. Mattia Krupi now, to add to his woes, is under pressure. Could be losing out on this podium position to Jimmy Nasula at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some damage, at least to the front suspension of that Ferrari, if not the rear. And that's going to be costing some time. Just having a look at the lap times now. The last lap before the Varga was a 151.0 for the John Lacey, sorry, was 151.0. So, no, 155.1 rather, which is slightly, maybe a second, maybe 1.5 seconds off the pace of everyone else. But if the rain does come down swiftly, then the strategy could sort of help them if they do need to make repairs to that car at the next stop. Speaking of which, the prototypes should be pitting relatively soon, because we are now 40 minutes in, unless we miss their whole pit stop phase, which I really wouldn't be surprised if we did.
I don't think we have. No, I don't think we have. But just going to show, well, I don't know what it's like for the drivers, but my resting heart rate is about 58, and having at the moment it's 92. Wow. This is just via commentating, so yes, it is fairly fun, it is fairly exhilarating, and it's something to just get your heart rate up, and we're not even in the battle.
Yeah, I know, but we're just spectators, so imagine being behind one of the wheels, having to wrestle with those, as well as just trying to keep on top of everything, because there's so much to be aware of at this circuit, especially in those last few laps, because of just how close everyone is. And
especially because what you've said before, because it's actually pretty difficult to overtake here.
Yeah, it's almost impossible, so that makes just lapping cars itself more difficult, as the Agera demonstrated, taking a slightly unorthodox approach to getting the GTEs out of his way, as well as some of the LMP2s. But once again, Andrea Terzi has found himself right up the diffuser of Cameron Roger, and that burst car does seem to be finding himself in this battle with the Wave 3 quite a lot, but Terzi just hasn't found an opportunity to get through, and he's so close behind. I don't think that he's making any effort to try and conserve fuel or tyres for the time being. Goes onto the gravel a little bit, goes Cameron Roger. Yeah, that's not going to be good. Don't want to be extending too many track limits. But with that incident as well, if that Agera car does get a penalty, perhaps a drive-through for the start of next race, it's Le Mans next time out. That's going to have really big implications to their overall attempt to win that race.
They've got 24 hours to wake up that time.
That is very true. Although, do you really want to set back at the start of perhaps the biggest race of the season? I'm not entirely sure.
This is true.
Yeah. That said, Andrea Terzi sells the dummy to the inside, moves to the outside towards turn 1. Downhill, under braking. Can he make the move? You can see that car is not the most stable when that left brake is being pressed. It's going to be the inside for the next turn. Can Cameron Roger try and find his way around the outside, carry a bit more speed? You can see there's 9th place in class at the moment. That's the on-off racing car with Nicolas Lemoyne at the wheel just behind, and there's another one just behind them. I think that's the Butler Pal car of Henning. No, that's a different class actually. Sorry, that's one of the DPIs. Thank goodness. A little bit less, a little bit less traffic to be aware of at the moment. Cameron Roger though is losing a little bit of time there. Nicolas Lemoyne is able to catch up, but that's a good place for the DPI to get past Cameron Roger.
Yeah.
And in fact, it might not be actually, because it could slow him down a little bit through this hairpin, because he needs to keep up to Andrea Terzi, who at some stage got past, and I'm not entirely sure when that was.
Probably during the manic few minutes that we had about 5 minutes ago.
Oh no, actually, it was just at the start of this lap. Sorry, when Terzi sent it around the outside, I think into turn 1, that he managed to make it work just about. I got a little bit distracted by the car behind, I think. But
the battle for 3rd place in GTEs is starting to hot up again. This is the 66 Jean Lazy car versus the 64 Muradness Satellite E-Stars car. Mattia Krupi versus Jimmy Nusela, about half a second separating these two.
Yeah, so that's the car that suffered at the hands of the Agera, and it does seem to be getting a little bit darker in the sky as well, so that's going to be something to watch out for. But on Mattia Krupi, luckily he's not losing too much time to the Varga car. That's still only just over a second up the road. Now you can see, if you look at the live timing, pretty much half of the prototypes are pitting all at once, which demonstrates firstly how close the whole order is, And secondly, that is definitely time to make a stop, and that's pretty much exactly 45 minutes in. So we know how long those stints for the prototypes are going to be, both for DPI and LMP2. Now, Magic Krupi getting lapped at the moment is keeping Jimmy Nasula at bay for the time being. It's going to have to be some recovery drive, though, to get back up into first place, because Dennis Jordan already 3.5 seconds clear of second in that Red Bull car.
Yeah, very clear. As you said, just having a look at the... you can actually have a look at the weather at the moment. There is a small rain cell coming in from the west as it stands. Just having a look at how fast that is moving. I'm probably expecting perhaps a small shower within maybe 15-20 minutes. But it might just move ever so slightly south of the circuit.
Yeah, well, we'll have to keep an eye on the weather, because it's not a certainty that we will get rain, but there's 5.5 hours, 5 hours 30 minutes for us to experience some, and it looks like maybe at some point we'll be hit by it. And if it's light enough, I mean, the drivers might not even have to change tyres. So according to the weather surface that I looked at, it looks like there's going to be a rain cell over the circuit approximately 3 o'clock GMT. That makes it 5 o'clock Central European, so in about 3 hours, I think. Or could that... Oh no, sorry, I can't actually tell the time. Sorry, it's in 1 hour time this one's looking at. Yeah, 3 o'clock Central European. Oh, that could be quite interesting, because that would be... Well, if it comes on the hour, or just before, that might be in the middle of a stint. By the looks of it,
and having a look at how long this rain cell is going to last, it's probably going to last for the best part of 45 minutes, just resting over the circuit.
Wow, so that's going to spice things up in a little while's time, hopefully, if it arrives. That'll be nice and exciting, I think, especially if it's staying around for 45 minutes, because that's not quite the length of a stint. So the rain cycle, if that takes place within the length of a stint, could really make some interesting strategy changes to all of the drivers. Or at least for the GTEs anyway. That's exactly the length of a stint for the prototypes.
Yeah, and then you've got a second rain cell that's passing just south of the circuit, and then it looks like that might mean it's dry until the end of the race. In fact, I tell a lie, it looks like there's going to be more rain at about 5:30 Central European as well. So it's going to be on and off rain showers throughout the rest of the race.
Well, that's going to be really interesting then, because it's going to be a call of whether or not to bring your cars in when the rain starts coming down. Now at the moment we're looking at this Mathieu Decaux at the moment swarmed by LMP2s, and that Cameron Roger who's got back past Andrea Terzi, I think he might have jumped him in the pit lane actually. So yeah, that's interesting, an interesting development there. You can see just making his way past Mathieu Decaux at the moment, who's trying to catch up to Christian Malguera, but I don't think the traffic's done him any favours there. They seem to have dropped back a little bit for the time being. You can see once again we've found ourselves on quite a busy section of track, as just up the road is Alex Beggy, who's replaced Andrea Terzi in that Waveframe car, finding himself behind Cameron Roger, trying to navigate past what I think is his teammate in the GTE category, it looks like. So of course you don't really want to be blocking your sister team if you're if they're trying to lap you, I don't think.
It's generally not good for intra-team relations there, is it?
Yeah, and my mistake, that's Andrea Terzi there. So it's the other Waveframe car that had found himself behind Cameron Roger, now behind Henning Wollert as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my mistake. But we'll see how that all develops, I think, as the pit stop phase is worked out. There's still a couple cars in the pit lane, including Michael Leroux at the moment with Go Team. We've got your name here, though. Quite a stark livery on that car. They finished 4th place last time out at Sebring, so they've definitely got some pace at the moment. That car stopped on the left-hand side of the track,
yes,
just at the potential, I think it is.
72 car.
It was 72.
It was the one-move car, Mathieu Decaux.
Well, that's interesting. I'm not
believe
entirely
it
sure what
was.
that's
I just
for.
had a quick look at the live timing, and that car appeared to be quite, well, essentially stationary in the exit of the chicane. So I believe it was this one-move car had an incident at chicane.
Well, I think we're getting a replay of that now. Has he just spun it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Too much curb.
Easily done. But he hasn't lost out too much from it, I don't think. He's still in, he's in whichever position he is.
12th.
12th, yeah.
In class, I believe,
so
yeah.
not too bad, and luckily he didn't hit anyone else, so pretty much back on track as soon as possible, and that's the nature of endurance racing. You've still got most of the race. We haven't even completed an hour yet. You couldn't tell,
I know.
given the amount of drama we've had so far.
I know.
So stick around, because the rest of the race should surely be as exciting as it's been so far. I mean, there's still many battles yet to be sorted out at the moment, such as this one here between World of Sim Racing, battling for 14th place against DX Droids, with Ivan Apanoa in that lead car, number 55, trying to hold on to that position. 37th overall out of a total 42 cars taking part in this race.
Yeah, half a second separating these two cars at the moment, coming through the Dunlop hairpin, then racing their way back up the hill again through Schumacher S, the left and the right, essentially flat out pretty much all cars, even in race conditions, isn't it? Because, well, I would say that on the GTs, it's maybe just on the edge of flat out, especially once you get worn tyres on these cars. But pretty much for the entire race, it's flat out for all of these drivers. The battle for ninth, though, in the GTA class: Blackhawk, Your Name Here, and Angry Bull. These three cars, only a second separate them.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice other than to go full speed. Otherwise, you'll just leave yourself too vulnerable to everyone else, because you just everyone's doing it, so you've got no choice but to do it as well. And as a result, you've got these battles that are right on the edge of the limit. And for the moment, we're going to see ourselves in a battle for 9th position, which is going to be hopefully quite exciting. That Angry Bull car putting on a little bit of pressure, but not able to find a way through quite yet. And we're seeing the result of the Nurburgring seems to be the trend that it's difficult to overtake, but when overtakes are made, it seems to, or when it rains, it pours. Though I'm not sure how that's going to be with the weather itself.
Don't see that. It's about an hour until that happens.
Yeah, we've got time to wait for that. But overall, though, it's been quite a close race at the moment, and this will continue. And we've got strategy as well taking place after that first set of pit stops for all of the prototypes. It won't be too long until the GTs are pitting as well, and that'll be quite interesting to watch who does what, see whether people double stint tyres or they continue on the ones they're on. But look at this, Jimmy Nasula has taken 4th place from Matthew Krupe. Third place, yeah, sorry. Matthew Krupe down into 4th now as they head through Ad Van Bogen now. That's one of the Wave 3 prototypes trying to make his way through. Krupe does look to the outside, but there just isn't any space for him to make a move. But he's going to keep up that pressure so he can try and maybe find a way through again. So look at this. That seems to be quite a large
traffic
gap. Yeah, he's just forced to take a much wider line through there. And it's compromised his exit quite severely, it looks like.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and Jimmy Nasuda just able to find a way through as a result of that. So that's not played to his advantage at all. It just doesn't seem to be going Matthew Krupe's way at the moment.
No, certainly not going the way of that number 66 Sean Lazy Esports Academy car as it stands. But Matthew can perhaps retake that position. It's only half a second. It really isn't that big a gap at the moment. We saw, to make actually this move happen for Nisula to get ahead of Krupe, it was only prototype traffic passing at the wrong position for Krupe. And again, that could easily happen to Nisula ahead, and that it could easily mean that that Sean Lacey car moves back into the provisional podium position. Having a look at this battle for 9th, though, look at this Benamar and the Angry Bull car trying to chase down Tom, Your Name Here racing car, and those two still very close together.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow cooker, I think. At the moment, they're quite empty where they are on track for the time being, so there's no traffic really to have an impact on the way this battle's going. It might just be to their advantage not to make too much effort to try and get past each other and just go round at a good pace to try and catch up to the guys in front of them, because we've got Kevin Yeager leading this group. There's another 4 seconds up the road to Tim Neuendorf. That can easily be closed down if they avoid battling each other and just drive around at a decent pace. And if you're following, it's going to be to your advantage as well, because you're going to be using slightly less tyres and you can perhaps lift off a little bit. And a warning there from the race director to all drivers, especially the prototypes, to just be a little bit more cautious with their overtaking, try and avoid it in the Schumacher S, as it costs the other drivers much more time than they gain themselves. And we saw that with Matthew Krupe. So just a little word of warning there. encouraging some respect and sportsmanship among all the drivers, as they're all here to race at the end of the day.
Yeah, all gears to race at the end of the day, and of course, Jean Lazy is still in the hunt for that championship.
Yeah, they are. They're on 275 points at the moment. Red Bull are on 308, so it's quite a big gap, but it's not a conclusive one. It is one that can be closed down with a bit of luck going in the Jean Lacy team's direction. They haven't had it quite yet, but you never know. It could all come towards the end of this race, because that's when the points are made anyway. So there's time to make up for what's happened so far. As you can see by the top left, we've still got 5/6 of the race to go. And you can see there as well, Nico Barkley seems to be quite jerky on the steering wheel. It looks like it might just be the fastest way of driving that car, but it doesn't seem to be the most stable at the moment.
You're not most stable, as you said, but really when you're coming through, especially the first sector, you really need a stable car in order to be able to put the power on in a trustful way. You've got to trust your car in order to put the power on, especially when it comes to the chicane at the end of the circuit as well. You also need trust in your car there that it will stick and it suddenly won't give you a snap of oversteer. But having looked at this battle for 10th yet again, Benamar certainly not able to actually make too much time up on Tump in the car ahead.
No, they all seem to be sort of sticking to their current positions. I wonder if they're just trying to save a little bit of fuel, because if you're following, then you haven't, as long as you're keeping up, then you don't really have to push too hard. You'll be able to lift off a little bit, maybe extend your stint by another lap, try and get some kind of overcut going, or at the end of the race, just have that shorter stop with a lighter car, and try and make up a few positions then. So for the time being, they've got time to sit behind each other and just try and catch up to the guys in front. Although that said, the gap between Jaeger and Neuendorf is up to 5 seconds. So if they want to catch up to the rest of the pack, it does seem that they'll have to find their way through. But so close to the pit stop phase, I don't think it's worth battling.
Aye, you say that, but of course, as always, we've seen here in endurance racing, every second counts.
That is very true, actually, yeah. Well, we'll have to see what they're doing. Maybe they're just waiting for a mistake. I'm not entirely sure. But could be right at the end of the stint on those final laps that they try and make a push, use up the tyre as much as possible, and maybe push on the out lap as well. Maybe that's the quicker way of getting overtake. There's yellow flags in Sector 2. Not entirely sure why they're gone pretty much as soon as they've come out. We've got Nico Barkley now in that Wanaco car, putting a little bit of pressure on two DX Troys with one Carlos Fernandez at the wheel of that car. Through turn one they go. They are quite close. The gap is just 0.3 of a second. And you can see that on track. That's less than a car's length at the apex of the turn. So we'll see how this battle develops. It's quite close for the time being. And if there's some traffic, it could really play into the advantage of Nico Barkley if it just slows down that DX Troy's car enough for him to find somewhere to catapult his car through, because that seems to be a much easier way of making an overtake than a vanilla overtake on some clear parts of the track, which they found themselves on at the moment.
Yeah, as you said, well, essentially at this point in the race, it's far easier to find busy track than it is clear, isn't it? It is so busy here at the Nurburgring that Nico Barkley almost getting on the throttle and then finally getting on the throttle, essentially almost when he was in a straight line. So very late full throttle application out the Dunlop hairpin there, and you can see him having to lift off completely through the left-hander at the Schumacher S, braking hard, down to second gear for the left-hander, and then Vorsteiner, this right-hander, again down to second gear, 130 kilometers an hour at the apex, before making his way down the hill through the kink on the back straight and then uphill. Well, we saw the GTE cars get to 250 kilometers an hour. These DPIs get to 290 before the braking zone.
Yeah, and the GTs do the DPIs rather have to brake, whereas those GTs sort of just lift off because they haven't quite got as much power to carry through. We've got Ronnie McKibben here as well. I think that Team Iris car, if I'm not mistaken, had to serve a penalty as well. It's in 16th place at the moment, number 377. So that will have set them back, but they are trying to make up some positions at least. Jeremy Talbot just up ahead, not too far is the gap between himself and Riley McKibben. So watch this battle develop as well. You can see as well there's a DPI just behind that's going to have to find his way through. This could play to the advantage of Team Iris depending on where it finds its way through. It is going to have to be patient though. We've got Benjamin Gilzinski here, the leader of second place rather of the DPI class. and of the overall race, and that's David Mrozek in the lead, making his way past some of the GTEs that we've seen featured in earlier parts of the race. And 1.5 seconds, 1.7 seconds is the gap. Relatively comfortable for David Mrozek, but he doesn't want to rest on his laurels quite yet, and we do cross the 5-hour mark. The GTs will be pitting relatively soon, but it seems that slightly less fuel consumption maybe, or tyre wear around this circuit than perhaps others we've visited so far this season.
Yeah, because, well, essentially you've got to remember, you've got the Mercedes Arena, and as you said, coming through Schumacher S, coming through the fast chicane at the end, and even the left-right after Schumacher S, you don't really need to brake. You can almost just coast your way through them, especially in the GT cars, so that really helps, because the less you're on the brakes, the less fuel you use, because you don't have to gain that momentum back.
Yeah, that is very true. So it seems to be, well, there's the first car into the pit lane of the GTEs. In fact, there's a couple in at the moment.
The Butlerpal Neundorf.
Yes, and there comes the scene of the sim racing for Holland car. We haven't really seen much of that this race at all, actually. He's sort of sitting by himself. And there comes in the world of sim racing car of David Serra. Christian Margera.
That all the lower place cars coming in first.
Yeah, you would think that the faster cars may be burning up a little bit more fuel, perhaps. But no, it seems to be sort of the midfield, really, of GT that are pitting at the moment. So that's quite interesting to see that though most of the lead cars are able to go on for at least another lap. I think at Sebring we saw one of the GTs go on for a couple laps more. I think it was this GT actually. Went on for a couple laps more than everyone else beyond that.
Oh,
so we'll see
what
the strategy is. Yeah, I believe so.
You often find that one car... Oh, that was awfully square. That was very squarely coming off the curbs there, wasn't it?
Yeah, it
almost
could be
like a controlled drift. But yeah, we've seen often here in the VEC that one car in particular can just magic fuel out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah, it can be quite impressive. Maybe just finding the point on track where you can lift, conserve fuel, really losing almost no time at all. So we'll see how that all works out.
A bit like in real life, Scott Dixon in IndyCar is always been, well, he's always the best fuel saver, and somehow always managed to have almost an emergency tank constantly filled.
It is
Scott
quite
Dixon
impressive,
is
yeah.
incredible at fuel saving. Always watch his onboards or whatever if you want to masterclass in fuel saving.
Well, I think Dennis Jordan might have been doing that, because you can see behind both the John Acer car and the Varga car have pulled into the pit lane. He has been able to carry on for at least one other lap, so we'll keep with him, I think, for the moment. See whether he's able to carry on further than that. Although we did see him put off quite a big drift a moment ago, maybe indicating that those rear tyres are a little bit worse for wear at the moment.
Yeah, coming down the hill towards the Ford car. And why was that by Collis car ahead?
Yeah.
That was weaving a lot when overtaking the Red Bull.
I'm not entirely sure what
was
that
that
was
my
all
eyes
about.
just deceiving me?
No. I saw the same thing. I was quite intrigued by that. And David Mrozek, the leader of DPI, sort of seesawing his wheel left and right. It seemed like a bit of a risky business. Not really worthwhile, unless it's an attempt for him to get some temperature into the tyres. I'm not really sure.
Well,
Very interesting.
I would say get more fuel, because often in real life you can wiggle the car to get a little bit more fuel into the pickup, but that doesn't really happen in rFactor 2, does it?
No, I don't think.
Not quite yet.
To that extent. No.
Physics fuel within the fuel tank in order to put it into the pickup. Yeah.
Not quite at that point yet. Yeah.
In the future, soon.
Yeah, hopefully. Well, we'll have to write a letter to the developers to make sure that they get that all nice and simulated. But I think I'd have to be buying a new CPU if they did that.
Well, Dennis Jordan, I would say hopefully comes in this time round, I should say. We're expecting him to come in this time round. That looks very fast, and not coming in this time round either.
No, he seems to be able to carry on.
And here's Krupe in that Jean Lazy 66. Is Krupe coming in? No for the 66 either.
Yeah, so it seems that Krupe maybe trying to make up some of the time lost by extending that stint. Christian Margera as well carries on. He hasn't pitted yet, and he's actually quite a little way up the order as a result of that, as is Kevin Yeager, who was in the lead of that battle. You can see the Your Name Here car a little bit further behind. Between them, though, is a couple of the DPIs, which make for some quite interesting watching, and I think that could actually be a battle that was occurring. I'm not entirely sure, but Riley McKinnon as well carrying on. So some of these GTEs have to carry on at least 2 laps longer than everyone else. This is
again magicking fuel.
Yeah, well, I don't know how they do it, but hopefully they come in this lap. Otherwise, there'll be some sort of trickery going on. But look at this. The Monaco car was just behind DX Choice with Juan Carlos Fernandez. But that wave 3 managed to get in the absolute perfect place if you're the lead car, in the absolute worst place if you are Nico Barkley. So that battle put on hold for a moment by the traffic, but it's going to be able to carry on in a second as that gap is closed up once again. I think that Monaco car is the quicker of the two at the moment, so we'll see whether he's able to make a move stick. In the battle for 8th as well for LMP2, we're currently watching the Burst eSport car with the Cameron Roger at the wheel there. Sorry, I had to find him on my timing screen. He's under pressure from Henning Vollert with Butler Powell Motorsport. So once again, LMP2 in a close battle, and here is the leader of GTE. Will Dennis Jordan pull into the pit lane, or is he going to be able to carry on for another lap? He carries on. So yeah, imagine him fuel from somewhere. I think you're right.
Look at that, Neuendorf with the new best lap time in GTEs. That's very interesting. As here comes Krupe in the Jean Lacy car in.
Yeah, that's really interesting, considering Neuendorf is currently 12th in class. So him setting the fastest lap, could see some advancement of that number 78 Butler Power car up the order at some stage. That's one that served a drive-through penalty, so perhaps it's out of position.
Yeah, and of course, well, I presume because Neuendorf has set fastest lap, I can only presume that Butler Power car took tyres.
Yeah, it must have done. Maybe trying to do sort of an alternative strategy and get some speed going, because you can see there on the soft compound, just trying to maximise on-track pace, perhaps at the cost of the pit stops.
Yes, it's going to be fairly interesting to see if any of these cars double stint tyres, because to be honest, I'm not exactly sure how tyre wear is. Perhaps you can ask Cameron Roger when he joins the commentary booth in approximately, well, I would say half an hour. That's very movable feast because he's currently driving. But something you probably might be able to ask Cameron exactly what the tyre wear is like when compared to, well, Road America, Sebring, Spa, the other tracks that we've visited so far this season.
Yeah, it'd be worth finding out from him, and obviously just finding out the situation on track as a whole, because he's obviously in that closely fought LMP2 class. So I'm sure he's been concentrating on quite a lot of things, weather included, because that prediction of weather maybe 35 minutes off for the time being. So we've got a stay of execution for the moment, but that will be coming at some point. Juha-Matti Ylppö, though, setting the fastest lap of GTE now. That Varga car has pitted. Christian Malguera hasn't pitted yet. Should be pitting, I think, at the end of this lap, unless they want to extend this stint to 1 hour and 10 minutes, which would be quite the feat. Well, Dennis Jordan seems to be doing it, so it might be possible for Christian Malguera as well. Yes, he does as well. So that's really interesting. That Red Bull car seems to just be a master of fuel saving, because they did the same thing at Sebring and they're doing the same thing now. Mario Tump as well, finally putting into the pit lane for his stop, and Adam Baldwin carrying on for the moment. Will he pull into the pits as well? You can see those rears getting nice and slidey to try and maximise speed through there as we head up the hill towards Advan Bogan. This is going to be quite interesting to see who stays out, because this is quite a spread of pit stops as well, because the first pit stop in GT was about 4 laps ago, so that's going to be really interesting come the end of the race.
Yeah, and having a look again at the weather's slightly moved. Of course, prediction is always very difficult, and then it looks like the shower's going to be about 15:10, so in about 45 minutes instead now.
Well, that's going to be something to watch out for. Hopefully it comes at some point, or at least one of the forecast rain comes. But it'd be definitely worth keeping an eye out to see whether they end up putting into pit. So here comes Dennis Jordan. Does he stop? Because you can see he's under a bit of pressure from a car not on the same lap as him.
To begin with.
Yeah, well, it's going to set them on good course. I mean, if they do this for if they can get 1 hour and 10 minutes, they're going to cut out a whole pit stop, which would do absolute massive bits for the team, wouldn't it? Oh, 12,
it's 1 hour
you're
and
correct,
12
yeah.
that you'd need. But I suppose once you take into the pit stop, that kind of makes it 1 hour and 12.
True, although as well, you've got to make it to that extra lap, because it doesn't end as soon as you hit 6 hours. You've got to do the lead lap as well.
There we go, coming in.
He finally comes in, so that can give everyone a little bit of a respite predicting whether he comes into
And
the
here goes
stop or
Mulgera.
not.
Well, of course, this Wayfield car's yet to pit as well, isn't it?
That's very true. Well, he's coming through now, and you can see under a bit of pressure from a car, not on the
Yeah, coming in.
on the same lap, I don't think. Yeah, through Christian Mulgera. So you can see as well. I think tyres seem to have been quite torn up by the course of that, because he was under pressure from a car on a completely different lap.
Yeah, well, 70 minutes, as we said, an hour and 12 is what you need in order to be able to completely negate a pit stop. They might need a couple of code areas to make it with only 4 stops, as opposed to the normal 5-stop strategy.
Well, with rain, that might help reduce fuel consumption a little bit, unless
This
it
is also
increases
true.
it. So, well, it's going to be quite dependent. And that's someone with a penalty. That's Riley McKibben, that Team Iris car. Really not having a great day out today, I don't think.
No, perhaps one of the more likely one of the races to forget, but of course you've got to remember there is still points to 15th, so still a chance of at least some points.
Most definitely, and it's not the fullest grid we've ever had, so there is definitely opportunities to try and make that.
Baldwin, they are in front now, Diego de Silva as well. I wonder, have these 2 cars pit yet? I'm not sure.
Baldwin definitely hasn't. I
don't think De Silva
I'm not sure the Volante has. No, I don't think it has, because he's found himself ahead of that Red Bull car. So, well, that's very interesting. Some of these drivers are really pushing their suits. This would definitely cut out a whole stop if they can do this. So it's going to be dependent on drivers as well, because you have the driver swaps. Different drivers will be able to fuel conserve differently. So maybe one driver will be able to do it, maybe another driver won't. Or maybe you've got 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 really good fuel savers. We'll have to wait and see.
Again, here comes Aaron Baldwin through the Dunlop hairpin, and the Red Bull car, I think, should have came out of the pits by now. Having a look at the live time, you can actually find able to click the right tab. That would be very helpful. The Red Bull car has came out ahead of the 66 by about 6.7 seconds, 7 seconds or so.
Okay, so that's a decent gap.
But behind Makiyupi and behind Nisila as well.
That's interesting. So I presume the Varga and the Maradnas car both haven't taken tyres. That's the only way I can see them having extended such a large gap. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably see that's the best shout, I think. And the Red Bull and Jean Lazy and Butlapal. Well, no, Butlapal I don't think has either, because less than a second off the back of the Jean Lazy car.
But it looks like Adam Baldwin has done a pit stop at some point, as we just had a replay of that. Could it be a
drive-through for penalties? I can't quite remember if that car had a penalty. So obviously that would count as a pit stop, no?
Perhaps, but then we just had a replay of Adam Baldwin's car leaving the pit lane earlier on, so maybe he's just really out of kilter with everyone else in strategy. I think that might be the cause of that. There's Makiyupi now. So
Makiyupi has come into the pits. So at least those 2 are racing. So Makiyupi is legitimately ahead on track of Dennis Jordan and Mattia Kope in the 77 and the 66 respectively.
So the only way I can see that working is that those guys haven't taken tyres and have thus been able to take that track position, because you can't gain 5 seconds any other way.
Yeah, this is true. I think it is not taking stops, but yeah, Baldwin has been in as well, so that was a proper pit stop. So again, just Motorsport Club mustn't have taken tyres either.
Yeah, I presume so.
That's got them the best part of 30 seconds or so, which would make sense, because I think a pit stop, a tyre change is about 25 or 30 seconds, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, that sort of explains how the order's been so shaken up at the moment. It's not going to be entirely clear who's where for the rest of the race from here on out, I don't think, until we reach that checkered flag. But that's going to be entertaining, because it means we've got a vast range of strategies being taken on by different drivers. And, well, Dennis Jordan, Mattia Krupi, both on fresh tyres, Yuha Makiyupi and Jimmy Nisula, neither of those are. And if we take that as the overall lead, which I'm not even sure we can anymore, given that there's 3 cars ahead of them as well.
Who knows what's up? At this point, you only know the correct strategy with about 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and it's going to be speculation from here on out, I think. But it's going to be exciting nonetheless, trying to work out who's where, because it is just it's all so mixed up at the moment. And Adam Baldwin has got a lead of about 17.5 seconds. It is slowly going down. The last lap was a 1:53.2 from the leader. The Jimmy Suda set a 1:51.9 last time round, and Mattia Krupi a 1:51.0. So quite a range of lap times. We could see these guys all bunch up together towards the end of this stint, depending on when the end of Adam Baldwin's stint is, actually. But he's found himself in clean air. It's going to be to his advantage, I think, in the overall scheme of the race, if he ends up doing the same amount of pit stops. But he might end up having to do one extra if he's gone too early.
Yeah, it all depends. Like I say, it all comes down to those last 15 minutes to actually decide what the correct strategy, or at least see how the strategy plays out. But indeed, Adam Baldwin in that just Motorsport Club in the lead of the race. There is a battle going on for third place in LMP2, though. Only 0.6 of a second separate third and fourth.
Wow, that's once again some more drama. So it's usually GTE which provide the race-long action, but I think today it's going to be LMP2 that are going to take
all
the
classes
limelight.
Simultaneously, indeed.
Yeah.
And there's another battle really going on actually for 9th in LMP2. It's Butler Powell versus Burst, Fullart versus Cameron Roger. Only about 0.7 of a second separate those two at the moment as well.
Yeah, and not far behind them is the Wave Freem car, number 48 of Alex Beggy, which served a penalty earlier on in the race. So that's why that car might be out of position, might have some more pace than its current position of 12th might imply. So, or not 12th, rather 11th. But we've got as well Kevin Yeager here, just 0.2 of a second behind that 11th place car with Mathieu Decaux at the wheel. That's the one we saw have a spin maybe 20-30 minutes ago. Back on track. It wasn't too far from this part of the circuit, actually. But along the straight they go. Some slipstream working in Yeager's favour, but it's not going to be enough by itself. He could, if he can keep this gap nice and small, up in towards the first turn at the start of next lap, could be an opportunity for a move as we head through Ad Van Bogen now. Obviously, you don't really want to be going side by side through there. It's always a bit risky as it is up into this chicane here. You'll see them both right on the edge of the limiters. Who can carry it better? And will Mathieu Decaux drop it? He did it last a few laps ago, as we saw. Kevin Yeager, he seems to be set for quite a good exit out of the final turn onto the straight. He's got the power down. The gap is 0.4 of a second. Is it going down? I'm not sure it is. They are quite close. He has a stiff the inside line, but not really any room here with finding themselves blocking the path for any attempted overtake at all.
Yeah, blocking that path, as you said, but oh, look how close it is between these two GT cars now. It's absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, they're really getting right up to each other. I think that's the advantage of the GTs, is that they don't have as much dependence on aero. There's more mechanical grip, which means that they're able to follow each other slightly better than perhaps the LMP2s are, especially around a track of this nature, where downforce does seem to be quite an important factor. As they head down the hill now towards that hairpin, this could be an opportunity for Yeager if he can get a good launch out of turn 6, down the hill, maybe with some slipstream and a good left foot. If his tyres are there, he could send it. There's just not enough room. Mathieu Decaux placing it defensively on the inside, but he's gone a little bit wide, it looks like, perhaps on the exit. It's not going to compromise his speed, though. And for the time being, I think Kevin Yeager is just going to have to settle in behind that Porsche.
Yeah, having to settle in, as you said, behind that Porsche, coming through the left and the right before coming onto the back straight as well. But, oh, you can see the Porsche actually going a little bit wide through that left-hander, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems maybe Mathieu Decaux succumbing a little bit to the pressure of that Black Hawk car. I'm not entirely sure, because he doesn't seem to be taking the greatest signs. It does seem to be a little scruffy on his end, and that's exactly what Kevin Yeager's trying to force, trying to make a mistake and take advantage of that to take the position, because it saves you having to battle hard and cost you tyres and fuel.
Yeah, and tyres and fuel is very important, because we've seen some of these GT cars be able to double stint tyres. And if you push too hard, especially when in battle here, well, you're going to have to use up. You're going to use up the tyres, and you might be forced to make a tyre change when you really don't want to, strategy-wise.
Yeah, and you can see once again Kevin Yeager having a look to the outside. He's going to go for a slightly later apex and get a better exit speed. He's going to be forced to the outside though for the entrance to Mercedes Arena. Can he try and get some good exit speed? Have a little look down the inside. He's got his nose in. He's got it under brakes, but he's going to have to compromise his entrance slightly into this right-hander. I think, though, he might have got... Presuming Mathieu Le Croix doesn't have enough speed to challenge him down into turn 5, but that could be the case. No, he's not. Kevin Yeager takes 10th place with a very nicely done move indeed. Set it all the way up before turn 1.
Yeah, all the way up before turn 1. That's really what you need here at the Nurburgring, is essentially you need a series of corners in order to be able to make up a move and then eventually execute that move. You say that, was that the Porsche looking up the tyres coming into the hairpin?
I wouldn't be surprised.
There was a big puff of smoke.
I'm not sure. I didn't see, but perhaps there seems to be a bit more smoke as well. Maybe just getting on the gravel a bit in that instance. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe the tyres of that Porsche not brilliant. I'm not entirely sure, because Kevin Yeager seemed to just have a bit more grip in all circumstances than did Mathieu Le Croix. So that seems to have concluded that battle, though, because the gap has got quite large since the overtake was made. Already the gap is over a second, and in this category a second is quite a large distance to make up a lot of the time, especially given how close everyone was in qualifying. Some of the lap times were incredibly close to each other, and the whole grid spread was not very wide at all. So it's all about fine margins.
Top 14 within a second, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So there really isn't much room for error at all in this class, and as well, you can't really blame your machinery either, because everyone seems to be featuring around the top of the order. So it is all down to the drivers and the team's setup in making the difference between your car and the next drivers. And we're seeing now the result of that. Brief yellow flag in sector 1, pretty much gone as soon as it came out, though, as through goes, I think that's the Seawolf Net Race DPI car, which is currently in second place in class. The Bicoles car, led by David Mrozek, is in the lead by 5 seconds. The overall championship leaders there finding themselves at the top. And that's going to help them, because they've got a 5-point gap to themselves and Cetrez Nita Velux in second in the championship, who are currently 6th in this race. So this is going to be a really big point boost if they can hold on to this position going into the final race in June.
Yeah, 8 weeks' time, I think, roughly. My maths is correct.
Yeah, well, it's 4th of June, so 8 weeks sounds correct. I don't know, I haven't had a math lesson in 2 years.
Right. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, it sounds correct.
It's about 8 weeks.
Yeah, and it's a long distance to that race. And the race itself is very long distance. It's going to be 4 times the length of this race. So 4 times the amount of driving, 4 times the opportunity to make mistakes, but also to make positions. Now we can see Dennis Jordan putting pressure onto Jimmy Nasula now. Nasula took a slightly narrower line into turn 1 to try and defend, but this is going to allow Dennis Jordan to get a good exit through to this left-hander. Can he send it down the inside? Well, that's a bit of a late move, but lovely on the brakes there. He's got his nose in, and if you get the move done there, then you've held on to it for the rest of the lap. Fantastic move there by Dennis Jordan. Read Jimmy Nasula like a book and stuck his nose in when he found the opportunity.
Yeah, and again, this is all what endurance racing is about, just finding that single chink in the armour, that single opportunity to make a move and execute it. Having got the 66 car now, behind that Your Name Here car, it's very interesting. Perhaps the 66 can use this LMP2. Follow it up the inside through the hairpin, perhaps.
Well, it could be to his advantage, because look how close they are. Down the inside he goes.
Up the inside, using the LMP2 as a pick. Done.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
Yeah, that's how you get it done, I guess. Well, that works out pretty much perfectly for Mathieu Le Croix. First bit of good luck I think he's had all race, and he's found himself up into 6th place now.
That is true. I do think that is true.
But a good move nonetheless. He was setting up anyway. He was so close behind in the run up to turn 7. I'd be surprised if he hadn't tried to make a move regardless of the traffic, but I think it just worked in his favour perfectly.
Yeah, again, sometimes that's all you need is that traffic on your side.
A little bit too close to the traffic, it seems. A bit of a punt from Mathieu Le Croix on that LMP2, I think.
That was, well, almost punted the GT, then there was a little bit of a touch with the LMP2 there, wasn't there?
Yeah, maybe a little bit too close for comfort. I think the Croupie's car could be weighed down a little bit by the paint from the LMP2s on this circuit. as you can see in the background there come one of the DPIs, which is going to split Mario Tump and Magic Rupee. And it does seem like this Ferrari is the quicker of the two cars, because that gap is already extending quite nicely for Magic Rupee. He's got a little way up the road to catch up to that Varga car, to find himself back up in contention with the guys he was battling at the start of the race, or after the start of the race, because Varga Sim Racing, 2.5 seconds up the road, Yuha Makiyuki at the wheel of that car, and then ahead of them is Jimmy Sula in the Maradna Satellite E-Stars car, who we saw get overtaken by Dennis Jordan. Dennis Jordan, speaking of which, seems to be making a move on Diogo da Silva, the Volante car, to try and take second place. Is on the grass, though it's not enough. Into turn 7, you can see there's an LMP2 here. It's all quite busy at this point in the track. Jimmy Sula as well, just behind, could try and capitalise on the battle going on in front of him as these prototypes are trying to navigate through.
Look at this, on the grass again. Here comes Dennis Jordan around the outside to his left-hander. Can the 77 hang on all the way around the outside? No, Diego Silva, that Volante racing car, fends off the challenge for now. So that yellow flag before is actually for Cameron Roger in the Burst Esports LMP2 at turn 1. But yes, Dennis Jordan now out on the gravel again. That's certainly not helpful. In terms of speed coming up the back street, you can see the LMP2 coming up the inside there, managing to hit the apex for the kink of the back street, going all the way around the outside of the chicane. No room at the end there, having to let off the throttle a little bit because, of course, through the chicane it is one line only. Can Dennis Jordan get the speed overlap into the final corner? Not possible there, but he's going to be able to use that slipstream coming all the way right down into turn 1.
And now all of the prototypes have cleared them as the Seawolf car goes through. Diogo Silva tries to use some semblance of slipstream, but it's not quite enough. Dennis Jordan moves to the inside.
Here we go down the inside.
Now keep an eye on Jimmy Sula, who could try and make the most of this battle. It's going to slow down both of these cars. Dennis Jordan under brakes, over the hump he goes, and he got the position. Can he maintain it though? As long as he can keep a good line through here. Diogo Silva actually getting a little bit too close, had to back off and has compromised his line through there. He's not had a good exit, and that's second place for Red Bull Racing Esports, who are having quite a fantastic race so far, I think. But Jimmy Sula now has caught up to Da Silva as well as a result of that battle. So we've got yellow flags in sector 2. We won't look at them quite yet, because we've got the other Corvette. This is the Corvette C7, I think, putting the pressure on now. Of course, Red Bull running the C8. As we head down through turn 6, that right-hander, Jimmy Sula keeping nice and close. Turn 7 is the prime position to make a move around this circuit. It's a nice long downhill braking zone into a very well cambered hairpin. Sula is going to have a look to the outside as Diogo Silva forced to the inside there, as close as you like, but there just isn't the room to stick your nose in and try and get that position done. I think the camera actually working slightly against Sula, because it really prioritises one line through that corner. Yeah. And that's going to keep him at bay for the time being. And I think that's the Varga Sim Racing car that's caught up to join the party. So we've suddenly gone from a two-way battle to a three-way battle, with Dennis Jordan putting away at the front.
He's got some pit stops now in the LMP2 class. The Go Team Racing car, Maurice Mel, Jesus Motorsport Club number 50, Daniel Visner, and the 48 Wayfield car of Alex Beggy in the pits. Well, I say pits, they've all just exited the pits.
Well, that's going to be interesting to watch out for, because that's also going to shuffle up the LMP2s and could put them in the way of these three here. Yuha Makiyuki putting pressure on Jimmy Sula. Now, keep an eye on this, because into turn 1, that's where we see a fair few overtakes so far in this race. It could get very dramatic very quickly, and look who that is just behind it. It's actually a groupie who's caught up to these guys. There's a prototype coming through as well. It's going to be able to clear them before any moves made. As Jimmy Sula moves to the outside, can he make that move work? There's almost contact between the two of them, and they're so close. And look at this, Yuha Makiyuki right up the rear of them. He's got the inside. Can he hold on to it? There's contact, and Makiyuki finds his way through as a result of that. That's slowed down the Porsche slightly too much. And that's going to be third place for Maradna Satellite E-Stars. Varga Sim Racing in fourth. And Magic Rupee gets past Volante and having an absolute rubbish start on that, dropping 3 positions in the space of just one sector.
Yeah, not a good start to the Volante for the lap to the front of the car, as you said, but an incredible move there by Sula, actually taking the outside line round turn 1. And again, what we were saying before, because of that drop right on the apex, it means the car on the outside can actually get on the throttle earlier than the car on the inside, and then that is, of course, turns in the car on the outside, that turns into the inside for turn 2, and the move can be completed. An incredible move there by Jimmy Sula, and incredibly heads-up driving. That's exactly how you make a move at turn 1.
Yeah, it's all about, at this circuit, thinking. You have to set up your overtake much before you actually want the overtake to be made. Otherwise, you're just not going to be able to find a way through. And that first complex of corners through the Yokohama S into the Mercedes arena is where you've got to line that up and just try and take advantage of any moves. And you can see that Volante car dropping back quite quickly. We still have got a three-way battle as Jimmy Nasula gets passed by a prototype now. Makiyupi keeping some pressure on the back of him. And we've got Macha Krupi as well just behind. He's going to be stalking a bit like he did just on the last set of overtakes, taking the Volante because of its unfortunate position. I think he's going to do a similar thing. He's just going to sit behind, let these two battle, and then just
reap the reward should there be contact. Yeah.
So, it seems that Machi Krupi maybe has read the art of war. He's going to try and win here without actually having to fight the other drivers. Let them fight themselves. And it seems that it could be a successful strategy as we've got the pit stops being made now.
Cars the leader.
Yeah. Oh, that's not the leader of the DPI. That's sort of midway down. But no, it includes the leader of the DPI. Sorry, David Mroczek in the pits for the moment, and I presume he'll be taking tyres if he didn't take tyres on that first stop. So we'll have to wait and see how they all turn out after that set of stops. But for the time being, Jimmy Nasula is holding on to this third place, but he's under severe pressure from the Varga car, and it could be a matter of time before those positions swap.
Yeah, it could well be a matter of time, but endurance racing is always hard to tell. Only a second separate these three cars as they're coming down the hill. Maradnas, Varga and Jean Lazy coming through. Well, of course, this LMP2 car is trying to pass these three GTs. It's going to go up the inside of the at the Michael Schumacher S, which means that Varga car is going to lose a little bit of time when compared to the Maradnas.
Yeah, that Waveframe car playing into the hands of Jimmy Nasula for the time being, just delaying the attack of that Varga car. Maybe just a few corners. We'll have to wait and see how long it takes for that gap to be closed up. But it does seem that those two cars behind Jimmy Nasula are quicker. We have to remember, I don't think that the Maradna Satellite E-Stars car took tyres at the last stop. And I believe both Macha Krupi and perhaps also Yuha Makiyupi both took fresh tyres on that last phase of pit stop. So that could be the advantage here. Although that said, Jimmy Nasula is holding them up for the time being, which is all going to play into the hands of Adam Baldwin, who's in the lead. And he's maintained an 18-second lead so far in that GT class. And also Dennis Jordan, who's already cleared 3.5 seconds. Now look at this. Yuha Makiyupi using the prototype to gain some slipstream. It's not going to be enough to make a move, but it has closed him up a little bit, enough to put on some pressure once again through the Mercedes arena. But unless you're alongside into turn one, there's not really any move to be made for the rest of this complex.
This is true because it is such a slow complex. Although we have seen a couple of moves up into this corner before so far through the race, haven't we? But yes, as you said, it's very difficult to essentially make a move in the arena section. The next big chance that all these cars have will be down at the bottom of the circuit at the Dunlop hairpin. The Vargas sim racing car, Makiyupi, still not able to make a move on that Maradnas car of Nisila. Coming through this right-hander now, Valvoline car coming down towards the Dunlop hairpin. Again, half a second is a little bit too far back.
Yeah, it does seem that they are going to be battling for a while, but there just isn't the opportunity to be made. That said, though, we have got a fair bit of DPI traffic. That's the Wanako car just squeezing his way through, actually having a battle with the car in front of him. That's Juan Carlos Fernandez at the wheel of that car as they head through the left-hander into the right-hand part of the chicane. No move to be made just yet, but that's going to... That traffic that is making its way through now could see an advantage. And Macha Krupi, it looks like he's making a move. He's made a move, in fact, and he's taken that position off Yuha Makiyupi. I did not see that coming from a mile back, but he's made it work. And that is a fantastic overtake by the John Lacy Esports Academy driver, taking fourth position. And now he can line his sights on Jimmy Nasula, who, up to that point, the Varga car had failed to overtake. So this is going to be really interesting to watch play out over the next few laps.
Yeah, failed to overtake, as you said. Now coming through this hairpin, is there a move to be done? No, there isn't at the moment. But having a look at the replay, this is what caused the John Lacy car to get past that Varga car up the inside left-hander. A simply textbook move there. But yes, having a look out there on circuit, and again, this Vargas sim racing car, Makiyupi trying to retake that fourth position from the 66 car, coming through the hairpin, coming through the arena section now, and coming through this left-hander again. All these corners are very difficult to actually properly nail. Well, of course, for this third turn as well, you almost need to sacrifice it before coming into turn 4, because, well, essentially you want to get as good a run through turn 4 as possible, because turn 4 is the more important corner because there's a much longer straight before it. So essentially, you almost have to sacrifice turn 3 there. The Red Bull Racing Esports car, we're having a look, second position in class. Dennis Jordan trying to regain that first position from Juices, but that's still an 18-second gap, a massive gap there for Dennis Jordan to try to overcome.
Yeah, it's large, but also, what is the strategy for Adam Baldwin when he pits? Will he lose that position? Oh, it's an interesting one because he is just so out of sync with the rest of the order. We've got a battle here unfolding for 6th place. This Volante car really not having a good 10 minutes or so, having lost a few positions earlier, now under quite heavy pressure from this Butler-powered car. Tim Neuendorf is sitting there behind. He seems to have caught up quite quickly, and I wonder if those tyres on Volante's Porsche are really giving up at this point of the stint, because it's still going to be another 25 minutes to half an hour before they're able to stop again if they want to try and keep on top of their fuel strategy.
Yeah, fuel strategy is the most important thing, especially at this point in the race. But yes, because there is the possibility that these GT cars can only do a 4-stop strategy instead of the normal 5 that we expect. So this fuel strategy is going to be incredibly important. But having a look at this Butler-powered car, trying to get past the Volante car all the way around the outside. We've seen this outside line work before. It looks like it's going to work here as well.
Yeah, he's succeeded for the moment. He just needs to make sure he can maintain it on the exit. But I think if you get through at the start of that turn, then you've got it pretty much by the end. And yeah, you can see successful overtake there. That BMW is an imposing figure. It's absolutely massive, especially in comparison to the Porsche.
Yeah, especially when in comparison with the Porsche, as you said. But it's going to be interesting to see how fast this Butler-powered car is and see how much distance it can make between itself and that Volante car.
Yeah,
he's a new best lap time there for Zooks.
Ooh, that's interesting, actually. I didn't know he's in 4th at the moment in LMP2, in the midst of all of those prototype pit stops. And you can see him here. It's the Mugen Sim racing car. And I believe this is one of the cars that actually had a penalty. I might be wrong, but it's number 33. No, it didn't have a penalty, but it's currently in 4th, looking to take 3rd place. But a little bit up the road is that position. But I think that brings an end as we're 4 hours 22 minutes to go. I think we're going to have to say goodbye to you, Neil. And
for a little bit of time, yes.
For a little bit, yeah. You'll be back later when I'm sure the race is still as dramatic as it has been so far.
Yes, indeed. But as you said, I'll be going for about 19 minutes or so. But I'll leave you, Hugo, in the capable hands of Cameron Roger.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome, Cameron. You've just come off the track, and now you're into the pit box, the commentary box rather, almost straight away. How's the race been so far for you?
Yeah, it's certainly been a chaotic morning, moving around schedules and all sorts of things for various reasons. But yes, we are here. It was a interesting first stint. This track is very difficult indeed, especially for the multi-class racing. It's been very difficult. Obviously, myself being in the LMP2 category with the GTs, certain parts of this track are just so tight and twisty. But obviously, you want to get past the GTs, but it's a bit difficult because you can't, and that sort of thing. Then you have the DPRs coming past you. All sorts of little awkward moments happen. But no, it's been good fun so far. Just very difficult.
Yeah, I can imagine. How's the tyre wear? Because it does seem that double stinting tyres for at least some of the GTEs has not been a great idea. Some of them seem to be struggling at this point in their stint.
Yes, definitely more than Sebring last time. There's a lot of the sort of slow, medium speed corners, and well, especially for myself, it's really the rear tyres I was struggling with more. Just getting the car sort of turned and then really trying to get on the power through the corners, just like here from the exit turn 4 as well. You're just really pushing on those rears quite a lot, trying to get the car turned on the power, and yeah, it just seems to use up the tyres a bit more. So double stinting the P2 was definitely, I think, the right way. We'll find out if it wasn't, but yeah, for the GTs, especially with it being even longer stints, I'm sure they're struggling.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that demonstrated at the moment with that Volante car, which is sinking down the order now. In 7th, it was 3rd place just about 10 or 15 minutes ago. But we've still got this battle here. Maciej Krupi, who was involved in an incident earlier on, saw him drop from 1st in class to 3rd after the pit stops, found himself in about 6th place, up into 4th now. putting pressure on Jimmy Nasuda, and he's found himself just behind in the slipstream along the straights. You can see the tyres there. It's actually the mediums for that Maradness car which are to its advantage, but look at this, he's going to make a move down the inside. There's going to be an LMP2 though, which is going to get itself involved in the fray, this is now going to become the outside through the Mercedes arena into turn 3. They are side by side, and it doesn't seem that Mathieu Krupi is able to find the space to squeeze his way past Jimmy Nasuda unless he can line himself up for a better exit speed through this right-hander here. You can see by taking a much wider entry, we could see this battle finish in a moment's time with a different car in 3rd place.
Yeah, this car going now down the inside, turn 5. That's an unorthodox place to do it, because then that's going to be the outside of turn number 6. Can he just get his nose ahead? He can. And that was a very nice move there by the number 66 Krupi, still in that car at the moment. Very, difficult place to do it now, as you got the LMP2 and the DPI starting to come past them as well. That's going to break up the battle and actually bring Varga into the situation behind them as well. So getting very close indeed, but using the track to his advantage there, but really having to work for it.
And look at this LMP2 struggling to get past. It's just come out of the pit lane, and look at this. There could be a move here for Juho Mäki-Juppi, who's had a really good entrance into the chicane, and he's going to carry really good speed out of it. He's got the inside into this left-hander under brakes. Doesn't seem to be the most stable of cars, but he might have just taken that position off Jimmy Nasuda, who drops 2 places in the space of just 1 lap. That's not been brilliant for him, but look at this. Krupi already pulling away. Traffic working massively to the advantage of the Varga Sim Racing car this lap.
Yeah, just showing you how you've really got to be in the right place at the right time. And Krupi making that work, getting those positions, as you say, and for the likes of Jimmy Nasuda, really struggling just a little bit on this lap, as we have the, I think it's Go Team Racing there coming into the pit lane for the LMP2s. And now Nasuda needs to see what he can do to get back, because the traffic getting involved can really swing these battles either way, depending on where you are at a certain point of the lap. He needs to try and get past, because he was on the podium, and now 5th place, starting to lose a bit of ground. Yeah,
it's quite close between the guys in 3rd, 4th and 5th. However, 2nd place, Dennis Jordan pulling away. 6.5 seconds now is the gap to Mathieu Krupi. That John Ace car is going to have to get a move on. But what this does mean is that Red Bull car up to Adam Baldwin, it was 17.5 seconds not too long ago. That gap now down to 14.5 seconds. By the end of the stint, that could be quite small indeed, although the end of the Jesus Motorsports Club stint is quite mysterious, because it ended up so far ahead of everyone else after the first set of pit stops. So we'll have to watch out for that. You can also see behind the 2nd place in GTE, that's the Seawolf Net Race car in the DPI class. 7.5 seconds is his gap to 1st place. So it seems that Michu Hoy is actually at the wheel of the Bike car as well. So there's been a driver change up there. I think we're going to see quite a few more driver changes across the order, especially in GT as we head into this final stage, or not final, but the next stage of pit stops.
Yeah, definitely. With it being, quotation marks only, a 6-hour race compared to the sort of 8 hours that we've had in the last few, you really want to get those drive changes done a little bit quicker, maybe after the double stints, because there really isn't that much time, especially if you want to get 3 drivers in the car. You really need to be doing it after that first round of double stints, because you just don't really have the enough time with these LMP2s, especially. It's about 45 minutes a stint, so that's 90 minutes, which is only 4 driver stints throughout the whole race. And obviously with the GTs, it's even less so, with their double stints being pretty much 2 hours as well. So for those, especially if you want to have 3 drivers in the car, they will be swapping the drivers out, and that can always spice things up a little bit, because before you know it, you could be doing a lot slower laps if your 2nd driver isn't quite on the same pace.
Yeah, definitely. And as well as that, we've seen some interesting, or some quite drastic fuel saving that's happened for some of the GTEs as well. If your 2nd driver isn't able to keep that up, that could compromise the strategy that has been set up by your teammates so far, especially if it's if you've sacrificed maybe on-track position to try and extend your fuel stint. So that's what endurance racing sort of adds into the mix. You can see blue lights flashing at the edge of the track, trying to let them know that there are faster cars coming through here. But with that said, the Red Bull car seems to be able to go really long in its stints. It's now just 13 seconds behind 1st place, so that's going to be something to watch an eye on, keep an eye on as that gap closes down. We're going to go down to 11th place in GTE. It's Mathieu de Croo now under pressure from Dennis Duna with the Sim Racing for Holland car currently in 12th place. Now, that number 54 car has had a drive-through penalty earlier in the race, or at the start of the race, number 52 even. One move car didn't have one, so it seems that perhaps the sim racing for Holland car is slightly out of position, and it could be the quicker of these two in this battle.
Yeah, I was seeing Dakota earlier. Well, especially in the qualifiers, a little bit down further than what I was expecting him to be. Battled him and his teammates for years, but in sort of the lower divisions of VEC. Then obviously with both myself and Matthew this year being in Division 1. Obviously in sort of similar positions in class. But yeah, I would expect both of these cars on screen to be a little bit higher, but maybe just struggling today. It is a very tricky track indeed. All these medium speed corners where you can... It's sort of less about the cars and such, and more about the driver to really make it work through these sequence of corners. And then you may see the odd driver here and there just being a little bit slower, a little bit further off the pace than you would have expected. But this Dennis Dunica, I mean, sim racer for Holland, they've won multiple races last season, and you would expect them maybe to be a little bit higher up, but certainly it's been so competitive this year in the GTEs.
Yeah, it's been close every single race we've gone to. And as well as that, this Nurburgring has just been of a completely different nature to some of the last couple of tracks we went to, especially in comparison to Sebring. I mean, almost couldn't get two more different circuits, and that's having quite an impact on where people are. We've got some interesting cars all around the place. But we've got now the battle between Andrea Terzi and Roland Zux for the third place and the last podium position in LMP2 at the moment. The Mugen Sim Racing car, on its last lap, was a 1:45.1, and in comparison to the Wave Freem cars, 1:46.8. So it does seem that Zux has got some more pace than Andrea Terzi. We've also got Robert Pound just behind to add to the party. So we suddenly found ourselves with a three-way battle here between these LMP2s, and they're about to catch up to a GTE, which could throw something into the works here if they catch it at the very wrong time, which could be a big possibility. Could close them up through here if Andrea Terzi isn't able to try and pull away from Roland Zux at the moment.
And it's such a difficult position for Andrea to be in, because he's got to slow down first, and then the cars behind can really close up at those points where he's lifting off. But look at this, almost a two wide mode. Rob Pawn trying to go around the outside of this final chicane. That's going to be very brave. He's going to have to back out of that one. It's not side by side coming through that sequence of corners. And that is not where you want to be doing. And that's just giving Andrea Terzi the extra car length or so that he needs. But this Volante Porsche in front of him might be an issue coming towards turn number one, because as you see, you take pretty much at least half the straight to get past those GT's cars. So it's very difficult indeed. We get Mugen now diving it down the inside into turn number one. Can they make the apex? Yes, they can. So Andrea Terzi is going to have to go wide, and he loses that position. Now Robert Pawn might be wanting to come around as we come into sector one.
Yeah, they'll set up nicely by the Mugen car, just moving to the inside and getting under brakes. And I think the DPI there has really not helped at all for Robert Pound, or Andrea Terzi, in fact, who's dropped down behind Robert Pound as well. So a really bad first sector there, dropping 2 positions as a result. And I think, yeah, the DPI probably played a big role in that, making him drop down the order a little bit further than he would have liked to, because it just got in the way and he had to let it through. And it cost him a fair bit of time. We've also got another battle through the section we just watched. That one is Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix under pressure from Butler Powell Motorsport for this 8th place. And not far ahead of them is the On-Off Racing LMP2 in 7th place. So we've got quite a close battle here. Charlie Rigo in the front of these two drivers. Adam Rainey under pressure from Henning Vollert as they head through turn 5 towards turn 6. We saw a move earlier through there. It's a risky business, and probably only possible with the GTs though, as these MP2s are a little bit more sensitive to the aerodynamics, I think.
Yeah, certainly are. It's a bit difficult to do a direct overtake. Just when you're one-on-one, you really need to wait for the traffic to come. Unfortunately, there is quite a lot of traffic in this league for you to be able to do that, because the pace is so similar between these DPs, as we've seen. Who's that? Juice is there coming into the pit lane. Yeah, so close between these LMP2s that it's really difficult to get a good run. And even when you do, the slipstream isn't enough to just absolutely slingshot you by. You have to stay really close to be able to do that. So that middle sequence of the track especially can be very difficult for that. But as we come up the straight towards this final chicane. This could be an overtaking opportunity, but Volot's going to be just blocked out a little bit there by the GT there, and he's got a bit wide as well. So that has let I think it's Adam Rainey in the Nerex car just off the hook for a little bit.
Yeah, and you've got to be careful about extending track limits too much, because too many of those and you'll get a drive-through penalty. But it's interesting to see that Juice's Motorsports Club GT was in the lead of class, has pulled into the pit lane. It shows that he's pitted around 10 minutes earlier than the rest of the GTE field. And if that continues, he's going to have to make an extra pit stop in comparison to everyone else. So he's going to have to start, or that car's going to have to start looking at fuel saving. But it is going to kick off the GTE stops, and I'm not sure the rest are going to be stopping for at least another 10 minutes, if not another 20, or even half an hour if they're able to extend those fuel stops as far as possible. And we know that that Red Bull car with Dennis Jordan at the wheel is very good at doing that. But for the time being, this battle seems to be relatively stable. It's going to take some sort of traffic advantage given to one of the drivers behind for any change to be made to this order. That said, there is a fair bit of traffic just a little bit up the road, maybe 30 seconds or so. Ooh, look at that. That's a little bit too close for comfort there, I think, with the World of Sim Racing Corvette almost hitting the Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car.
Yeah, getting so close, and that's the exact point, because I mean, you heard Jimmy say on the radio at one point about the prototypes being a lot careful coming past the GTs through the Schumacher S, which means if you want to do that, you really have to overtake them in the hairpin before that. And as you see, they're already getting very close down the inside. And fortunately for him, actually, we've got the Rookie Monsters DPI getting past Vola as well. So that's giving him just those extra few car links. But yeah, that point of the track is so difficult. You want to dive down the inside of the hairpin, and the way that it's sort of cambered, it really invites you to do that. But we've already seen just a couple of situations there where you just get so close to the GTs and they want to take the racing line, you want to take the racing line, and before you know it, you get a bit of an incident. But he's actually slowed down quite a lot in his sector 3. He's heading Vola, gets a bit of a run out of the final corner. He's gone to the left-hand side. He's got to be careful. He's got the GTs in front of him. He can't brake too late. Rainey there using the GT to good perfection. Actually hasn't, because he's gone too wide. He's hit the Sim Racing Holland car, and now heading Vola's trying to come back at him.
Well, he moved to the left-hand side of the track, saw that there was a gap to the inside because the Sim Racing for Holland car was in the way, sent it down the inside. It didn't quite work, but it has set a precedent because he is clearly going to be on the attack. We've got Mathieu de Croo just in front, which is going to slow down that Netrex car just a little bit. Could we go side by side through turn 5? Not quite, because Mathieu de Croo needs to try and let these GTs, these LMPs through. Look at that, the gap's extended already. So that's the result of traffic. It's not quite worked this time round for Butler Power Motorsport and Henning Vollert, but Vollert still looking to make a move down the inside into turn 7. You can see there, that's what you're talking about. That's just the camera of that corner inviting you to take the apex and just swing it around. It's quite a fun turn, to be honest, but it does make it difficult to go side by side, especially when you're trying to lap traffic, because you sort of just move towards the same pace and 2 into 1 just doesn't go.
As he's getting the Black Olive burst, diving down the inside, he's coming up to a bit of lapped traffic with the Grand Effect car. Unfortunately, about to go a lap down there in the DPI class, just splitting up this battle for Rainey and Vollert once again, as we come to the longest straight on the track, even though it's actually got a bit of a kink in it that's counted as a corner. And let's see if Vollert can try and catch up through this sector 3 again, like he did on the previous lap. With Adam Rainey, I think, on the last time, just having to slow down for a bit of traffic this time, seemingly getting a bit of a better run. But Vollert was one of the cars, and also Adam Rainey, actually, both of these drivers having a drive-through penalty early on in the race and just trying to come back from that. But P8 and 9 still something they can work from as we get towards the midpoint in the race. Yeah, and once again, Henning Vollert just having a little sniff of that inside line, not able to find a way through. This is a battle we haven't been keeping an eye on for a little moment. This is the battle for 3rd in GTE. And you can see Jimmy Nasula, I think, if he's still at the wheel of that car, yes he is putting the pressure behind on Juha Mäki-Upi for that 3rd place, that last podium position in class. It was taken a little while ago and they haven't been able to swap back quite yet. They're very evenly matched on pace though, because Mathieu Krupi has pulled away a little bit. He's about 4 seconds up the road, and another 4 seconds up the road is Dennis Jordan. So these two here seem to be pretty much equal pace, battling for the same position. Although I believe they're on different rubber. I think Nasula's on mediums, whereas there are softs strapped to that Varga car. So this is going to be quite an interesting battle to keep an eye on. As they swap places, but the gap stayed pretty much the same. Yes, certainly, but they have to be watch out for Tim Neuendorf behind them, who's been catching slowly in the background as these two haven't been able to keep up with that Jean Lacey car. So they need to be careful that if they start battling, they don't want to bring someone else into that fight and make it even harder to get these both these cars onto the podium. But it does look like Nasula's had a pretty good run on the previous lap, getting into the slipstream now as we come towards turn number 1. Is he going to be not quite close enough this time to be looking down towards the inside, but he's certainly starting to put some pressure on the back of the Varga car. Maki Yupi there, just going a bit slow on the apex, and starting to push a little bit and trying to make this overtake happen.
And what's interesting about Neuendorf is that he has a penalty, a drive-through penalty at the start of the race. Look at that dive, though, by Jimmy Nasula. Having a look down the inside, he's kept his nose there, which means he's going to have a wider entrance into turn 4. If he can get the exit down, he might just have the pace to try and make a move into turn 5. It would be risky, but I think he's going to do it. He takes that sniff and he lunges down the inside. There just isn't enough room. The outside line ever so slightly quicker, and that's going to be advantage Yuha Maki for the time being. But I think that was quite a late move there and a little bit opportunistic from Nasula, and that's probably why it didn't work.
Yeah, it needed to be just maybe an extra metre or so alongside coming into that corner of turn number 3 to really make it work. Too far behind, as you say, and he's going to need to try something else. But as we mentioned previously, it's not the easiest track to do the direct overtakes. You really have to work for it, and that can make these battles really nice indeed. Obviously, the different chassis getting involved in here, which is always good to see as well. I believe the top 5 at the moment, all different, or even top 6 actually in the race, all different chassis manufacturers as well. So just showing that it's quite a lot about the driver, but the cars are slightly different. Some are slightly better on top speed, some are slightly better in slow speed, etc. So you really have to choose your moment and go for the point of the track where your car's the best.
Yeah, it's very much the nature of the circuit is driving these drivers to really think about the moves they've got to make and prepare for them in advance. I mean, to be honest, if you want to make an overtake through that first sector, you've got to set it up through the final turn for any hope of success. And I think at the moment, Nasula might be slightly too far back to make a move through here because there just isn't the space to try and send it down the inside and make that move stick. So he's going to stay behind for the moment. But Tim Neuendorf, as you were saying, a bit of an ominous presence in the background. He is catching up, and this battle is slowing down those two drivers in front of him, which is going to be to his advantage. If he can just sit behind and wait for them to battle each other, he might be able to just sneak past both of them, and we've seen that happen a couple of times this race already.
Yeah, certainly have. It's good to see that these battles are being over, the course of, well, now multiple hours, but also different sort of parts of the race. You get these little battles and you get one person picking off them one at a time. It's been it's been good so far. And as you see, the sort of top 5 really in the GT category especially, they're only a handful of seconds apart, which is looking really good for some nice battles as we get towards the middle part of this race. And as you say, the pit stops coming up, which means there's going to be some driver swaps happening, and that can always change the playing field a little bit as well, as we're getting some of these DPIs come past. But for now, it looks like Nasula's just dropped a couple of car lengths here and there, and with that DPI coming past, I think he's going to struggle on this lap.
Yeah, and with these stops as well, there's going to be the continuation of different strategies between all of the teams. Some will be going for tyre stops, some might not be, and different tyres will be strapped onto the cars as well. So we have different length stops, people stopping at different times as well, continuing on from that first stint, and also different drivers hopping into the cars. So this set of pit stops will really shake up the order once again, as if it wasn't shaken up enough after the first set of stops. But we are watching this battle now for 7th place in LMP2 as they go side by side up the hill into the NGK chicane. There, this is going to be very risky, and I think you've just got to concede that there. You really can't go wheel to wheel. It's far too dangerous. And we've already seen contact at other points of the track when the cars are just slightly too bunched up. However, the gap is small enough for that Butler Power car with Henning Voller at the wheel to put the pressure once again on Adam Rainey into turn 1. Rainey moves right to the inside. It's not enough. He pulls all the way to the outside. Maximise that line into turn 1. Voller is later on the brakes though. He's able to go deeper. Has he gone too deep? I don't think he has. I think he's made that move work really nicely for him. He's kept Rainey at a good distance behind, and that is going to be 7th place for Butler Power Motorsport, the number 43 car. A fantastic move by Henning Vollert. He is going to have to defend though, because I'm not sure Rainey's going to let him get off that easily. But Rainey himself has got to be careful, because Charlie Rigo with the on-off racing car is just behind him. So a close battle that is far from over, but a fantastic move there. Getting it done nicely is Henning Vollert, and he's going to be able to put away. He's going to have to move quickly, though, because it's 14 seconds up the road to the next position with VRS Satellite Racing. But a good move there by him, and I think that's going to leave Adam Rainey slightly vulnerable towards Charlie Rigo.
Yeah, Rainey's lost quite a bit of time already, over a second, obviously, with the traffic coming past him that Vollert's about to get. But, yeah, I think he just went a bit too wide there in turn one, really. He sort of came back over to the left and just went those extra meters, gave Vollert a nice clean run there towards turn number one. Didn't really sort of defend it as such on the apex, but Vollert, I think, is probably really the faster of that pair in the last few laps, as we've seen. But Rigo is really the one that really needs to look out for. You are right, he's under a second now behind him and starting to close down. But someone else who's starting to close down is Neundorf here in the Butler Powell GT this time. As we hit 4 hours to go in the race, he's starting to catch the back of Jimmy Nisula, and that's under a second as well.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be quite an interesting battle in GTE, having just watched some close fighting in LMP2. And what's going to make this even more interesting is that those pit stops are up and coming, and they've got to balance out whether it's worth going for the overtake beforehand or trying to make an overtake work under strategy. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on. But you're right, Neuendorf has closed up quite dramatically to Nisula, now within a second, or he was within a second a moment ago. So this is a three-way battle when they sort of close up to each other. We have got a bit of traffic catching up behind as well, which could either force them together or spread them apart. So we'll keep an eye on that. Although I don't think any of the DPIs at the moment on track are battling each other. Most of those are quite spread out. However, the LMP2s is a different story, as we've just seen from the battle we departed a moment ago. That is very close. But Neuendorf there going through turn 7, still remaining about a second behind. So for the time being, this battle seems to have cooled down, but I'm not sure it's going to stay that way for too long.
Certainly not. But that point of the DPIs is interesting. Just looking at their last lap times, they're fairly similar on pace, just a few tenths here and there. So yeah, I guess that is one reason why they're not sort of catching or losing time to each other. But yes, just surprising those gaps have spread out that much, because it does look pretty close in terms of race pace between that class. But yeah, in the LMP2s, it seems to be a little bit more spread out. And the same a little bit in the GTs as well. The GTs are pretty close in that regard as well. So let's see what Neuendorf can do as he gets closer and closer. He's got these LMP2s coming past him though, which is going to be obviously him losing a bit of time. But actually, it was Nisula there losing a bit of time with the Butler Powell car in the final corner. I wonder if that's just a bit of not quite a team play, but just a Butler Powell helping out Butler Powell a little bit as come towards turn number 1. Looks like Neundorf getting close in that BMW M8. Now looking down the inside as Nisula goes a bit wide, side by side into turn number 2. He's going to have to just back out of that one a little bit, get a bit of a switcheroo down the inside of turn number 3. It looks like he's just going to have to sit back as Rigo comes down the inside.
Yeah, Charlie Rigo there putting a little block in the efforts of Neuendorf to make that move on Nisula. And it does seem that that Corvette in 4th place is beginning to lose a lot of pace to the Varga. That's already 2 seconds up the road now. So it does seem that it's a little bit slower. Those tyres are very old. Oh, look at that. That's Charlie Rigo, who's just got onto the grass. And I'm not entirely sure why. He was facing the right way, unless that's a full 360. He's got going again pretty much immediately, but he's going to have to make up those or overlap those guys that he just made those positions on. And on-off racing there, it's going to give them a little stay of that battle, as Charlie Rigo is able to keep himself nice and far ahead of Adam Rainey, who's now 5 seconds back as a result of that off. So a little bit of drama there, and I'm not entirely sure what the cause of it was.
Yeah, that turn 5-6 is a difficult point on the track. I did have a bit of a moment myself earlier when I went off at turn 5. I was on the grass and then coming into
game now, so headlights will be required from now on until the end of the race.
This driver's getting told to use the headlights towards the end of the race. It is getting a little bit dark out there. I do wonder if that means some rain and clouds are moving in, because there was some in the forecast, but we haven't had any just yet. It was a bit of rain, I believe, on the practice server yesterday, but yeah, nothing today. But I do wonder if that's a bit of a sign of what's to come.
Yeah, I think that indicates that we are going to be having rain. So when Neil was on, he predicted that the rain should be coming around 10 past. I'm just trying to find the Nurburgring on a map, so I'll get back to you with the weather forecast in a moment. But yeah, it is quite ominously dark, and I think headlights are a good shout because it's quite hard to spot drivers otherwise in your rearview mirror, especially in multicast racing, when it's really important for you to know who's around you. I think those headlights are a good call by the race director to make sure everyone's aware of what's going on, because we don't want to have any more interclass clashes than we've had already this race, which have featured one of the cars you can see on screen at the moment. That's Mattia Krupi with the Jean Alesi Esports Academy car carrying on. So we're now well within the third, we're getting into the third hour of the race now, and the pit window is very much open for the GTs, but it does seem that this circuit, less fuel consumption than normal, they're able to push those pit stops just ever so slightly longer than they've been able to at previous races such as Sebring. That said though, Mattia Krupi does seem to be gaining time again on Dennis Jordan. That gap down to 3.5 seconds. It could still be that car, despite the drama it had in that first half hour of the race, could find itself back in the lead if it keeps the pressure up and is able to catch up to the Red Bull car. But strategy could mitigate that, because I think the Red Bull is doing a big job of fuel saving.
Yeah, I think with the GTs, the main point is the traffic, and here and there they can obviously just lose a bit of time with the way that the prototypes come past them, so that can always work it out. But John, speaking to Dennis a bit earlier before the race, I mean, he did sort of remind everyone that Jean Alesi were quicker last time in Sebring, but obviously they had a mountain of penalties and then disconnected from the race at some point as well. So that did help the efforts of the Red Bull team. So this time in a situation where obviously they got a bit of a lead, and that 3-second gap can quite easily come down, as we do have Satellite and Butler Powell coming into the pit lane for the GT category. And as you see, going up on the jacks, and they'll be getting some new tyres and probably some new drivers in those cars as well.
Yeah, I think we'll be definitely seeing some new drivers. It's time. If you've got 3 drivers now, it's time to get them into the car. But yeah, a fair few GTEs pitting at this stage. Diego da Silva now under pressure from Mario Tump. Now, not the greatest stint for the Volante car. It found itself quite near the top, then dropped down the order quite swiftly about midway through the stint. Now under pressure to lose this position currently to Your Name Here Racing, which has actually been doing a decent job. It came 4th last time out at Sebring, and it could be finding itself in 4th position once again here at the Nurburgring. Whether that carries on to the end of the race, because I don't think the current positions are going to be reflective of the final positions given the difference in strategy. But regardless, at the moment, it's a good showing for both of the teams so far in the 6 hours of the Nurburgring. But Mario Tump seems to be putting on a decent amount of pressure at the moment. His last lap was a 1:53.3. De Silva's was a 1:53.7. So it seems that Aston Martin is half a second quicker each lap. And you can see just down the road is the Sim Racing for Holland car, not on the same lap. So it should get out of the way of these guys quite swiftly. But at the moment, these positions seem to be staying pretty much the same.
Yeah, they are. But this, as you said, the Not Your Name Here Racing team, they've been sort of improving over the last year or so, because we saw them in that wonderful livery last season as well. They've been working their way up and up, and they've been getting there. They've been getting on the pace of these GTEs in this VEC Division 1. And it's good that they're actually now coming on, as we see De Silva there, actually split up the battle for a second, as I think Tump is going to continue, which he does. We'll have to see if there's any sort of overcut now for Mario Tump, but he's going to have a clean lap on less fuel. But yeah, certainly they've been working their way up, getting towards that podium, which I believe they haven't had as of yet. And this could be a day for it, although it is looking very competitive so far in this GTE category. But as long as you have a good pace and some good consistency, you can always be there if other people make mistakes.
Yeah, definitely, and just being able to pounce on the mistakes made by other drivers is a really important part of endurance racing. We've got a battle right now between Gregory Richon now, having replaced Mathieu de Croo in the One Move Esports Porsche, and Jose Berenguer just behind him in the World of Sim Racing Corvette. Now, I've just had a look at the weather radar, and it doesn't seem like we're going to be getting rain for at least another hour and a half. It's predicted for, I think, 10 to 4 local time, 10 to 5 rather local time. So that's not for another hour and a half, I don't think, which is unfortunate, but it's still going to be right in the middle of the race if it comes. And it looks like if it comes, it's going to stay for at least some time. It's a large body of rain that's heading towards the circuit. It's just taking its time to get here. But Gregory Richon now under quite heavy pressure from Jose Berenguer. Actually, that's a point. On come the headlights. I don't think that World of Sim racing car has his headlights on yet, and he might want to get them on or risk getting a penalty from the stewards because they have been all asked by the race director to stick them on.
And also just risk a bit of contact. As you see there, quite easy to see the headlights on the cars, but then obviously his car being quite dark as well, a bit difficult to see. And you made a good point earlier, Hugh, about it's really in your mirrors as well. When it's dark out, obviously your mirror is very dark, and you're trying to pick out all the colors in sort of your peripheral vision. But if you have the two headlights there sort of moving around, you can really just know that there's a car quite close behind you. I'm sure he'll get them on in the short space of time. But he's actually getting a tiny bit of a run here towards turn number 1. Reach on here, trying to almost defend a little bit down the inside of turn number 1, but not Berenguer's not quite close enough there. But actually though, Recon going a bit too wide into turn number 1 could give a good run to the number 54 coming towards this sector 1, which has actually been quite a good opportunity for overtakes. But it seems like he's having to just sit behind for now. But I do think the overtake is coming. World of Sim Racing looking quite fast at the moment.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of getting it set up, and I think he might have it set up now. He looks to be going down the inside, perhaps into turn 5. It'd be a risky move, but it's definitely a worthwhile one if he can get through it. It looks like under brakes he's got it, but he's going to have to take a slightly narrower line through 6 towards 7. Although it looks like, given the pace through there, he's got that position done and dusted. So you said it was coming. I think it came a little bit sooner than either of us expected.
Game 54 is getting a bit of getting a bit of a warning there, to turn on the headlights. But yeah, I wasn't expecting it so soon. So Gregory must have had a bit of a bad run out on the exit of turn number 4, because Berenguer got such a good run there down the short sharp straight towards turn number 5. So fair play, managed to get it done. And it looks like he's going to be holding on to this position for now, because he's been able to keep those car lengths that he's gained into that P13. And it looks like the headlights there have come on that car. And yeah, fair play to him. He's going to be up into P13. So not, I'm sure, the position that they would have wanted, but he can certainly try and do something from there as you come back to this battle, which is now for P3 and 4 in the LMP2 category. It looks like Robert Porn is on the back of Roland Zooks.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was a slightly tactical move there by Berenguer to just keep those lights off as long as possible, just to make it a little bit harder for him to be seen in those rearview mirrors, and then stick him on at the last possible moment. But it did take a warning from the race director just a moment ago to get them on. I've just been having a look at the weather radar a little bit more. It seems like that rain that's supposed to come at 10 to 5 should last until about 6:30, so solid 40 minutes. But here we go. Musab Ben Ammar has been stuck behind that Team Iris car for quite some time, finally getting that position though of the good maybe 40 minutes. Angry Bull Racing team find themselves in 10th place as we are now with 3 hours 47 minutes remaining. But look at this, we've got Federico Suava under pressure from the Alpites with the Burst eSport car. I believe the one that you were driving not too long ago yourself, Cameron. As having a look down the inside now, that's a risky place to attempt to move here. Going to go for a later apex, try and get the power down a little bit earlier and get a good exit onto the gravel though. That's not entirely where you want to be. It might dirty your tyres a little bit. This is a long straight to get rid of any gravel stuck to it as we head up the hill. And I'm not sure he's going to make a move into the NGK chicane unless he wants to bring quite a premature end to his own race. But over the gravel goes Federico Suave, overcooking it under brakes. He's somehow kept the position, but it does seem to be a little bit scruffy from that Wave Freen car. That pressure from Burst eSport really perhaps getting to him, and it could force a mistake that Pites is able to make the most of.
Yeah, it looks like that Wave Freen car just having a couple of issues there, going quite far off in the fast chicane. However, that fast chicane is very difficult to judge the braking point coming uphill. You can't see the apex at all until you arrive there, so you've just got to guess where you turn in. Well, actually in the top left corner, that's important. Penalty, Roland Zooks there, and that is probably a drive-through penalty for a cut track. That's going to really hinder his battle for that podium at this moment in time for Mugen. I believe they're actually coming into the pit lane as well, so he's going to have to potentially serve a penalty at the same time as the pit stop, so he's going to go a whole sort of 20 seconds behind, and that's really going to take them away from that battle for the podium.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate turn of events for the Mugen car, because it had been doing a decent job all the way at the top there. I mean, there's still time in the race to take or try and make up some of that Krupi there for his second pit stop, and I wonder if he stays in the car. As Kevin Yeager, this is the second place car, just coming through the first sector now, carrying on. What will be interesting to see is whether Dennis Jordan, or not whether, but how long Dennis Jordan decides to stay out for before he pulls into the pit lane. But before we think about that, we've got Sean Jacobs right now in the Speedy Mike car, under pressure from Peter Grau in the Butler Powell Motorsport BMW as they head up towards the Ad Van Bogen curve, towards the NGK chicane, and we've seen it get quite close through here. He's not going to make a move, is he? That'd be very risky, but Peter Grau has a sniff, and yeah, he does stay behind. You really don't want to be going side by side through there into the final turn then. Both of them are staying out for the time being. Neither of them seem to yet need a pit stop, but it seems to be quite close between the two of them. Both of them have a decent exit. There's going to be slipstream to the advantage of that Butler Powell car, though, and they're going to be heading down the hill. It's all going to be who is later on the brakes and who has the better position as we go into that first turn, which is really quite awkward with the change in height. As you can see there, they both sort of lumber over it, and just behind them is a car which I'm not sure they're battling. It's yeah, no, I think that's a car on a different lap to them, but it's caught up as well, which could throw a little spanner into the works. Brief yellow flags in Sector 1, pretty much gone as soon as they come out, as into the pit lane goes Jackie Lotterman for Sim Racing for Holland, and there go the rest of the order. So you can see quite a few GTs pulling into the pits at the moment, setting off this next phase of pit stops, and quite deep into the hour. This isn't what you'd normally see in the GTE class across other circuits.
He certainly wouldn't. For some reason, the fuel mileage seems to go just that little bit longer here. So we've seen a lot of the DPIs as well coming into the pit lane. As Nita Velux there, just sliding in between the two GTs that coming into the apex, just showing what I was saying earlier about wanting to try and get past those GTs before you get to this Schumacher S, which he manages to nicely. But yeah, looks like those DPs coming into the pit lane now themselves, which is definitely going to be starting the next sort of order of pit stops. I'm sure the P2s will start to come in as well. They normally pit pretty much on the same lap, if not one, just a little bit longer. And this battle for P1 is now looking pretty hot. Chris Shepherd all over the back of Michi Hoyer as we speak. I believe they were both just in the pit lane. So I wonder if there's a bit of a difference in the strategy maybe going between these drivers. As we're also getting, looks like maybe Tony Mella getting involved in that battle. Actually, no, that's just an issue with the graphic, but it's just, yeah, Chris Shepherd here trying to have a go at the back of Michi Hoyer, and it looks like Bicolor's Burst having a bit of a fight now for the lead.
Yeah, that's very interesting because at Monaco, they were earlier about 4th or 5th positions. They seem to have made up some time quite recently and putting up a bit of pressure on Michi Hoyer. This is something that they haven't been experiencing for quite some time. Seawolf Net Race all the way down, well, not all the way down, but down in third, 14 seconds further down the road than these two. They I see that. That probably explains it, but regardless, this is a good battle, and it's actually going to play into the hands of the Seawolf car because it's going to slow down Michi Hoyer a little bit, as obviously he's trying to defend, I guess, from this attack. As having a look at the outside goes Chris Shepherd. It's not going to be enough. There's an LMP2 in front of them. Does the Monaco put into the pits? No, it doesn't. It keeps the pressure up through this final turn, then back onto the main straight, and it's going to be very close between the two of them. The slipstream is going to be quite powerful for Chris Shepherd, as you can see now, keeping up. We've got a nice bonnet cam, and now there's no LMP2 slipstream for Michi Hoyer. As into turn 1, does Chris Shepherd make a move? He's just a little bit too far back there to make anything happen under brakes. And we're going to skip down to the battle for 3rd place in DPI, because Tony Mella is now under pressure from Juan Carlos Fernandez. And that was the car that we saw the Monaco battling earlier on in this race. So we've got 2 battles going on in DPI, and it's one category that's been quite quiet for the vast majority of this race in comparison to LMP2 and GTE.
Yeah, it has a little bit. It's now starting to fire up, and Chris Shepherd obviously trying to go a bit longer on the fuel, trying something a bit on the strategy, and that could work out quite nicely, because the reason why he's really keeping up with Michi Hoyer is because he's on lower fuel now because he hasn't stopped yet. So even though Michi Hoyer maybe they've been slightly faster in the race, he's now on high fuel, and there is a good sort of maybe in second difference or so, maybe a bit more, just because of the fuel in the car, and that is always a bit difficult because Chris Shepherd wants to be using that extra speed he's got at the moment, but he's sat behind Michi Hoyer, and that could be quite crucial in this battle for the 3rd and 4th place that the Monaco is going to be fighting for, but I guess they are going to be coming out. obviously behind this battle once he does make the pit stop. But this could be something that he needs to look at a bit later on in the race. With that strategy, going longer could always save some time at a pit stop later on in the race.
Yeah, and I mean, if Chris Shepherd is trying to just extend this stint a little bit, and Juan Carlos Fernandez is also stuck behind another car, it sort of cancels each other out. It means they're not losing too much time to each other, but I can imagine that Chris Shepherd is going to be slightly frustrated because he wants to get past Michi Hoyer, who's essentially slowing him down, as Juan Carlos Fernandez seems to find himself being slowed down by the Seawolf Net race car. So it's an interesting development, and there's quite a mix of strategy. As we were saying that, lots of the LMP2s are coming into the pits as we speak. Many at the top of the order. Timotej Andonovski there is now in the racing team car. We've got Alexei Kutzak and Robert Pound in third, Charlie Rigo fourth. We've got the Mugen in the pits, and that's just served the drive-through, so that's going to hurt them quite badly. Andrea Terzi and Henning Vollert also in the pits, making their next set of stops. But at the moment, that LMP2 battle is quite cool. Sean Jacobs and Peter Grau, neither of them have pitted yet for their third stop of the race. And look at this, that LMP2, I'm not sure was expecting to close up quite so quickly, but it's doing a good job there, staying out of the lane. It's going to pull into the pit lane, actually. So maybe just not wanting to risk any attempt at a move. But Peter Grau catching up loads there through the final turn, really braking far better than Sean Jacobs. But on the straights again, it seems that Speedy Mike car has had a better exit and is just able to keep that gap at a just about safe distance. Although Peter Grau is having a little look at that inside line. I don't think there's anything to come of it yet, though.
Yeah, not at this moment in time. I was about to try and have a look at what they did on the last lap, but Sean Jacobs actually got a cut track, so his time was invalidated. You can't see the difference, unfortunately, between those two at this moment in time. But certainly, Grau has been catching slightly, 10th by 10th here and there, and now he's all over the back of Sean Jacobs on this part of the track, coming through Sector 1. As we come towards the start of Sector 2, he's already looking to the left there, trying to get big in the mirrors, trying to show Sean Jacobs that he is there. And Jacobs just doing a pretty good job, actually, to hold on for this position at the moment. But Grau definitely looks like he's got some more speed in that car, taking more speed through those apexes of turn 5 and 6. Once again, looking to the inside. He's really trying to force Jacobs into a mistake, and he does, because Jacob locks up there, coming into the hairpin, and that could slow his run down as we come up the hill.
Yeah, it seems that Grau just has better tyres at the moment. He's got so much more grip than Jacobs. He's able to carry much more speed through some of these turns, but he isn't able to set up an overtake quite yet. I think he needs to sort of figure out what other people have been doing for their overtakes into that turn 1 and the following complex, and try and set something up a little bit prior to arriving there, making sure he gets a good exit through that final turn onto the straight, because I don't see him making a move elsewhere. They're saying that we're heading towards Advan Bogan now. They are quite close. Could Peter Grau go for a big risk up into the chicane? I highly doubt it. It's very risky. There's only really one line as well through there, but he's just making sure he's present in the mirrors of that Speedy Mike car. And look at this, he's got so much more grip through that chicane. He can carry so much more speed, but look at that as well. There's about 500,000 LMP2s, and there's contact between them and Sean Jacobs. He's set his rear very unsettled indeed, and that's cost them both a little bit of time. The LMP2s both make their way through, trying to avoid any unnecessary contact, and this battle continues. There's contact there, not looking to the right, I don't think was the LMP2, hitting the Wave Freem car as through that first turn. I've got Peter Grau getting contacted by an Aston Martin as well, so this is a really close portion of track, and I think all of that traffic sort of came all of a sudden. And not to mention, this Aston Martin, the number 373, is not on the lead lap. It's actually, it's actually in 18th place, second last in class. So it's just trying to unlap itself, which is a complication Peter Grau really does not need in his battle with Sean Jacobs, which did just see a little bit of contact between the two of them. We're going to see a replay of that now, just heading up through the NGK chicane, up towards the final turn number 15. You can see he looks to the inside, and he's just got so much more grip that he actually outbrakes himself and touches the rear of the Speedy Mike car, upsetting it and causing him to have quite a slow exit. But fortunately for Sean Jacobs, he was able to keep that position.
Yeah, the difficult part for 373, which is Kevin Cox in that car at the moment, is obviously once he gets back, he'll have blue flags. But now we'll jump to the front of the GTE battle. João Barbosa has got into that Juices Motorsports Club car. He's trying to go around the outside of turn number 1 of the Satellite Racing car. Is he going to be able to do it? Because that'll be the inside for turn number 2, which will be very good indeed. That's Jimmy Nasuda actually is still inside that car, but down the inside, João Barbosa makes up that move. Actually is going into the lead because of the way of the pit stops at this moment in time. We've got Red Bull Racing into the pit lane, and that has worked out pretty well. He's now got a clear track in front of him. Red Bull coming out of the pit lane now, and they are actually going to be behind the Jean Lacey car, so by quite a way. So I wonder if they've had any sort of issue there, because that's a bit further back than I expected them to be.
It could be the case that Jean Lacey are double stinting their tyres, because obviously Jordi's Vids has just got into that car, and he's found himself 13 seconds back from Jimmy Nasuda. That was the gap between first and the Red Bull prior to the pit stop. So I think that the Ferrari, of Jean Lacey has double stinted the tyres, but that is a risk because we've seen that the tyres do drop off in the second stint quite drastically. As with Jimmy Nasuda, we just saw him get overtaken. I'd be surprised if he doesn't put into the pits quite soon. Although I think the thinking in the Miradna Satellite E-Stars team is extend the stops as much as possible so as to make sure they're as long as possible. And this is the Red Bull 74-second stop. It came off the jack, so I presume, that looks like tyres changed for that car, and I don't think that's what happened to the Ferrari.
Maybe not, but that, bit of an interesting strategy to, if that is what Jean Lacey did, to not change tyres when they change drivers is always a bit of an interesting one. If that is what they did, however, it would have given them track position as it has. So now they need to try and hold on to that. That's always a little bit more tricky indeed. So some strategic play going on in GTEs, which is always good to see, as sometimes it can be quite easy, 1 hour stints, and then you just do that for however many hours the race is. But today, trying something a bit different, which is what we like to see, and we will never know, or we won't know how that works out until later on in the race, which is good to see, as we're seeing this battle now for the world of sim racing, trying to hold off Blackhawk for P10.
I think what's going to be absolutely fascinating is where that Juices Motorsports Club car comes out, because it is really off strategy with everyone else. In fact, it's pitting before the hour. Everyone else is pitting at least 5 minutes afterwards. So that's going to be very interesting, especially when this rain comes down. So maybe they're working towards the rain, and that will maybe boost their strategy. It might take away from it. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But look at that for a slide through there. As has a look, does the Black Hawk car down the inside, decides to pull back in, not willing to make the move quite yet, as Jose Berenguer is holding on to the position from Alex Brantigan for the time being. But into turn 1 we go. That Black Hawk car using as much of the slipstream as possible there, almost bump drafting him. Under braking they go. You can see the flames shoot out of the side of the Corvette's exhaust, and they are side by side. Can Brantigan get this position done? He's dropped back a little bit, but I think he might be trying to line up for the exit on Jose Berenguer as we head through the next left-hander. No, it doesn't seem that move has worked, and in fact he's going to have to drop back for the time being, despite having been side by side through turn 1.
Getting very close for this battle, but stayed in the same place at this moment in time. As we're getting Giro there, diving it down the inside of turn number 5. That's going to slow down the 54 just a little bit, so now maybe Blackhawk can get a bit of a run as we come down towards the hairpin. Though they have got the LMP2, that's Red Archer trying to get past him. That's going to block his line as we come towards the hairpin once again. Could be a bit of contact there as the Red Archer car just goes a little bit too slowly from what they would have liked. Matthias Moose in that car at this moment in time, and that has split up the battle. So Blackhawk going to have to work those extra couple of car lengths back into their race as come towards the end of Sector 2 now, and it looks like the 54 just losing a tiny bit of time there in that corner. Could get a bit of a run, and maybe some help from their teammate LMP2 just behind them.
Yeah, and it's good to see the LMP2s are heeding the advice from the race director to avoid trying to overtake into some of these chicanes. But look at this. Is that Black Hawk car making a move? They're going to be side by side, perhaps up into the chicane. Now he drops back quite sensibly, in my opinion. The Black Hawk is going to stay behind for the moment. Alex Breutigam, though, is going to have to set up through turn 15 now. in towards the main straight. Jose Berenguer is going to be looking at his mirrors more than in front of him, I expect, as we head along the straight now. Once again in the slipstream is the Aston Martin on the Corvette. Pulls to the inside. This didn't work last time. Can he make it work this time? I'm not sure, actually, that the Aston Martin's particularly quick on the straight. He's moved back around the outside, though, and he's gone a little bit too deep for anything to be made of it. Unless he can pull over to the right far enough. No, he can't. So once again, that Black Hawk car just isn't quick enough, I don't think. And I think what the situation is, just on the straights, he's not got enough speed when he pulls out of the slipstream to get far enough alongside into turn 1.
Yeah, the straight ideally would be a couple of 100 meters longer, so you don't have to dive it so hard towards turn number 1, make it a bit easier. But yeah, certainly this Black Hawk car with Bräutigam trying to work hard to get inside the top 10 as they get Juicy's Motorsports. LMP2 coming past them now towards the hairpin once again. 2 laps in a row, just getting a P2, splitting up that battle as we come to this point of the track makes it a little bit more difficult to get a run up the hill. So that's just going to spread them out just on this lap as well. But it looks like the Black Hawk car is a bit faster here and there. Just needs to try and get the good run, which actually they have done as we come up to the top of the Schumacher S towards the end of sector 2, but not quite close enough. Looking towards the left hand side as we come out on towards the back straight. Definitely the faster car there in P11.
Yeah, you can see some very aggressive driving from Bräutigam. He's just having a look to every inside line that he can find, seeing if there's an opportunity. There just doesn't seem to be one each time he has that little sniff. And we're heading up the hill once again towards the NGK chicane. It's all going to be about what he can do into turn 1. Can he set it up properly? We've got one of the DPIs moving past them now. I think that's the Knight of Velux car. Yes, it is. It's going to get past them, actually. It's not going to impede them too much at all. It's come past them right at the perfect time for both of them. Can Bräutigam, though, get this position done? Does he want to stay in the slipstream just a tad bit longer? No, he's going to move to the inside once again, but Jose Berenguer is just going to come across him and make sure that there's nowhere to get through. So it seems that despite Bräutigam being the faster driver, he's just not finding an opportunity to get through. And once again, he's going to find himself stuck for yet another lap behind this World of Sim racing car.
Yes, certainly, but you got to make sure that you're not getting frustrated in these situations, especially if you're pretty confident that you are the faster driver and you know you can get past. You just need to be keeping it calm and just trying to work on putting the driver head into maybe a bit of a mistake or just getting a good runner at a certain point in the track. That sort of thing. Getting frustrated isn't going to help you, and ultimately just might put yourself in a position of having a crash, and then that's just going to get you a penalty. And everyone knows the next race in this championship is Le Mans, so that is going to be quite a important factor to not have penalties there. You don't want to ruin one of the most important races of the season.
Although what's good about Le Mans is that on the traffic front is it's far easier to unlap yourself around Le Mans than it is around the Nurburgring, as we've seen already a lot this time. You can see the rear brake bias really working on some of these LMP2 cars. They're not very stable at the rear under braking, and that shows that they're running as far back as possible to try and get maximum rotation out of their cars. But at the moment, Bräutigam just sitting behind Berenguer for now. And I wonder if he's going to let off for a little bit, cool down his tyres perhaps, and maybe go for an attack again later on. As here comes the Monaco car. It's going to split them up and sort of put this battle on hold for at least another lap, I think, because it has been very close, but there just isn't any progress being made on either side. And I think Bräutigam at this rate is just going to have to wait for Berenguer to make a mistake, and he's going to have to induce that by just keeping up the pressure and hope that he cracks.
Indeed, you got to just work at it, especially in these endurance races where you have literally hours to do this. You need to sort of get a mental edge on your opponents in front of you. However, the longer the Berenguer stays there, the more confident he will have, who he will be, and able to hold on to that position as well. So it's a bit of a two-way factor. Once you sit behind for so long, it's a pretty difficult position to put yourself into, because you sort of, yourself slow down and you get used to the pace of the car ahead of you.
Yeah, and I've had it in races where I've been followed by someone who has been going at a similar pace to me. You make a mistake though, and they'll follow you straight off, and they can go into the back of you as well. So you've got to be careful of that, not relying too much on driving in replication of the person in front of you. But just looking around the order at the moment, Jim Nasula has dropped 4 seconds from Yao Barbosa. Jordi Zviers is 6 seconds down the road from him, and that's 10 seconds off the lead. So making good progress is the Jean Alesi car, and Red Bull are down a little bit further in 5th with Alex Siebel. So just keeping an eye on how that battle for GTE's lead progresses. Onto the gravel a little bit though goes Alex Breutigam. Still no position to be gained. And just having a look, you see at the bottom right there, lots of traffic all heading out of the NGK chicane at the same time. But here we go, back towards turn 15. The Black Hawk car is still in 11th place. If he can get a good exit through here, if he can set something up into turn 1, he might just have half a chance of getting 10th place. But with a half a second gap, I'm not sure that's going to be possible this lap. But it's not going to stop him from having a little look. As you can see there, not quite in the slipstream, just sitting behind for the moment. Could be taking the opportunity to save some fuel though, and that could help in the overall strategy.
I've just been looking at the lap times of the GTEs as well, and the top sort of 5, 6, they're doing such. Oh wow! Look how close this is getting with the Burst Esport car going around the outside of the Seawolf GT in the Schumacher S, and now you got Rookie Monsters DP coming past them as well. Oh, as the Netrex car goes for a half spin there, coming in towards the braking zone. I think that's maybe the Jira car trying to get past down the inside as well. But this just shows you what can happen at this track where the traffic sort of bunches up, get all 3 classes overtaking each other there. The Speedy Mike car having 1, maybe 2 different classes coming past them at the same time as well. So yeah, getting pretty crazy indeed. But yeah, for the GTs, their last laps are all looking pretty close, which is quite an interesting factor. So yeah, I wonder if that is going to have anything, this traffic's going to have anything to do with that pace at certain points, because there's literally a couple of tenths here and there separating those top guys, which is quite an interesting fact with how it's all spread out in terms of the positions over the course of the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, very much. And this is the Burst Esport all having a little bit of a slide there. In 10th position, there are 14 cars in LMP2. This car started last after qualifying. It found itself in 7th earlier on in the previous stint, but it's down to 10th at the moment, so it's making progress, and it's still putting pressure on Adam Rainey with that Netrex P1 Sim Grand Prix car. And the gap up to a second though, and as you're saying, the traffic sort of just coalesces around this track, and because it's so narrow, because there's so many medium speed corners, it makes it very difficult to unlap yourself or to make your way past traffic, which means that we can have incidents. And we saw the result of that towards the start of the race when the Azura hit a LMP2, the Azura DPI hit an LMP2, and that sent the leader of GTE round. So everyone's got to be very careful. You've got to be on your toes and just aware of what's going on around you at this track, perhaps more than others. I mean, at Le Mans, you're quite fortunate in that there's a load of straights that you can just sail on past all of the other traffic. This track, not quite so much, and it's going to take a lot of thinking. And we're seeing that in terms of battling as well, this race has all been about thinking and planning your move. That said though, we've got a battle in DPI once again. It's Rookie Monsters with Christos Sakunas at the wheel, putting pressure onto Serge Bakker with the ground effect sim racing car as they head through the final turn now. This is another DPI battle, and the DPI actually having put on a decent show so far. In fact, all of the classes have been having battles left, right and centre as they go past what is 3rd place in GTE. That's the Jean Alesi Esports Academy car. Down through the first turn, it's made the entrance a little bit narrow for Christos Sakunas, and that's going to cost him a slight amount of time. You can see there the gap just about going over 1 second as Serge Bakker is able to hold on to that position. That's 7th place for the time being, but he's going to have to work hard to keep that place, because I think that Christos Sakunas is going to put on quite an attack.
Yeah, this track is it's been more difficult than I've expected, but I've been trying to think of why, and I think the main issue is that, for instance, with the LMP2s, they've been slowed down a bit this year, which means it takes you longer to get past the GTs. And on this track, there's loads of like short straights rather than 1 or 2 long ones. So as you say, at Le Mans, you're just going to be able to overtake on the straights anyway. It's going to be a lot easier because you have so much time on the straights. Whereas here, you may only get sort of halfway past the car before you get to the next corner. So you really have to think about where you want to take that risk. And with the DPIs, they're fairly similar to the LMP2s in the corners as well. And you see multiple times, even with the GTEs, sometimes they get past and they're actually maybe slower than the GT in that corner at a specific point. So you have to be very tactical of where you're making those overtakes, and that's probably one reason why we've seen this track will be more tricky than some would have expected. Because last time that I raced here a couple of years ago, when we had the McLaren Senna, I don't remember it being so difficult. But now with the way that the classes are and sort of how close they are to each other, it's certainly adding to the level of difficulty.
Yeah, you can see that with the fact that in qualifying, the difference between the DPIs and the LMP2s was just 4 seconds. And if the rain, which we've had predicted multiple times now, I've just had a look at the radar, it seems like 20 to 6 local time, so in about an hour and 40 minutes, hour and 45 minutes, I think, is when the rain could come. That will make it even more difficult, because we've seen in multicast racing that rain just makes the classes even closer. And that could, in fact, sometimes the LMP2 finds itself quicker than the DPI if the rain comes down. But I'm not sure if that will be the case around this track. But it just makes it even more difficult to make these overtakes, as if that wasn't hard enough. And that could actually make things even more dramatic as we reach those closing stages of the race if the rain comes, and depending on how long and how heavy the rain is as well. I mean, the chances I saw at the start of the race were maybe a 30 to 40% chance of rain. The temperature at the circuit is not very warm at all, but if the radar I've looked at is correct, that will throw a spanner into the works. And it could also mess up some of these guys' strategies. However, that said, Christos Lakunas is keeping up this pressure. You can see 0.6 of a second. Now he's closed down 0.4 over the course of about the last lap. And there's a bit of traffic in front of him as well, which could close them up a little bit more as they head through towards the NGK chicane. And actually, it's done the exact opposite, and it's split them up. So this battle, it's going to take a while, but we could be hit with something quite interesting once they get close enough to each other.
Yeah, your point about the rain changing the strategy as well could be quite interesting. As we've seen in the GTE, there's certainly multiple different strategies going on there, with the order completely changing over the course of the last pit stop cycle. So if you're trying something now, but then the rain hits, depending on when it comes, it could benefit one team or the other quite dramatically. And it's not like when it rained at Sebring, when it was, most of the sort of second half of the race really that we had in those conditions. By the time it comes here, there's going to be less time for things to work its way out, and it could be quite an important factor, maybe even for some of these championships, as we're already in the penultimate race of the season. That could turn into quite a big factor for that by the time we get to Le Mans, if it starts raining in the closing stages here.
Yeah, definitely. And with some of how close some of these battles are, I mean, in DPI, it's just 5 points. That's the difference between first and second in the terms of a race finish. They're incredibly close. The bike owners are looking to extend that, though, given the Ceteris Nitavelics are in the fourth at the moment. But, I mean, in LMP2, they are fourth and fifth on 264 points. So it is going to be very interesting to see what kind of effects some rain could have on the overall championship, especially as we're so close to the end of it now. We're 2/3 of the way through the season. We're approaching 5-6. My maths is correct. Well, yeah, 5-6, because we're on race 5 of 6, of course. But of course, the final race is 4 times the length of this one. So if you really can call it the 5/6 mark, as well as the difference in points, we'll have to wait and see. But look at this. Alex Breutigam with that Black Hawk racing car is still behind Jose Berenguer, and I think maybe he's decided it's not worth fighting for this. It's going to cost too much of his tyres and too much fuel, and he's best off just staying behind, conserving his tyres, conserving fuel. But I say that, Adam Rainey, one of the LMP2s, has just received a penalty, and that's because of track extensions. His last lap was invalidated, and that's going to hand the 9th position to Burst Esport. So there's really no reason for Yao Bates to push too hard at the moment. I say that, he almost goes for the move there, although Rainey swings back across the track, and I don't think the Burst could have got through there without any contact. But this means that the Netrex car will be getting out of his way within the next, I think it's 5 laps that you have to suffer a penalty after receiving it.
Yeah, so you have to be doing it pretty quick to not get another penalty, but it's one of those things you got to choose when you do it. If you have a strategist next to you, you might be trying to see if you can get it to a point where you drop out in a bit of better traffic, but sometimes it's just easier to obviously just serve it and get it out of the way. And yeah, again, the trackhouse is not the nicest thing in the world, because then that obviously sort of reset the counter for by the time we get to again towards the end of the race, and then you might be serving another drive-through. So you do need to be careful indeed, as staying very close up the hill towards the Schumacher S, but not being able to get past. As De Silva also getting a penalty. So as we're getting towards this midpoint in the race, in the last 15 minutes or so, we're starting to see a few penalties come in, and if that continues with 3 hours to go, those teams might be getting more penalties, and that could always hinder things for their strategies as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very easy to extend track limits around this circuit, as you can see just how much they just munch the curb as they go through there. They really leave no room left on the actual track for the cars itself. But I can imagine for you right now, Cameron, this is like watching someone play with your favourite toy, and a toy that's quite delicate. And so the Alpetez is in a very closely fought battle there. And you can see Adam Rainey blocking the apex as much as possible. And it's going to be Petez forced to the outside. And we've got Jimmy Sula, though, under pressure from Jordi Viers in the Jean AC Esports car. This is only a couple of turns behind the battle we were just observing. But we know what the result of it will be, because Rainey has to serve that penalty. And he's holding on for the time being. Petez just doesn't seem to be able to get past, a bit like Beutigam and Jose Berenguer. So that battle seems to be stuck in time for the time being, but this Jean Alesi battle as well is quite important, because it is potentially for the overall lead of the race. And look at this, we've got the split screen perspective. We're riding on board with Jordi Viers' Ferrari. He's moving to the outside of Jimmy Nasula. There's just not enough room. You can see getting very, very close, almost touching the rear diffuser of that Corvette through this right-hander now down the hill. You can see they are just one turn behind the battle above, as that battle above is incredibly close as well. So you're going to have to sort of split your eyes and look at one on each of these screens, because they're both so closely fought. And look at this, Jordi Viers almost crashing into the back of that Corvette of Jimmy Nasula. They head up the hill now, and exclamations of shock from Cameron, as this is just incredibly close.
They're so tight between these cars, fighting for a really high position, going to the absolute limit down the inside there. Jordi's Fires goes. Can he make it work? Because that'll be the outside, but it looks like they're still side by side actually as we come around this right-hander onto the back straight, and I think he's just about managed to make that work. So fair play to him, getting past, and Nasula on those seemingly the oldest hires just struggling with a bit of the pace, and I think Jean Lacey definitely. Whatever they're doing, it's working out, because they've got good speed as well, getting past up into P2. But I was also gasping earlier because race lead in LMP2, Timo Andonovski got a penalty in the top left corner. So loads of things going on here, but that could be quite crucial for them in their battle for the victory in the LMP2. They do have a decent gap behind them, but for sure there's a lot of cut tracks coming in at the moment. Drivers need to be careful.
Yeah, definitely. And as you're saying, that's the race leader, or the class leader for LMP2. He's got a 30-second gap behind him. I think it's only about 20 seconds you lose going through the pit lane, but that's going to make not quite so comfortable once he serves that. But as you're saying, lots of people getting cut tracks at the moment. We're not halfway through the race yet. If they keep driving at this rate, they'll probably end up with another drive-through penalty before the end of the race, which is something you really want to avoid, as it can severely compromise your whole race, because obviously it's 20 seconds that you lose that you really don't want to lose, and it's not really worth extending track limits for, because you gain maybe a tenth or two by doing so. But once again, GTE in a battle, and this time it's between the Butler Powell Motorsport car of Peter Grau, whom we saw earlier battling with other drivers, and he's got pressure from the Your Name Here Racing number 91, driven by Sebastian Pfeiffer. So once again, this battle is quite close, and it's going to be interesting, because we've seen some GTs and end up in a battle when no one's able to make a move. They just end up stuck behind each other. Others are able to fight very closely and have lots of change in position. I'm interested to see how this battle turns out, whether it will be sort of a stalemate that we saw with Beutigam and Berenguer, or whether it will be a ding-dong battle that we saw with the top guys earlier on, maybe an hour ago.
Yeah, it's getting close, but some of these battles, as you say, you got to choose how you're going to work that out, how you're going to sort of put yourself in a good position. You don't want to be sitting behind for too long, as we saw with that battle earlier. Indeed. So let's see how this one works out. Yone here racing, I should say, down in this 8th position at the moment. Butler Power getting past by the LMP2. So hopefully the team photographer is there to get a nice little screenshot for a social media post later on. As we are coming towards this midpoint of the race. Teams now trying to almost count back from the end of the race, trying to work out what they're going to be doing. But the rain ever present, not here yet, but certainly looming around the track. That could put Spanner into the works. But for now, you just need to get past the car ahead of you. And at the moment, Your Name Here Racing are trying to do so with Pfeffer in the car at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard work to try and find a way through, but he's going to move to the inside now, just pull in behind that LMP2. He's going to use it actually to block, I think, the other driver, and Sebastian Pfeiffer does find himself up into 7th position. He's going to have to defend it, but I think he's timed that really well. Got it done and dusted through turn 1, means there's no way back for the Butler Power car into turn 2. You just can't really respond unless you're side by side through there. Excellent on the brakes, used the LMP2 to his advantage, and a very nice move there from Sebastian Pfeiffer, getting Your Name Here Racing up into 7th place in cars. So I think he can be quite happy with that. Now we'll keep an eye on the weather. There seems to be cloud everywhere, apart from in the Nurburgring area in Germany. So unfortunately for us, that's going to be a little way off, and I'll have a look at what the current weather forecast is in just a moment. But look at this, Sebastian Pfeiffer is pulling away. 0.7 of a second now is the gap, and he's got some traffic to help him. Actually, perhaps to hinder him, as it sort of turns into a rallycross race here onto the grass. All 4 wheels was that DPI. Very interesting way of trying to lap some of the traffic. I'm not sure it was entirely necessary. I thought that Sebastian Pfeiffer left more than enough room for him, but maybe he thought otherwise.
Yeah, I think that was the ground effect car of Serge Bakker in the car at this moment in time. Does have a cut track on this track, so on this lap, so I wonder if that was when he was going rallycross. And it's actually interesting you say that, because at that point of the track now, Nurburgring have actually built a rallycross track, and it sort of goes like in the gravel runoff and everything and on the grass at that point of the track. So maybe he was confused with that wrong layout, but fortunately he's all safe. And this is an interesting one to see actually. Looking at the LMP2s, it's sort of a mixture between the medium and soft. Then in the DPIs, everyone's on the medium, and then in the GT, it's mostly towards the soft tire. So that is quite interesting, how the different compounds are working over the course of the different categories. As we see here, full standings for the GTE, and only 2 cars, Satellite and Volante, on the mediums. So as we said earlier, with it being a little bit harder to double stint, sometimes maybe some teams having to go a bit harder on the tyres to work that one out.
I'm just wondering, I don't remember the pit stop for Jimmy Nasuda, but I'm not sure whether he took tyres, because if he took tyres, I'd have thought he'd drop much further down the order. He would have dropped behind the Jean Esports car, definitely. So I'm wondering whether I might have missed it, but it seems that yeah, maybe they didn't take tyres at the last stop as well, but I might be wrong there. But potential triple stint, I'm not sure that's possible though around this circuit, but those mediums could be a bit more durable than maybe we expect. That said though, that Butler Power car, it's still within a second of the Your Name Here car, and keeping up a decent pace, letting him not get away. And Sebastian Pfeiffer, he's got another 3 seconds up the road to Mossad Ben Amal with the Angry Bull Racing team, and that looks to be the extent of the progress that can be made for the time being, because it's another 25 seconds between 5th and 6th. So Alex Siebel is quite comfortable up in 5th, although I'm sure that Red Bull Racing team want to get much further up the order than they are currently. They are running different strategies though to those in front of them, so that's going to be something to watch out for and see develop, because it is far from decided who is where in that GTE field, and pretty much for everywhere else as well. There's a real mix of strategies. Teze Andonovski doesn't seem to have served that penalty in LMP2. He's still 30 seconds clear of Alexei Kutzak, and maybe he's just trying to extend that gap as much as possible before coming in to serve it. You can see that coming through the final lap, but he does need to pull in at some point to avoid getting further punished if he doesn't serve that drive-through penalty, surely.
Yeah, the game will, I believe, disqualify you actually if you don't serve the penalty. So it is pretty harsh in that regard, but I'm sure he knows what he's doing and just trying to extend that gap, although 30 seconds should be enough time for him to come back out in the lead still, but maybe just trying to make sure, just try and confirm that. But certainly slightly more risky strategy staying out. You can't serve at the same time as making a pit stop, so I don't think he's waiting for the pit stop, because also there's still another sort of 5 or so laps really before we're going to be seeing the cars coming in as well. So I don't think he's waiting for that. He's probably just waiting as long as he can. You have to be careful though, because if there is a code 80, even though this season code 80s have been very rare, which is a good thing, but you can't serve penalty under code 80s. So that is just a thing to factor in if you are leaving it long to serve your penalty.
Yeah, that is something to be very much aware of. And what's interesting as well is this Go Team car has been pretty dominant in LMP2. They've got a 10-point lead, so not massively dominant, but it is the only Ligier on track. And I think loads of people decided the Orica would be quicker and that the Ligier wouldn't stand a chance. But it seems to be either the drivers are very quick or that the machinery is also playing a factor in the Go Team dominance as well, because it does seem that Ligier is very quick in LMP2.
Yeah, it's a bit of both, I would say. There's been so much discussion of this on the forum, as always the Butler Power car there disappears off the screen. I'm pretty sure it's Butler Power car, BMW at the final corner. We'll have to see what happens to them. But yeah, for the LMP2s, obviously Ligier coming in, I think there's quite a few reasons why some people didn't choose it. One, because with the actual base car, it is slightly slower than the Orica. Obviously, it's right-hand drive, which is a bit of a put-off for some people. And also, obviously, just a new car to learn, a new car to set up. Whereas the Orica, even though it has been slowed down a little bit this year, obviously the setup is still roughly in the same kind of idea. So you have data from previous seasons. So obviously, when you have the option of something unknown and then something known, less of the devil you know and all that sort of thing. So most people would have chosen the Orica for that. But it seems like just with the way it did get BOP'd and stuff, so people complained about that. But certainly Hemmingsen and Andonovsky are probably the fastest pairing in this LMP2 field. So I think they've done well for that. And it has been BOP'd again this race to be a bit slower, and they're still leading. So I think that probably just solves that debate. But of course, BOP debates will go on forever.
Yeah, I think that's the nature of endurance racing. No one's ever quite happy with the performance of their own car. But, we saw some of that debate happening in the comments earlier on in the race, talking about the fuel consumption of the C8R. But look at this, Michael Sedlacek for second place on Jimmy Nasula in the slipstream. Down the inside into turn 1, there's no room there. The door was firmly shut by Jimmy Nasula, not letting any room to be had for that Varga car. And the Varga's going to have to stick behind for the time being. I've just had a brief look at the weather forecast. It looks like rain in maybe an hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. So it looks like it'll be happening sometime before 6 o'clock. So be ready for that to happen. But yeah, Michael Sedlacek right now looking very aggressive and quite a danger to that second place held by Jimmy Nasula at the moment. And I'm wondering whether those tyres, of course, it's mediums on the front car, softs on the Varga, whether that tyre difference is going to have a big impact on the grip of these two drivers. And we could see a move down into the hairpin at turn 7. It's always very tempting, as you were saying earlier, Cameron, but not at the moment. Maybe trying to keep it so you can try and have a go into turn 1. He's got the tyres to brake later, and that could be what makes the difference in that battle. Because if you can get it done and dusted into turn 2, then there's no way for the other driver to come back apart from at the start of the next lap. So it's going to be interesting to watch this battle develop and see the difference in tyres, as there's a lot of traffic as well at the moment. Everyone seems to be quite dispersed on the track.
Yeah, this that point in the track where it's literally a lottery of where you're going to find the cars, as we've seen the Aston there, trying to get a tiny bit of slipstream off the LMP2. Is that going to be enough as you come up towards the NGK chicane? And I don't think that is a place to be overtaking with us using this faster variant of that chicane. It's really just slowing it down to try and get to the final corner. But yeah, Varga looking it down the inside, Sedlacek really starting to think about it, trying to get up into that second place. and they know that this could be quite important for their race. Getting a bit of clean track ahead, side by side, maybe as we come towards turn number 1. Sedlacek thinking about it, down the inside, diving it down the inside, and can he hold it towards the apex? He can, but that's going to be the outside for turn number 2. And this is getting really close indeed. Nasula still in the car from the start of this race. He's had many battles. Can he hold on to this one? Side by side, he's still through sector 1. Sedlacek thinking about it all the way around the outside of turn number 3 as we come towards turn number 4. The two still thinking about going side by side. Once again, Nasula going tiny bit wide. Sedlacek thinks he's got it, but it's potentially not over as we come to turn 5, but is at the end, and Sedlacek really had to work for that one.
Yeah, that was a fantastic scrap, and I very much enjoyed it. And now they've been split up by a DPI, so that's going to consolidate the position for that Varga car. Jimmy Nasula, there wasn't really much he could do to try and defend from the attack he found himself under. But a fantastic move there to take the position for Varga. And we'll see, I think, Jimmy Nasula now looking rearwards rather than forwards, because Alex Siebel is just 5 seconds down the road from him. And that Red Bull car is very quick, and it's on softs as well. So it's going to leave the Miranda Satellite E-Stars car, the Corvette C7R, quite vulnerable to what the Red Bull are running, which is the C8R, the newer version. So I think, though, as we approach the 3-hour mark, it is time for myself to sign off and watch the rest of the race, but for Cameron to sign off and race the rest of the race, or at least part of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult, difficult end to the race, jumping back in at the next pit stop, but that will be happening very shortly as, talking of pit stops, Jimmy Nasula is coming in. But yeah, with 3 hours to go, Neil Heatley and Zach Sweeney will be taking over for this next part of the race, and it's certainly been very chaotic indeed, so hopefully you guys enjoy that. But Zach can take it away for this final 3 hours of the race.
Yeah, so hello everyone, that's Hugo and Cam done pretty much for the day. So it's going to be, well, actually Cam's going to be back in just about an hour and a half, but it's myself and Neil Heatley for the next 90 minutes or so to talk you through the action. And so far, Neil, it has really been a very good race for the penultimate round of this season. We've seen some really close racing, and down in GTE it seems that Red Bull have actually been pretty challenged today.
Yeah, the Red Bull really hasn't, well, as you said, it's been very challenged. Obviously, we are used to them being pretty much at the front and almost running away with things, but they haven't been able to do that today. And it kind of all began with that first pit stop. I'm just wondering if they've got their strategy wrong.
Absolutely, and that's always the talking point of endurance racing, is to always get your strategy right. Races here are always won and lost in the pit lane. You have to get it right, but, you know, we've still got half the race left to go. They're now, walking out of the woods as opposed to going in. So they're certainly looking forward to the checkered flag. You know, we say they're being challenged. They're still only, well, I say only, about 16 seconds off the race lead. So they're still there, they're still in the mix, and they're still in contention. And also, with the threat of rain looming over the circuit as well, we saw how good they were at Sebring. I'm sure we're going to see some similar success from them as well today.
Yeah, indeed, but of course, this is a very difficult track from Sebring. Sorry, very different track, I should say, rather, from Sebring, mainly because it's smooth. There's no bumps. You don't need to really work with the suspension round here. You can have a fairly hard suspension, for example, when compared to Sebring. But also, on the other hand, this is incredibly hilly. There is not a single flat braking zone on this circuit. So you've always got to be looking at that brake bias and always having to look at where your marker boards are. And don't do what I do occasionally and base them on shadows, because they move. Don't do that. Jordy Spears here, and that is Jean Lazy, number 66 car in first position, as you said. And that gap to, well, we've got about a 9-second lead over second as it stands.
Well, they can never get complacent, and yeah, as you say, the undulation of this circuit really will be a difficult thing in terms of the weight distribution of the car. These GTEs and the prototypes will both be really sensitive. If there's a little bit too much weight on the front end and there's not enough on the rear, will certainly very quickly send the car into a spin if you're not careful. And yeah, that's the thing in terms of the references and things like that. You really can't base them off things that are going to change, because it really will adapt, and things will change over time. Of course, the track conditions as well, fuel loads, tire wear. It really is a challenge for these drivers in order to get right and keep consistent. But that's why they're here, and that's why they do, and that's why the top teams do as well as they do, because they know how to adapt. They know how to change. They know how to say, okay, track's this cold, I'm on these worn tyres, I'm just going to have to take it a bit easier into this braking zone, and then of course we can obviously see who's going to be the ones that's more consistent, and that's really played a tribute and helped out those over the course of the season so far.
Yes, indeed, and well, of course, basing braking distances, braking zones on shadows. Why only ever won one race in my about 5 years of racing? But yeah, there we go. But Rory McDuff here, the C3 Naira Velix DPI car, 0.2 of a second, right on the rear wing of the car ahead. Look at that.
Yeah, very, very close indeed between the two, and we haven't really at all been deprived of action, have we, Neil? It's been fantastic up and down, but yeah, Rory McDuff will certainly want to get himself ahead of Backer just in front. That's the Ground Effect sim racing car, who have boasted quite a lot of success in recent times over the course of the last couple of weeks, etc. And they're going to be fighting over 6th place. They've got a bit of a gap to the top 5, but you know, track position definitely will be key around here. It's not the most difficult place to overtake, but certainly, you know, can help, especially because we've seen how difficult the traffic is between classes or in classes. It's not too difficult to get a move done, as we can see Rory McDuff trying to go for a move, and that's the thing, getting stuck behind the BMW, you really do struggle in finding some way through.
Yeah, and again, it's so difficult to find the pass here, but here we go. McDuff looks like he might have a run down the back straight here, right tucked up behind the rear wing, got enough slipstream popping out to the left or the right. Going to have to go all the way around the outside, but like as we've said before, it's only a single line through chicane. McDuff is going to have to hold back for now. But really, we saw how close that Naira Velix car was coming up the hill, but really once you get almost too close, you then can't take advantage of the slipstream anymore.
Exactly, you lose that slipstream and slingshot effect that he might be able to utilize here. But being so close, yes, you're gaining, but you're not you can't really do much with it. You can't go for a slingshot because as soon as you pull out, you've lost that advantage. But if you're, say, a couple of tenths back and you're a couple of car lengths back, you're using that slipstream, you're gaining exponentially, your speed increases, and then you can just fly past the car down the inside. And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to use that, and yeah, really fallen victim to the limited overtaking into that faster chicane. I mean, it's a lot more satisfying to see. It's a lot more satisfying to get right as that faster chicane. This is true. But yeah, in terms of an overtaking perspective, it doesn't help a whole lot.
It certainly is not helpful, you are true. But this treble 2 cars putting on a very good defensive effort coming down the hill. Again, half a second, a little bit too far back for making a move down into the hairpin. But really at this point, McDuff almost has to pressure that treble 2 car into a mistake, because really it doesn't appear that Naira Velix car has the outright speed advantage, the outright pace advantage in order to make a move.
Absolutely, it's sort of that thing that he's quick enough to stay there, quick enough to put some pressure on, but you know, getting past is a different story entirely. So Rory McDuff just going to sit there, sit in the rearview mirror, say, "Hey, I'm here. Don't make a mistake, because I'm going to find a way through whether you like it or not." And that's going to be playing into Backer's mind, and it'll be sort of like, he's there. I need to focus on getting through. Need to focus on getting my tires, and that's then when the mistakes start to creep in. Because if Rory McDuff just sits there, he's not really losing much per se, and he can only gain from it. He's just going to sit there, bide his time, be patient. Still 2 hours and 53 minutes left to go. He doesn't have to make any moves in haste, and then he can quickly capitalize off anything, whether that be traffic, as they're both trying to negotiate now as they go in towards turn 1. Is he close enough? I don't quite think so. 3 tenths back. He's there putting the pressure on, and you can see Backer having to take a slightly defensive line, aim himself at the apex. Rory McDuff looking to the inside of turn 2, but that is always going to be a sketchy move, and if he went for that one, I'm sure his front nose would have been taken off there.
Yeah, there just wasn't enough room, but look at that treble 2 going wide at turn 3. McDuff has the outside line, will be able to get on the accelerator, forced out a little bit over the white lines. That might be a track limits cut. We'll just have to, or track limit ping, we'll just wait and see. Has the inside line for the left-hander, but look at that, the treble 2 car is still hanging on there around the outside, which turns into the inside now, pulling the accelerator, coming down the hill again. But because McDuff is on the outside, able to get on the accelerator a little bit earlier than the treble 2, but look, the treble 2 is still there. Backer is still there, and still side by side coming around the hairpin. Is there an overlap still? Yes, there is, but now there isn't. McDuff powers around the outside and takes that 6th position.
fantastic stuff, isn't it? And that's why we love the Nurburgring GP circuit, because it really does promote good stuff like that. Outside for one quickly becomes the inside for another, and then when you're on the outside of that one, you're quickly up the inside for the next one. And Roy McDuff doing a fantastic job just to keep his nerve in, just to say, okay, you can fight this one. I'm going to fight it equally as hard. One of us has to back out at some point. It's not going to be me. And if they were side by side on the run towards the Schumacher S's, that would have been something special. And of course, one of them at some point would have had to concede, because similar to this chicane, it's very one-line-esque. You can really only get away with one without losing too much time. But he has approached a bit of traffic. That Porsche just in front of him would slow him down. But I think the triple two has come into the pit lane. We've seen a few of the P2s come in over recent time, but the pit stops have been pretty sparsed out. Someone come in sort of as we jumped in, and only now is the triple two coming in. So very differing strategies in terms of the P2s.
The Burst Esports number 49 is in the pits, and you know what that means? Cameron Rogers is about to take the wheel of that car.
We can roast him as much as we like now.
But he can't hear us. Indeed.
He can't, exactly. He can't do anything about it. It's fine.
As the race leaders in the pits, the one ACO, the DPI.
Yeah, as well, they're coming in. Again, it's not the Bicolors Burst Esports car that Michi Hoy and Jone Simoncic have been driving for this season. It is the one ACO, and they've been pretty good over the course of this season. Of course, do lead the way in the championship. But that one ACO car, it has been there on its day. It really is a fantastically quick car.
Yeah, it is incredibly quick. One ACO has always shown pace throughout the entire time they've been here in the VEC over the many seasons now, and they are still showing that pace even today. And as you said, on their day, they can easily run away with a race. How good was that Benamar here? 30 seconds behind the car in third, which would of course be a step on the podium. But just looking back ever so slightly, and that really is the battle that we're looking at. Sebastian Pfeiffer, your name here, racing number 91, only 3/4 of a second behind.
Yeah, certainly there. They've got some prototypes just in front of them.
Yeah, that yellow and green car that you can just see in the, well, sometimes in the foreground and sometimes in the background.
Oh, he's going to be slightly offline, is Ben Amar, as they go through the final corner, because he's got to let the prototypes come through. And yeah, certainly they're certainly
Flashing
within
of lights.
striking distance.
Yeah.
Is that another car? No, it's not. It's a lapped car. So it is only a 2-horse race for P4 at this stage. Do they want to fight this? I mean, you're still in the top 5. Either way, it's a good result. 4 for 50, you really care. But if they want to work together, they need to think long run. Of course, they're only they're 30 seconds off P3, and it could be a long shot. But if they work together, they could both gain from it. But it sort of gets to that point where it's like, okay, well, we're working together, we're not really gaining much. I kind of do want those extra couple of points, especially, we've only got a 6-race season. We're on round 5. We've got the final round in a couple of months' time. You've got to maximize points where you can, because it's a shorter season. Each race accounts for a larger percentage of the total points. You cannot be affording to lose points here and there.
This is entirely true. Beforehand, we've had 8. We've even had 9 race seasons, I think, beforehand. I think last season might have been 9 races, if memory serves me correctly. But yeah, really, when you have an 8-race season, you can afford 2 bad races and still be in with a chance of the championship. With this 6-race season, you can only afford 1.
If that.
If that, indeed. Well, have a look at Red Bull. They're in the GTE class. Their bad race, put in quotes, is when they scored 18 points. It's when they finished 4th. The other 3 races they've won.
And that's why they're so good, isn't it? It's that rewarded consistency of, a bad race for them, sure, but that's still P4. That's still inside the top 5. They've managed to limit the damage as best they possibly can, and still be in the mix, even on a day that isn't bad. And that's why they are able to be leading the standings, and that's why they've been such a formidable force this season, is because even on their worst days, they're like, okay, we can still salvage something from this, and because they're so quick, because they're so good, because they're so experienced, they can still salvage a P4. And that's just a testament to how well they've been able to do on the consistency. And yes, it's good having the odd win, maybe a podium here and there, but if the rest of your races are P7, P8, you're not going to be in the chance for a championship.
Yeah, just doing some quick maths. I think at the end of this race, should it finish as it stands, they still have a 23-point lead going into Le Mans.
Didn't sound too certain there, Neil.
I know, thank you. 23
it's fine, we're commentators,
well,
we aren't trusted.
Yeah, I know. Going through, I believe that Jean Alesi would have 3:05, Varga would have 3:06, and Red Bull Racing would have 329, which would give them a 23-point lead. And having a look, 23, of course, is 1.5 times points at Le Mans. 45 for the win, which means they need to score 22 at least to guarantee the championship, which would make them 3-6. They'd have to finish 6th or better at Le Mans in order to guarantee the championship, should it finish as it stands.
Which, for them should be an easy result, but Le Mans,
don't say that.
Yeah, for Le Mans,
Don't
24
say
hours.
that.
Anything can happen, and anything will certainly happen. So, they can't get complacent. Yes, they've done really well. Yes, they're absolutely fantastic, but nothing's secure, nothing's set in stone. Everything can happen during the course of the 24 hours. So, yeah, they certainly have to bring their all. They can't just, whoop up willy-nilly, think, okay, we've done great for the last 5 rounds. We're just going to turn up to Le Mans and, just win the championship. No, of course they're not. First of all, they want to win Le Mans. Second of all, they want to win the championship. So, yeah, they do definitely need to keep bringing 110% to each race. And yeah, if anyone can do it, certainly Red Bull will. But, don't count anyone out, because racing, especially at Le Mans, can and will surprise you.
Indeed, and having looked at the Bicol Burst Esports now, Yanni Simonchich, that number 4 car, in the lead of the race. And of course, in the standings, that number 4 car is currently in the lead. And of course, they're leading here as well. That means they'd come out with, I of course said 305 and 306 for the GTs. I didn't add the participation points, but that's kind of a given. But the gap still remains the same. Bicol Burst Esports would have 330 leaving as it stands. In second place in the championship, that Nurburgring car not having a good day.
No,
Currently fifth.
Down in 5th in a the smallest field is the DPI. So, yeah, they need to get on it, and it will just help. The Burst Esports extend that gap into Le Mans and give them a bit more of a cushion. Again, can't take the foot off the gas at all, but it still is that nice cushion. Will give them a bit more breathing room, and then it will be the Nurburgring car, the set direct Nurburgring car, that has, they have to. They're the ones with the pressure. They're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that are going to have to be proactive in that race and try and force something to gain the hand.
Yeah, and as you said, being proactive. As we've got a notice from the race director in our ears that headlights are now required for everyone. So until the end of the race. So obviously it's starting to get a little bit dark. So the headlights are now required. Having a look at the Angry Bull car, trying to get into the top 10. Only 0.4 of a second behind those. So easily being able to make a move eventually perhaps on this Team Iris car. As there's LMP2s going up the inside coming down to turn 1.
You can see just trying to move, going to use the gap. They're going to use the
perhaps.
gap that the P2 makes and completely just mug him off down in towards turn 2. That is as easy as you like it. Very opportunistic, and that's the thing. Traffic will give, traffic will take, and they've certainly used it to their advantage there. There was an open gap. They just went wide, let it through. There's a space on the inside. I'm going to pop my way through, and there's not much that Riemann could actually do about it because he was on a worse line. The P2 was coming up, and then the Aston was just like, okay, I'm coming through now. I'm going to take P9 off you, and yeah, that's the thing you've got to do. That's the opportunities that you've got to capitalize from.
Yeah, indeed, and that's what we say so many times. That is what endurance racing is about. Having a look at Bicol Burst Esports car now. This number 4 comes through turn 3, I believe this is. And again, turn 3 is one of these corners which you really have to compromise on, isn't it? Because turn 4 that we've just gone through is far more important because it leads down this straight towards the forward curve. So really, you see this sometimes in motorsport. You've almost got a sacrificial corner, if you like, and turn 3 really is one of them here at the Nurburgring.
Absolutely, it's sort of that, okay, I could definitely take a bit more speed through here, but in doing that, what do you gain? You're a little bit more over to the right for turn 4, and that's just going to completely mess you up. That's going to ruin your momentum. You're going to be at a much tighter, more acute angle for turn 4. You're going to have to put some more steering lock on, going to have to scrub off a little bit more speed, and that's just going to ruin the run, as you say, down and towards turn 5 of the 4 curve. But turn 3, if you just back off a little bit, take a slightly later apex, take a slightly wider line going in, you can be on the left, chuck it into turn 4 and carry so much more speed, which in the long run will gain you a lot of time. And that's what you've got to think about is the chain of corners. Yes, you can carry a bit more speed into this one, but you've got to think about the next one and the next one, especially at a track like the Nurburgring, which really does flow well. You mess up one, you're probably going to mess up the next 2 or 3.
Yeah, and as you said, it really is one of these circuits where they flow. Take it for example from Road America. That we had a couple of races ago. That really doesn't flow as such, but a lot of the corners are really point and shoot. So if you mess up one corner, it doesn't really matter because it really doesn't affect you for the next corner. It just affects you down the straight before you get to the next corner. But if you take here and Spa, for example, especially the second part of Spa, that really is a flowy sector. Coming through Pief Path, coming through and then Paul Frere. For example, really that is one long sequence. If you mess up the turn-in for the first corner, that's going to cost you a lot of time in the subsequent corners.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's another one, at Suzuka with the S's. It very much is. Hit one, you've got to hit the next one, you've got to hit the next one, you've got to hit the next one. As soon as you mess one of those up, you're slightly offline for the next one, then you're slightly offline for the next one, then you're slightly offline for the next one. And that's just that slight fine margin, which we see time and time again in motorsport. That fine margin isn't much to the naked eye, but to a race car, it's everything. And just that slight couple of mile an hour here will cost you over the course of a lap.
Yes, we're still on board. Well, I say on board. We're now still looking at this number 4 car, and again, it really is exemplary performance here by the Bicollis Burst Esports car, trying to make their way through this GT traffic, just waiting a little bit, hanging fire, coming through the Vorsteiner curve, and then deciding to pass on the back straight there. But of course, Vorsteiner is a brand of beer. You can buy it in the UK. Never seen it here in Germany, even though it's marketed as German.
That's strange. That is that.
Never seen it here.
I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't particularly look at beers. One, because I'm not old enough to buy it, and two, because it just doesn't tickle my fancy at all. But
still innocent. There's still enough time for corruption. Don't worry.
I mean, which is surprising because I'm in the UK, but still.
But yeah, well, of course, this livery is very reminiscent of the real life one. Of course, partnering with Vanwall now is by Collins in real life, bringing back the historic UK mark. As a little bit of a slide there by Simoncic upon the application of the power coming through turn 3.
Yeah, but it is good that sim racing and real world racing can sort of unite, even in some as smaller the cases might be. It is really good to see the bridge now between the two, especially over the last couple of years. Of course, we've had lockdowns and things like that have allowed people to pay more attention to sim racing, and now it's really catalyzed this chain reaction where sim racing teams are getting noticed by real life teams are coming over to sim racing, and it is really now just a union of the two industries. And now we're even seeing very big names from sim racing have a go at the real world, and actually, to be fair to them, in fact, hold their own.
Exactly, yeah, hold their own, as you said. We're having a look at the ground effect racing car, and but of course, real life racing teams, Red Bull. Well, theoretically, real life racing teams, more sponsorship, but theoretically, you could link that to the F1 team if you wanted. Then, of course, you've got Jean Lazy, a big name, of course. Historic F1, did some IndyCar races as well, putting his name towards esports racing as well.
It does get the name out there, and of course, when you first look at Red Bull Racing Esports, you straight away you link it to the F1 team, you link it to the real world, and of course, they carry the same sort of brand and the same sponsorships and things like that. And as you say, as well as Jean Alesi, of course, we have teams such as the Team Fernando FA Alonso Kart Australia as well. They those sort of names, those sort of brands come in, and it really does give big attention to a lot of these sim racing, and really does drive the industry to make it really as big as it is now. Because if you look 4 or 5 years ago, sim racing wasn't too big, but over the last sort of 2-3 years, it really has skyrocketed into being as big of an industry as it is now, because of the improvements in technology, and also because of the more attention that these real world drivers are bringing to sim racing.
Yeah, and again, well, of course, you've got the sometimes, well, of course, supercars from Australia did an online series. Of course, you had the race doing a full set of online series in June of last year as well, essentially with an entire lineup of professional drivers. You've got IndyCar doing online versions of some of their events as well. As you said, it really is some of the real world series merging into esports now. We're having a look here at battle for 6th position in GTE. Muradin is Satellite Stars versus Vargas Sim Racing, and Muradin is perhaps using the LMP2 as a pick to get past, but not able to. Just too much traffic, too jammed up coming through turn 1.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to look to the inside of turn 3 straight away. You can see the Vargas racing car on the inside. Going to have to try and claim the corner as we jump to the Red Bull Racing Esports, because the race leader is into the pit lane. The John Alesi Ferrari in. That means that the Red Bull Racing Esports at the moment, Alex Siebel at the wheel, will inherit the race lead. Back to this fight though for P5, and it is the Vargas Sim Racing car that managed to inherit that 5th place and get themselves ahead of Maradness. Question is can they launch a counterattack? Because it did seem like a pretty easy move down into turn 3.
Yeah, but again, I think part of the problem is that the LMP2 car actually hit the apex of turn 1, and that can sometimes be detrimental to your lap time because of the massive height difference, the massive drop there at turn 1. And essentially the LMP2 car couldn't get on the power, got a little bit squirrely, and the GT car, the Varga car, tried to follow through, but just couldn't, because the LMP2 car couldn't put down the throttle either, so the Varga car couldn't put down the throttle in turn.
Yeah, absolutely, and you get sort of stuck behind. Yes, of course, these GTs are a lot slower than the LMP2s, but there's often some times where, you know, they have to back off, because what's the point in overtaking them unless they've completely spun off into the barrier? What's the point if they make a slight mistake? You've just got to back off a little bit, because in the long run, they're just going to get back in a couple of corners and you're going to lose a little bit more time anyway, so you might as well just back it off and wait. And of course that does have that chain reaction backwards. And yeah, Varga have completely set off in the sort of the 3/4 of a lap that they've been in front of the Maradness car. 1.2 seconds between the two. So it certainly seems like that Varga Sim Racing car is the quicker of the two at the moment.
Indeed, yeah.
They have got 5.5 seconds to the Jean Alesi car in P4. Not entirely sure if these guys owe us a pit stop, but let's see what their pace is like compared to some of the front runners.
Yeah, Jean Lazy car, having a look at the standings, if I can actually find the correct tab on my computer. Jean Lazy car currently 3rd place in the GTE standings, 33 points behind the Red Bull Racing Esports car. But yes, the massive problem, again, we're talking about consistency, and we're talking about one bad race. Jean Lazy had that last time out, where he didn't score at all.
And that's the thing, you can't afford it, especially in GTE, where you've got the likes of Red Bull Racing Esports, you've got the likes of Varga. You can't afford to be making any mistakes, because you've got teams around you that won't make those mistakes. And you can't rely on it being, okay, we've had a bad race, they'll have one too. No, they won't. They won't. You can't afford to be complacent and things like that. But of course, bad rounds will happen. Naturally, they will happen, whether that's your fault or not. You know, Sebring last time out was a very tough race for a lot of people. It really did, separate the good from the great and things like that. And it really was just a challenge for a lot of people. But you know, again, if you want to go for championships, you really cannot be affording, especially as we said just a little bit earlier on, a 6-round season, you can't afford one bad round. And even when it is not your day, like Red Bull Racing Esports, you've got to salvage something.
Yeah, having a look at the standings, for example, Red Bull Racing, the lowest they finished is 4th. They've won the other 3 races. Vargas Sim Racing, they had one bad race when they scored 14 points, which I think is about 6th or 7th. But apart from that, they've been on the podium each time. Jean Alesi, that one bad race with 0. Wayframe, one bad race with a score of 5, which I think is about 10th in class or so. And really from there down, you then starting getting to teams who have had one bad race. And it appears that Red Bull Racing just have not had that.
You look at their things, and it is just dominance. So they've just been on it, and it really, you know, you've just got to tip your hat to them. You've got to say well done, because that is just fantastic. That yes, it could probably be put down to a little bit of luck. Say, okay, well, yeah, we got smacked into by a bit of traffic or something like that. You know, we can't help that. Our internet disconnected, or some weather knocked down something and we were disconnected. Yeah, that's not your fault. But you know, it's motor racing. You've got to make your own luck. You've got to be the one that's able to capitalize off that luck that comes your way. And Red Bull Racing Esports never failed to seize an opportunity like that. They will always take that opportunity when someone in front of them has a bad day. If Jean Alesi's having a horrible day, which the 0 points, you know, Red Bull Racing Esports won. They capitalized as best they could have on that bad day.
Yeah, and even if Jean Lacy at the Esports Academy finished 2nd that day, they have 25 more points. That would put them only 8 points behind Red Bull. Yeah.
Which, you know, is still really close. They still have a chance. But the thing
Indeed.
is, they just haven't helped themselves, which, again, you need to, because you've got to give yourself every best chance, because motorsport doesn't like you. Motorsport doesn't pick favorites. Motorsport doesn't discriminate on who it completely kills in a race. You've got to do yourself as many favors as you can do yourself.
Yeah, and indeed, sometimes you just need to capitalize on the luck. Sometimes it just is about not being in an instant at all. Having a look at Henry Sinek here in that Muradno satellite car has definitely managed to move away from Vargas. We're having a look now at Mario Tump here, trying to take 7th position in class, only 0.3 of a second to that Porsche. It looks like ahead, isn't it? That car. Yeah, I think it is a Porsche. That car is 7th in class, being the 266 Angry Bull racing car. David Lespez currently driving that one as well. But coming around the final corner, perhaps Tump can make a move into turn 1. He's certainly close enough.
Certainly is, certainly in the slipstream. The Jura car goes through. You can see your name here, pulling to the right-hand side. Should be a fairly easy move. Should be too hotly contested by the Angry Bull Racing team on the outside, unless they're going to go the long way around as the 266. No, I think they're just going to concede this one and are a little bit too far back. So pretty easy move up into the top 7.
Yeah, a nice move there by the Europe name here car, and the gap to the car ahead is let's look at your name here, 10 seconds. So certainly Sailable certainly can catch that 10 seconds up, but it will take a little bit of time. It will take a string of qualifying like laps in order to do that. But I must say, this battle isn't over. Lespez is only 7/10 of a second behind.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, we saw a little bit earlier on how quickly that gap can grow, and already has Mario Tump pulled that gap to over a second. So really is sailing off at the moment. But a mistake here, a mistake there will certainly bring them back into contention. And still 2.5 hours left in this race to go. It certainly isn't over. Maybe they're just at a different point in their strategy. We always see teams diverge towards the middle point and then funnel back together towards the end when all those strategies come together. Maybe Angry Bull, they're saving a fresh set of tires towards the end. Maybe they're playing their fuel, going to take one less one less pit stop. We don't know, but that's the sort of thing. Being patient, because it's very easy for the Angry Bull to just say, no, I'm going to fight this one. I'm really going to push hard and I'm going to fight this one as hard as I possibly can. But instead, they've let them go. They're just doing their own thing. They're concentrating and they're focusing on their own strategy, which it will always play dividends towards the end.
Yeah, well, at this point in time, we don't know what is going to happen until the last 15 minutes or so of the race, just because of all these different strategies that are happening at the moment. But yes, having a look, we're now having a look in terms of the LMP2 field, a battle between Rookie Monsters and Ground Effect, half a second between them. Ground Effect trying to take away that 6th position.
Absolutely. This is up in the DPI class between these two. It's not the first time we've seen these two, I think, come to blows. Look at how late they are under brakes, nearly into the back. I think there was a bit of contact. Yep. Indeed, it has. The Ground Effect Sim Racing car has unfortunately been sent round. And turn 1, a very tricky braking zone, very easy to get it wrong. And of course, desperate in trying to get past the Rookie Monsters car in front. But yeah, that is a clumsy mistake. And of course, turn 1 has a pretty significant dip at the apex. So it is very easy for the car to just be sent round. But I think they did already spin before the apex. So obviously they saw how late they broke, thought, I need to jam at my left foot through the floor of this car and to try and get it stopped. And unfortunately, in doing so, locked the rears and around they went.
Yeah, locking those rears essentially, I think is what happened, because, as you said, I don't think they were at the apex. I think it was a fairly early spin, and it might have just been a panic break almost, because they saw that speed closing up. Indeed, it was essentially still in a straight line, and again, I think it was just to stop them careening into the back of the car ahead.
Absolutely, it was very fine margins. I thought there was a bit of contact. Looking at from that angle, there wasn't. Yeah, literally just tiny amounts. And you can see even on the outlap when they've gotten going, Ground Effect still struggling. Obviously, their tires temperatures have gone through the roof and need to take a lap or two just to cool them down, bring it back to normal. But yeah, that is the thing. You panic. You think, what can I do? Because if they went to the right to try and avoid them, they probably would have just T-boned them. If they went to the left to try and avoid them, again, probably would have just gone straight into the back. So they just had to jam the brakes on and hope that they didn't hit them. Because at that point, you're responsible. If there's a crash, it 100% wholeheartedly, without a shadow of a doubt, is your fault. And they would most likely get a penalty for it, because it's their mistake. They've broken too late. and it's not like it's side by side, there's a bit of ding dong or whatever. No, they've broken too late. They're going to go straight into the back of you. So it's that point where you're just like, I really don't want to take this guy out. So you just jam your foot on the brake and pray. In some cases, you are pretty much a passenger. There's nothing you can do, and you've just got to hope for the best. But in cases like that, they did a good job in sacrificing themselves for the Rookie Monsters car.
And Rookie Monsters will be sending perhaps €3 or so.
Okay, flowers.
Yeah. For not crashing into them, but yet here we go. The ground effect car trying to make up that time. That Rookie Monsters. You can still just see the Rookie Monsters car ahead. The gap between the two of them as it stands is, if we can actually find them in the
2.5, I think, just about.
2.5 seconds. Yeah, this is true. 2.5, 2.6 seconds.
And of course, the ground effect is having to duck and dive their way through traffic, so that is going to change a little bit. As you can see, they clear the Red Bull Racing esports car into this left-hander. But of course, they have got the pace. They were chasing and were definitely eyeing up a move. Of course, there's a reason they broke that late and were able to break that late. And you can see the Rookie Monsters car. It is there in the same shot as the ground effect. So they haven't lost as much time from that spin as I particularly would have thought. But this is really where you don't want to be catching any traffic, because apart from the Schumacher S, this is probably the biggest difference we're going to see between the classes.
Up the inside, no, ground effect deciding not to make a move in the 58 Porsche in the GTE class there just before coming through the final corner, but now accelerates past, and really look at that, look at the acceleration difference between the DPIs and the GTs.
It really is mega. They just put the foot down and it just goes completely. Of course, they're very light, very nimble, and very powerful cars are the prototype, so it is to be expected. But again, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it does all go to the rear wheels. They are rear wheel drive, so you've got to be careful with the throttle pedal. You've got to just feather it a little bit, especially for traction zone like that, and especially in colder conditions when you're on worn tires, because without traction control and things like that, they will very easily swap ends on you.
Yeah, it's so easy just to get a little bit too much control, especially here at Nurburgring, where you've got so many corners where you need to turn and accelerate simultaneously. We've seen it through turn 3, for example, coming through turn 1, the hairpin, essentially the entire arena section, to be honest, and then coming out of the Dunlop hairpin here. All these places really are, you have full throttle and turning at the same time, and again, that can just make the rear end a little bit loose occasionally.
Which is certainly the last thing you want in an endurance race. In a sprint race, it's okay. Half an hour race, you can get away with a bit of on edge, bit of uncertainty, because 9 times out of 10, it might actually be the quickest way to go about things. Just have a car that's very, twitchy on the front end or twitchy on the rear end or something like that, because it gets the car turning and it will stick. But in a 6-hour race, you cannot be putting all your eggs in the pace basket. You need to sacrifice just a little bit. Of course, multi drivers, numerous drivers in these teams, they've got to make a setup that works for everyone, and that's going to be one of the things that go into the prep time, because it is all about setup. If you've got a car that's too twitchy and you're swapping ends every other lap, you might be quick, fantastic, but you're going to be nowhere in the race.
Yeah, indeed, exactly. We just saw the Red Bull car, the 77, making their pit stop. 2 hours 24 to go. I think that's just a little bit too far to make it on one stop. I think they need code 80s or a quick stop towards the end of the race.
Yeah, because it's about an hour the GTs can do on a tank of fuel, if I'm not mistaken.
We saw them do about 70 minutes at the beginning.
Even then, that's still a splash and dash.
Yeah.
Bit dodgy for them then. That is, they're going to have, what will that be? That will be literally 3 minutes and 57 seconds if they do a 70-minute stint. So, they're not, it's going to be dodgy. And of course, those that can save 3 minutes of fuel, that's roughly a lap and a half, 2 laps of fuel?
Vaguely, yes. 2 minutes. If you had a lap, I'd say 2 laps.
Which is doable over the course of 2 stints, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of teams just not take that splash and dash, because the whole point of endurance racing is to limit the amount of time you're spending in the pit lane.
The 33 is stopped on the outside of the last corner.
Stop.
33 LMP2 car, the Mugen, Martin Mergely. I'm wondering what's happened to that, because that's the cause of the yellow in sector 3 that you can see there up in the top left. Well, that's gone now, so I think that moving car must have started moving, but it was or maybe not. No, there you go. You can see it stopped.
Now that is weird. Is that
have they missed the pit lane? Are they meant to go into the pit lane?
Potentially. Did they? Well, surely they wouldn't have left the fuel that tight. I mean, would they have? Have they run out of fuel?
That would be pain
That would
if
be.
that happened.
Because it's right there.
Yeah.
You can probably
It's on
see
the
your
outside.
bit.
Well, you just saw it for a couple of seconds there. So directly on the outside of the last corner. Very interesting. Has it managed to get going again? Having a look at live timing, I believe it has. Indeed,
Could have
it
just been a
is.
hardware issue. Oh no, it's in the pit lane now. I think it's just escaped out, has it? I think that's going to be a retirement, is it not?
It may well be, yes, in the pit lane. I think it might be a retirement for that car. True.
Could well just have been a hardware issue. Very easy, as we say. You know, things out of your control. Could have just been a wheel disconnect, or the force feedback suddenly going. And yeah, you do need force feedback, especially in an endurance race, because you've got to be seeing and feeling where that's dodgy from the Corvette to block the ground effect car, who've only just managed to catch up onto the back of the Ricky Monsters, and instead of letting them go, pulled back onto the racing line through the, another part where we're going to see the difference between the classes completely exaggerated because of the downforce difference between prototypes and the GTs. And that's just going to halt the offense on the Ricky Monsters car for the ground effect sim racing. Bit of a battle between the Volante car and the Your Name Here racing car. Tom was able to get himself ahead of another driver a little bit ago, and it's already putting pressure on the next car in front. This is the fight for P6, and we've often seen Aston on Aston racing for a lot of this race. We've now got an Aston versus a Porsche. Let's see how the two cars fare against each other.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, as you said. But this Your Name Here car appears to have a lot of speed in it as it's being overtaken by prototypes, as is the Volante car. But yes, coming up towards the chicane, not enough. Well, no, I say that. A bit of an overlap. I think Volante might have to concede this position. And indeed, it does. On the outside, might try the up and under, try and gain a little bit of a speed advantage coming to the hairpin, but not able to. Your Name Here up into 6th.
He's making light work of everyone, isn't he, in the Your Name Here racing car? Fantastic stuff from Mario Tum. But yeah, that's the thing. We don't often see moves down into that chicane, especially the one that we're running today, because of the fast nature of it. It's very wide, and you're not actually on the brakes for very much. You're more just dabbing it and riding the brakes through to keep a bit more weight on the front as you try and turn the car in. But it can work. If you've got a fantastic run, you're clearly alongside. There's not really much they can do. Going side by side, it's naturally the car on the inside, as much as they perhaps wouldn't like to just completely run you out of road, naturally carrying that much speed through to, it will just naturally run wide. So the car on the outside, it doesn't matter how good you are, naturally the car on the inside will just run you out of road, and that's the unfortunate thing. So thankfully the Volante car managed to get out of the way and concede that one and live to fight another day.
Yeah, for now, but look at this gap. It's already a second. It's not even a lap, it's about half a lap. So that Aston Martin, that Your Name Here car, appears to have a lot of speed as it starts. There's a quick flash for a yellow in the final sector. I can't see anyone who stops. It might have just been a quick off for someone, but yes, very quick that Your Name Here car appears as it stands. There's a battle again for 6th position DPIs. That ground effect car is caught up to the Ricky Monsters once again as seconds separate the two.
Yeah, well, the ground effect has really made quick work in catching back up. And that's the thing, isn't it? They didn't really get phased by the mistake. They just sort of said, we'll shrug it off. We've got the pace. We'll get back after him as quickly as we can. And already within a few laps, they've managed to do that and already, once again, putting some pressure on. So that it's clear they want that P6 in class, and they will definitely try and go for it. The gap now around about 6/10, as they might approach some traffic soon, which will definitely help Riera's advance on Sellers just in front, but yeah, very close between the two. So ground effects have got some good pace compared to those around. I'm just looking at the timings. A 1:41.8 last time around for Riera, a 1:42.1 for Sellers. So 3/10 on a lap. That's pretty sizable.
Yeah, very, very quick. Perhaps there's I can't remember if actually Your Name Here was on an alternate tyre strategy. The last time that we saw the tyres. I'm wondering if they're on soft tyres while Volante's on mediums.
Would explain how easily they've managed to dispatch of the Volante car, obviously with the difference in soft and medium tyres, but it also means they might have to come in a little bit sooner and get rid of those soft compound tyres a little bit quicker. But yeah, it would explain Mario's pace. And whilst, he at the moment is about a second off the likes of Rebel Racing Esports, but he's matching the race leader, or the man in third place, the Vargas Sim racing car. So he certainly has got some good pace, whether that's explained through the tire difference or whatever. It still is good pace, and he's keeping it consistent as well. He's keeping it on the road. It's not like the odd lap where he's managed to get a good one in. He's kept it up, kept it consistent, which is fair play to him.
In this battle for first in the GTEs, Jesus Motorsport versus, look at that, the windscreen wipers are on, and there's rain falling.
Here we go. This will be interesting now, won't it? We've got Sebring all over again, just at the Nurburgring.
Yeah, rain is falling, and this is an opportune time for the GT cars, but very inopportune for the Red Bull car that we saw stop about 7-8 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, they've only just come in, which is very poorly timed for them, because they've just whacked on another set of slicks instead, and now they're going to have to lose even more time going in for wets, because that rain, it's coming down hard as well. It's not like a bit of a dribble, you can get away with some slicks. And just look at that. Just look. And uphill as well.
To come in now.
Into the hairpin, that is going to be drenched with the downhill nature. You just look at how much they're having to really be smooth. And those curbs as well are going to be very slippery. These are treacherous conditions, and I give it 2-3 laps maximum before we're on wets.
Yeah, it really is not going to be that long until we're in wets, but someone already is. Look at that, the Jira DPI.
Straight away, did not hang about at all. Just, well, obviously, might have been good time because they saw it was raining, just thought, we might as well just come in for some wets anyway. If we can gain from it, we can gain from it, because, you might suffer a little bit on wets for a while before the track gets into your own, but those on slicks are going to be left stranded, and then you can gain so much more on those wets compared to the slicks. And already that BMW we saw coming in, so yeah, a lot of drivers coming in for slicks, and it really is in times like these. It's all about experience, and it is just all about timing it right, because coming in on this lap probably is going to be the best action, because those that are still out are going to lose so much time.
Yeah, so Juice is the first to blink in the GTEs, or at least from the leading GTEs. In terms of the LMP2s, it's One Acco is the first to blink and come in. But yes, this is going to be very, very interesting. On board with the Sean Lazy Esports Academy, number 66, coming through arena, and that looks absolutely treacherous.
It really is horrible conditions. He's got the rest of that. Look at him sideways through turn 3. Fantastic to watch. Probably is going to be pretty fun to drive, but in terms of the race, is going to be quite frustrating. So Jordi doing a best job as he can, and he's got to be so careful, because he's got to limp it back to the pit lane. He's definitely going to be losing some time out on those slicks. And yes, there's a couple of people around him. Quite literally, they are in the same boat in terms of their situation. But yeah, he's just got to bring it around. Hope he doesn't spin, because spinning is going to lose him even more time on top of what he is already losing.
Look at that half throttle. When does he even get on full throttle? He still can't even put it on, even when he's exited the corner. Again, we usually see these GT cars go full throttle through Schumacher S, a full lift for a couple of seconds on entry. It is no fun out there on slicks.
Yeah, no, not at all. And the car, you turn, you're like, it's gonna turn at some point. It's gonna turn. It's gonna turn. Please, at some point would be nice, and it just doesn't, because the front slicks, they don't have the treads on the tires to move the water out of the way and give them some sort of grip. No, that rubber is just on top of the water, and it is horrible. As we've got a penalty for Riera, I think. Is that not the rookie or the Rookie Monsters car, or is that the? I could have sworn. But either way, that is certainly suboptimal for them. Riera, that's the ground effect car that was chasing after the Rookie Monsters. Unfortunately for them, they've picked themselves up a penalty. And Jordi, very understandably so, into the pit lane on this lap.
But who's still out there on slicks? I think the number 4 is. Yeah, number 4, the top 2, the Bicolis and the Seawolf car, are both still on slicks. There's a small yellow there in sector 1 for presumably someone who's still on slicks.
Here comes Jerne Simoncic at the moment, driving the Burst Esports car for the DPIs. He's into the pit lane. We're on board with the Seawolf Net Race car. Jan Katau now coming through the final sector will, without a shadow of a doubt, come into the pit lane on this lap. They can't afford to, because everyone behind them, this is really going to shake up the order, because our front runners, Jerne and Katau, both have left this out really late. They've been stranded out on the track in these wet conditions. Those behind, the likes of Vajira DX Droids, those that come in for wet sooner, will certainly gain quite a lot, and it could, in fact, throw some people into the mix. But of course, getting the strategy right is one thing, then building on it and keeping the pace up throughout the throughout the wet stint is another.
Yeah, having a look here, Adam Baldwin in the Jesus Motorsport Club GTE car, and I think that is a direct competition that you just saw coming through the front frame. But look at that, 5th place in GTEs, still on softs. Who is that? That's the Muradna satellite car. That's Henry Sinek, still out there on softs.
Really unsure as to why, because they've had plenty of time to come into the pit lane. We're on board with Henry Sinek now in the Muradnis car. No, they're on wets from our timing sheets. The P5 it would be wait, apparently it isn't. No, it's the Red Bull. No, I'm not entirely sure who that is in P5. I can't actually quite see, but someone's on softs, and that is just really weird. But even then, on these wet tires, Henry Sinek really struggling, more so because they went over the curb. But yeah, that is really proven, and it's the DX Droids car in GTE, and you can see how treacherous these conditions are. Did not make the pit lane at all, just went completely straight on, smacked into another Aston, and then pulled themselves back into the pit lane. But that's just how bad slick tires on a wet surface can be.
Yeah, no doubt we'll get a replay of that in a couple of seconds, perhaps, to exactly show how treacherous that is. But that car is 6th overall in the DPIs, still not coming to the pits. That VRS satellite car, Lorenzo Di Ciutis.
I don't know why. Why would you stay out? What are you gaining from staying out? Whether they were planning to do a driver swap or something and they're waiting for their driver to come back, maybe. But even then, you just sort of come in and suck it up, really. But we'll see. I think this is Alex Siebel in the Red Bull Racing Esports car trying to chase down on the Corvette just in front of him. I don't think so. Maybe that's a bit of lack traffic.
Position,
yeah, that's not quite for position. But it'd be interesting to see Alex Siebel's pace compared to those around him as they all try and settle their way into the stint, because it's all about rhythm in the rain. Of course, you've got to take a couple of laps just to acclimatize yourself a little bit. This is Juan Cafino in the DX Droids car. We're going to just see into the pit lane, not really taking it nice and easy, just got to bring it in on the slicks. Nope, just jumps over the curb, bang, into the side of the Team Iris car, who was just a complete passenger in that. But yeah, that's a clumsy mistake from Juan, but
that will be a penalty if it's reported.
Surely it's got to be, because you're out there on slicks. Yes, fair enough, circumstances, you're on slicks, you've got no grip, but that's just more of a reason to take it even more carefully into the pit lane.
Indeed, this is entirely true. Having a look at that Team Iris car, is there any substantial damage on that car? Well, it's difficult to say if there's suspension damage, because obviously the suspension damage, you'd often see cars having less throttle, but it's kind of impossible to tell in these conditions. But yeah, to try to take avoiding action at last second, just not possible.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah, I mean, it is clumsy from the DX Droids car, but it wasn't like it was a whack in some particularly important area. It was just more of a general impact. So a lot of the bodywork would have absorbed a lot of the impact, and it wasn't at an awkward angle where it snapped a wheel off or something like that. So luckily for them, they can probably carry on with little damage, apart from the fact they've just had to take a trip over the gravel. But Alex Siebel proven that he can be effective in these conditions, which is to be expected with a team like Red Bull Racing. But as I was saying just before the replay, it's all about rhythm. You've got to take a couple laps to get acclimatized to the circuit and do what you need to do. But after that, it's just settling in, be consistent lap after lap after lap, and get into a rhythm and just stay there, because as soon as you're offline, it really is very difficult to bring it back.
Yeah, we saw the Remy Delonle and Gautier Racing car going off at the chicane, just because, again, getting used to these incredibly different grip conditions when you've been driving in the drive for the past 3 hours 45 minutes.
Absolutely, and of course, if they have taken this, we just see one of the P2s taking a spin. Nearly did Remy Delorme go into the side of them there, actually. And that was for position. They were fighting over P9.
It was the bus. It was Cameron.
Or was it Cameron? Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was. Cameron. That was shameful. It was, yeah, actually. It was the Go team getting past the Burst Esports car. Here he is, Cameron Roger. He'll be back in the commentary booth in about 40 minutes or so, and we're not going to let him live this one down. We'll run the ball with him now. He's still doing a great job, still inside the top 10. But yeah, that again just shows how treacherous it is, especially at a corner like turn 1 with the undulation change. In the wet, it just exaggerates the problem.
Yeah, in the wet, as you said, it just exaggerates. And again, all these, you have to have a different setup in the wet when you compare to the dry. When I was racing the most, when it started raining, the first thing I would do was essentially change the front anti-roll bar to make it more stiff. That was the main thing that you could do. Obviously, you can change a little bit of tyre pressures as well in the pit stop menu, but essentially when you're out there on circuit, that's all you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. You've just got
front anti-roll bar and tyre pressures.
Yeah, you've just got to rely on instinct, and of course they would have looked at the weather forecast and prepared for a wet race. Of course, raising the ride height, as you say, putting a little bit more tyre pressure into the tyres, just to bring up the temperature up a little bit more easily. But yeah, it is just, you've got to just play with the cars that you've been dealt, because there's not really much you can do. Once you're in there, you've just got to ride with it and do the best you can. Of course, these prototypes, they're very reliant on being so close to the ground to suck the car to the floor. But in the wet, you know, you go over a puddle, you've got no grip. You're going to be aquaplaning all the way down.
Again, aquaplaning is not helpful. Trust me. But having a look here, Cameron Roger, 260 kilometers an hour still coming down to turn 1. There's still a long time. And is this Red Archer car on hards?
I think so. It's what it's saying. It's what the
And
timing sheets are saying.
There's white sidewalls on that, and I'm pretty sure the wets have blue.
Yeah, definitely. So Thomas Wack is you know, a bit of a wacky strategy, I think, is the best term. I had to get it in there. But yeah, that is really weird. How he well, he's got a massive train of cars behind him. But if he is still on the hards, and that's not just a graphical issue, no, he's struggling. He certainly is. And the fact that they're hard compound tires as well, they will be freezing. They will have nothing in them at all.
Of course, because wets are essentially soft tires, aren't they? Look at that last time. De Delhomme lost 10 seconds.
Already up the inside as they go through the hairpin as
And
well.
the
Thomas
gravel.
Wack taking a trip over the gravel. Well held, I'll give him that.
Very well held.
He hasn't spun. He hasn't spun. And Cameron Roger, here he goes. He's going to try and make an overtake. Come on, Cam. In towards the Schumacher S's. Can he get the job done? He's got... He can get himself back into P9 after he spun from it, and he's got to be able to do that, because if he gets stuck behind a car that's on the slick tyres, the Ajira car comes through to lap them. Cam's going to say thank you very much, follow the Ajira car through and get himself into P9. But Thomas Wack, I had to look up the inside. I'm not entirely sure as to why, but yeah, this is strange. He's losing 10 seconds a lap.
Yeah, this is, as you said, this is incredibly strange. This must have been a mistake on the last pit stop, and mistakenly didn't put wets on. But he's been out there for multiple laps, though.
Yeah, if it was an error, he'd just come in the next lap, say, this is really frustrating.
Coming in this time,
here he is. Oh, is he going to do what the DX Shorts car did? No, he's going to keep it nice and neat into the pit lane, gets it round. But yeah, if it was an error, he'd just come in on the same lap. But here we go. This is the Riera car, the Ground Effect Sim Racing on the back of the VRS satellite car. They've got Kapusta just in front of them. The Ground Effect car, very quick, very racy. Sometimes have went over the mark a little bit as they nearly went into the back. But you can see that Tom Kapusta really struggling as they go through the hairpin. This will definitely open the door for Riera. But in the wet, you've got to pick your moments so well, because there's very much, there's one line, one racing line everyone's on. That's when the wet tyres are clearing the water to the outer parts of the circuit. You go for a move, you go off that line, you're at a significant disadvantage with your grip.
Yes, significant disadvantage, as you said, but having looked, Riera appears to be much faster at this point, keeping on closing up on the back of Kapusta in all of the braking zones, but just isn't quite fast enough to get past at this moment in time. We'll get a little bit of slipstream coming down the hill before coming up to the chicane, but again, 0.3 of a second is a little bit too far back at this point, I think, to make a move into the chicane. Just showing the nose, making sure that Kapusta knows that Riera is there. Oh, he's outbroken himself across the gravel.
Slight mistake again from Riera, I think, in the Ground Effect car, once behind another one. And that's the thing they don't want to be doing, is making these clumsy mistakes. They're doing fantastic at closing the gap, but once they get there, they need to be the ones applying the pressure, not the ones falling victim to the pressure being behind another car. They need to sit there, especially in these wet conditions. As I said, very difficult to get a move done. You've got to sit there, you've got to put the pressure on, fill the rear view mirror, make them make the mistake that you can then capitalize off. And that, unfortunately, is just not what Riera is doing, which, while yes, in clear air would be doing a fantastic job in catching the cars in front, just needs to take it a bit easier and bide their time a little bit more.
Yellow sector 2 for, I believe that would be the 51 car. I think had an off at this right-hander, which I think is Valvoline. The 51 car being the Ramada Motorsport, Ricardo Santos, I believe, had a small spin.
Is to be expected in conditions like these, though, isn't it? You know, big grid, and you know, there's not much space in terms of the track. You're not too far away from someone else, and very easy for things to go around on you. And that's the thing. We're still in the very early stages of this wet stint, where you've just got to settle in, find the grip, and see what works for you. We're going to see some differing lines. Often, just carry the car in on the brakes, get it turned in, have as straight as line possible as you can coming out. That's going to be the one that's most beneficial, but they're still out there. They need to figure that out. They need to find where the grip is and just settle in. And until then, yeah, of course it's going to be difficult, and of course you're going to see some spins, but Riera is looking feisty, straight back onto the back of Capusta.
Yeah, sector 2, just having a quick look. I can't see anyone particularly slow there at the moment, so it might have just been a quick one, but yes, Riera, Hennis Riera in that ground effect treble 2, still trying to make a move coming up towards the chicane. And again, still 0.3 of a second back, and again, broken. No, managed to actually pull it up in time for the chicane that time round. But again, much closer coming around the final corner, coming around that hairpin, accelerating hard because Capusta there appears to have gone a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin, but again, 0.3 of a second. Well, you can at least try and dive down there. Riera moving to the right-hand side of the circuit, just showing the nose, but not making a move.
Yeah, just trying to buy this time. Might go for the under and over, send Capusta in a little bit wide, but again, unfortunately, it cannot make that one work on this occasion. But he's still there, still putting the pressure on, and certainly will get themselves into 6th place. But again, in these wet conditions, what do you gain really in the long term? You go for a move, it doesn't work. You've lost a couple of seconds, and it's not going to be the best thing to be doing at all. Whereas if he just sits there, he has sort of a basis in front of him. He's got Capusta to tell him where the grip is. Capusta goes into a corner, goes wide. Riera knows to just take it a bit easier. He's got that reference in order to try and acclimatize himself to these conditions a little bit better. And having a partner in the wet certainly is always beneficial.
Yeah, again, and especially when it comes to this, having the partner, as you said, but again, you will see a lot of these drivers will have teammates, or at least team managers or strategists in the TeamSpeak channel with them, telling them, looking them at the weather, and then telling them what they need to do in terms of the gaps forwards and backwards, and when they're going to pit stop next. But have a look, Riera's much closer this time round, is going to make a move up the inside to his left-hander, still side by side. It's going to be a little bit of contact. No, Capusta goes way wide, but Riera can't put on the throttle, and they're still side by side coming through the Vorstein, and this right-hander, there was contact there, and Riera's into the gravel.
Yeah, side by side in the wet conditions, the car on the inside always going to understeer to the outside, but yeah, unfortunately just a bit of contact. These DPIs are very sensitive to a bit of contact, and unfortunately, you know, Riera, fair play to him, did go for a move, did put the pressure on, but Capusta said, nah mate, I'm coming straight back up your inside, I'm gonna put some more pressure on and get the gap back up. But Riera certainly got the pace. You can see already, once again, chipping away at the gap, already got it under 2 seconds, so got the pace, just doesn't want to let this one phase him at all.
Yeah, and we've seen this, how quick this triple 2 car is several times already. But yes, Riera, 2 seconds already. That gap appears to be closing that gap corner by corner. Capusta going quite wide through turn 1 there, though. Oh no, sorry, that was Riera. Riera going very wide through turn 1.
Yeah, that's the thing. Might take him a lap or two just to recompose themselves, just restart, reset, go again, and get back into that rhythm. Because again, as I said, rhythm. He's been knocked out of it. He's gone over the gravel. He's frustrated. He's gone for a move that hasn't worked, and he's now got to just reset, recompose himself, get back into that rhythm that he once had, and then it starts to flow. We said earlier how the track flows. As a driver, you also need to flow with the track.
Yeah, flowing with the track again. Well, we've said before, well, in the dry part of our commentary stint, that this is a very flowy circuit. And that's even more important here in the rain, because I always find you lose so much more momentum in the rain through these flowing circuits. Should you take a corner wrong? I saw the Riera getting the rear end out on acceleration.
Yeah, certainly so. Just again pushing, and with these DPIs, as we said, with the throttle, in the dry is a bit of an issue, in the wet even more so, in order to try and get that power down. And I think Kapusta has sort of got the, I guess, the psychological advantage, because he's the one that's put the pressure on. He's the one that sort of frustrated Riera with that move, and sent him off on the gravel. So now Riera is getting desperate. He's a bit frustrated. It's going to be knocking him off his flow and his rhythm for at least the next couple of laps, and that's going to then stop the advance. And of course, with this traffic, is going to be slightly more difficult to contend with. As you see, again, another clumsy mistake from Riera. He's very quick when he hooks up a lap, but very often you see him just make those tiny errors, which picks up some gravel on his tires and will very easily send him wide through the final corner, as he's just done there.
Yeah, that final corner, as you said, is a very important corner, actually, that final one, because, well, essentially the front straight, I think the front straight might even be longer than the back straight, no?
Well, in terms of time flat out, I would assume the back straight is, because you've got that kink, but
This is true.
in terms of actual straight, I do think the pit straight is slightly longer.
Well, they're both very important, so you've always got to make sure you nail that right-hander coming onto the back straight, and of course the hairpin at the end of the circuit in order to own that front straight. But look at that, Jordy Spheres going across the gravel at the chicane. The Schumacher S, yeah.
Well, I mean, they've got 25 seconds in hand, so they can just, take a breather and go again. But again, you can never get complacent. John Alesi need this. They need, if they want to get themselves back into the championship hunt, need to win this race. They had the poor round at Sebring. We were talking about it a little bit earlier on. They need to put some pressure back on Red Bull, who are still in third. They are still scoring some fantastic points, but they need this win just to have that boost of confidence into Le Mans, just to have that satisfaction, most importantly to get the points, but also to have that stepping stone into the final round to reignite this chance for the championship. Because, we look back to Monza, Road America, Spa, things like that. Jean Alesi were really good at putting the pressure on Red Bull Racing Esports, on the likes of Juice's Motorsport Club. They were fantastically quick, but sort of just had a slight drop, and they need this to just bring them back up on that increase for the final round if they want to get involved in this championship. And small mistakes like that needs to stop, because it can very easily go wrong. It's a small mistake, slight bit of oversteer, but if that slight bit of oversteer snaps back and you're in a barrier, that's your race over.
Yeah, race over is certainly something you do not want, and it's something especially that this Jean Alesi car cannot afford. But they still got a good gap, 25 seconds. The big gap.
It really is. Yeah, it's a good quarter of a lap, third of a lap ish.
In the wet, it's probably about a quarter.
Oh yeah, in the wet, about a quarter of a lap. So that is still a massive gap, and will be one that's hard to close down. It's going to take a massive mistake from the Jean Alesi car in order for Juices to catch up. But still, it's not set in stone. There's still an hour and 55 minutes left of this race to go. Anything can happen. It might, unlikely, it might dry up, it might get worse. The strategy, things like that, still is a factor. Just because it's wet doesn't mean that the other billion different variables of a race have completely flown out the window. No, they're still there. Something wrong can still happen. Juices can just snap it on, and if they're gaining 3-4 tenths a lap, that will quickly come down.
Yeah, it will quickly come down. As you said, and it all depends if Jordy makes a mistake. But look at that, it's already 24 seconds. That Jean Alesi car does not appear to be happy in the wet.
Really doesn't at all. But again, just got to settle into that rhythm. That it just isn't at how the 24 seconds. They just need to keep that. Just match their pace. There is no reason to push and extend that gap. There is no reason to push and extend that gap at all, because they've got the advantage. They just need to maintain it. And if you just have a little look, there's no windscreen wipers on at all. I mean, the rain stopped, so these cars going around with these wet compound tires, moving that rain off the racing line.
No, you say that. Look, there's definitely rain in the windscreen.
There's a little bit more now. There's a little bit more now.
There's definitely drops in the windscreen.
Forget that, ladies and gents. That didn't happen. Or was that spray? That could have been spray.
It could have been. No, this is true. That could have been spray because, I don't know, because Sundays came back through one of the slowest corners in the circuit.
Very true. Very true. But again, I'm not entirely sure, but still, it isn't raining. We've just had it confirmed. It isn't raining. So, you know, these cars going around, especially the prototypes, they're sucking all that water up and just pushing it to the edge of the circuit. It will not be long until we get a dry line start to form.
That's going to take a while, though. Well, I say that, we've still got 40-odd cars running, so it might not take that long.
No, absolutely. We've still got a massive grip, and it definitely is spray, because look at how much it's kicking up on him as he's behind the, I think this is the Rookie Monsters car just in front, or the Azura car, one of the two. Very difficult to tell from behind, but yeah, you know, it's not raining. That will dry up pretty quickly, and you know, it will be a sight for sore eyes for a lot of people, especially Geordie, because he knows that potentially his pace isn't the best. Well, not necessarily pace, but more so consistency isn't the best. So he's going to be hoping that that dry line starts to form. Similar situation to Sebring, where the rain stopped, but it stayed wet for a good while, and then we finally got to see some clear patches start coming through on the track.
Yeah, it might take... Well, of course, here at Nurburgring, they circulate a little bit quicker, don't they? Because this is a slightly... Well, in terms of time, this is a shorter circuit than Sebring, if memory serves me correctly.
Yes, I think so. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know the ins and outs of Sebring. I know where it goes.
Big question mark on that. Somebody will tell us in chat. It's fine.
I mean, you weren't so sure on your maths earlier. I'm not so sure on my...
I mean, this
my
is
track
true.
distance.
This is entirely true.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting now, because it's not raining. The track's not getting any worse. It can only get better from here. Yeah, this is certainly going to be a talking point. I mean, Jordy, we've been ripping into him a little bit. He's kept that gap at around 24 seconds. He's done the job he needs to do, which is just keep that gap as well as he can. Which, you know, there's no point pushing. Why? Just to risk spinning? Just to risk crashing? No, keep that 24 seconds. Just take it nice and easy, and just let it stalemate. But in these changing conditions, sorry, go on.
No, I think the one Aqua cars had a issue at the NGK chicane. You saw the yellow flag in Sector 3 just pop up, and having a look at track map, I think that might be the one Aqua car that caused that. Eighth position DPI, you can just see, and only half a second behind the car in 7th now. I think the one Aqua car lost that position to the ground effect and to the 23 VRS satellite racing car of Tom Kapusta because of that small incident at the NGK chicane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw they had a slight issue a little bit earlier on. We were quite unsure as to what had happened to him, but they clearly seem to be going fine now. But I just wanted to say how, you know, the track will start to dry. That is a given.
This is true. Yes,
it's not raining, so it's going to start to dry. It's going to be changing conditions. This is where we're going to see dry patches forming. This is where we're going to see potentially some teams say, we're going to try a different line here. We can see a dry patch there. We're going to use it.
Yep.
We're going to gain 5/10 a second this lap. We're going to then build on that. It's all about taking the risk. Those that can find the grip are going to be the big gainers in this race.
Yeah, and again, it's about those who take a little bit of a risk and, as you said, decide to go for that little different line. And really, it's going to be who blinks first, who does that first. And that's going to be a big question as it stands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Geordie's still doing a fantastic job growing that gap up to 25 seconds, but it's sort of just stalemate in these wet conditions. This is the sort of the big divider, and of course, as to the surprise of absolutely no one, that Bike Hollis Burst Esports car in the DPI completely running off of it. We saw in Sebring how Jerne Simic just Geordie getting very late on the brakes. He's got that stop. So fair play to the Jean Lacey car. But yeah, the Bike Hollis we saw in Sebring how well they were doing. Geordie's getting quite feisty with this prototype. Not entirely sure as to...
True.
Yeah, he's giving them a run. But yeah, we saw in Sebring how well Jerne did it, just being consistent and opening that gap, and they're still doing that run-off form today. 55 seconds they've got that gap to, and now this is a fight between Riera and Milan. Grand Effect Sim Racing versus Wanako.
Yeah, Ground Effect versus Milan. Ground Effect versus Wanako. The 3 versus the treble 2. A yellow in Sector 1 for whom I can't see anyone stationary unless my eyes are deceiving me, which they probably are. So I think that might have just been a quick yellow for a small spin, and that's the reason why. Look at that, the treble. Sorry, I was just looking at the tab. I just came back and saw the treble 2 into the side of the Wanako.
Which, yeah, that's not the best way of doing things at all. But yeah, again, treacherous conditions, that's what it can be put down to, is just how tricky these conditions are. Mistakes are going to happen, mistakes are going to start to creep in, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles at some point. But still,
Sorry, it wasn't that. It was the treble 2 in an LMP2 car. Excuse me. It wasn't the one Echo at all. I'm not exactly sure what that LMP2 car was, though.
Yeah, which is strange, but the Wanako is now putting some pressure on Tom Kapusta, the VRS satellite car. The gap between them only 0.2 of a second. I think we're going to take another look at this one. This
The
is
treble 2 was off, yeah.
Yeah, the triple 2 off. Just bringing it back on. Did they tag someone? No, just that's the Seawolf car that's gone off.
Is that the 50? Was that the LMP2 50? I think that was.
Potentially so. I don't have my live timing up, so I can't double check. This is Milan looking to go very ambitious around the outside of the right-hand king. Quickly becomes the inside for the far chicane. And that is a very, very nice move indeed. As we've just been confirmed, that's the Seawolf DPI car. That was sent around. Unfortunately, that was a very strange incident in the fact that they were just, whether that was desync or something along those lines, that caused that. But can we just say, fantastic move from Borja Milan there to get himself into P6.
Yeah, Bora with a very, very good move there, as you said, on that VRS satellite racing car. But of course, Bora will now look well ahead to 5th position. That gap is quite large, 93 seconds.
Yeah, that is it's a sizable gap. I think is the big one, and DPI really has fallen victim to those large gaps. Of course, in the P2 we've got 23, 29, 30, 58 big gaps, but yeah, the DPI big divide in the gaps between teams. Yeah, 98 seconds, really big gap, and of course the gap between first and second is 65. But you know, between Azura and P3 and P4, it's only 4 seconds, so it's not all bad. There's still some hope for a good race, but in times like these, it's not about catching the car in front. It's about doing your job and trying to maintain the position you've got.
Yeah, the position that you've got, exactly what you've said. But look at this gap. Bora Milan appears to be driving away from the Kapusta quite handsomely, actually. 2.5 seconds. Almost 3 seconds now.
Yeah, making quick work. So the Wanako car definitely got some pace in these wet conditions, but as you say, really haven't got much chance in catching the top 5. But who knows? They might be really quick. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And already you can start to see on the racing line, slightly drier patch start to form in some places. Not quite there in terms of slicks yet, because that's the thing, isn't it? There might be a dry line, but if you go slightly off that, you're on the wet line again, and you're going to be in a similar situation to the DX Droids Aston Martin that we had into the pit lane, where you're just going to go straight. You've got no grip, so you've got to wait for a good portion of the track to dry before you even think about getting the call back onto slicks.
Yeah, again, you still need a good line. You can see a line forming, but generally in rFactor 2, when I raced a few years ago now in rFactor 2, the idea was that once you get a dry line that's about 1.5 cars wide, that's really when you can go into slicks.
Yeah, because there's less of a risk that you don't want to be going around on a single dry line, because you go marginally off, you're a passenger. Whereas if you've got 1.5 cars, you've got a little bit more to play with. Still not fantastic, and you've got to be on it. That's where you cannot be losing any concentration, and will certainly bring, will certainly allow teams to catch up if one of their rivals goes off, or conversely, will cause teams to lose a position if they go slightly off. That's the risk that you need to take. But in conditions like these, you've got to be on it. You've got to be the ones capitalizing as best you possibly can. But yeah, I think it's going to be a while before we're back on slicks yet. But it is a testament as to how quickly this rain is starting to clear up.
Got yellow in Sector 2 for whom is that? That's one of the DPIs, I think. It's the treble 2. It's the DX Droids has gone off at the right-hander before Sunlop Hairpin.
As a team, they're not having the best of days, unfortunately. Or was it the ground effect car?
Yeah, treble 2, yeah.
It was the ground effect car. So of recent, the triple 2 not having the best of times, of course, had the run-in with the Seawolf car a little bit earlier, and have had another off. But yeah, that is just, again, just how it goes. We're on board with the Wanako car at the moment. Already a 10-second gap to Tom Kapusta.
Incredible,
it wasn't 2-3 laps ago where they managed to get through. So Borja Milan doing a fantastic job, has gained as well. We said a 90-second gap a little bit earlier. That gap now 83. So yes, they've got a big sizable gap in order to catch, but they've got some sensational pace.
Yeah, incredible pace. Having a look at the last laps, actually, this might be the best thing to look. One Akko of 52.6 by Carlsberg Esports in the lead at 52.9. Ajira Racing, number 7, second place at 52.6. That one Akko car is on pace with the leaders.
Doing a fantastic job of that, and we'll certainly have to see how that one plays out. Between Alex Siebel and Michael Saladek, the gap between third and fourth, 7 seconds, and the Vargas Sim Racing car a good couple of tenths quicker. Well, I say that, just less than a tenth of a second quicker, but still very close in terms of times. And 7 seconds is not a comfortable gap by any stretch of the imagination. You've got to be on it as well. The gap between Alex Siebel and Adam Baldwin, there's a big gap between those two teams, the Juices Motorsport Club and the Rebel Racing Esports. Two of them are certainly in contention in the championship this season. The gap is growing. So yeah, I think a lot of teams aren't particularly interested in catching their cars in front. They're just in survival mode, trying to get through this portion of the race, get themselves back on slick, and then that's when they can start pushing for position, because at this point, it's so easy for things to go wrong.
Yeah, especially in the wet, it's so easy to get things wrong. And look at this, this dry line definitely is forming. I'm just wondering how long it is until the first person chances slicks. I don't think it'll be one of the leaders. I think we're just having a look through the gaps. For example, I think, for example, the VRS Satellite Racing car, you can see they're in 5th place in the GTEs. I think them, or either the Volante just behind, might be one of the first cars to chance it on slicks.
And then it will be all eyes on them, won't it? It really will. Every team will be looking at how they're doing, how they're coping, and then use that to sort of guess a decision, because it's not as big of a you've got to get this right as it is from slicks to wets, back from wets to slicks. Yeah. You have a bit of a margin, because there will be a point where the slicks will slowly build into their own, slowly come back to being quicker. So you have that margin, but when you see that the slicks are then starting to become quicker, you've got to get back in as to not miss out. But it's not, you know, if you're on wets and you're like 2-3 minutes out from your pit stop, you're better off just going and pitting at your normal time. Whereas, you know, if it was the same situation from slicks to wets, you will lose just so much more time. Because wets, while yes, they'll overheat, you still have the grip there, because you've still got rubber touching the circuit, which is the issue with slicks from slicks to wet.
Yeah, and having a look at the Nine Events car, actually in 4th in DPI, it's just 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds off of the podium as it stands.
Yeah,
that's
really
single
not
net race
bad
DPI,
job.
which is the one that we saw in Strife earlier with contact with the Treble 2.
Yeah, so Rory McDuff is catching Zielinski for P3, 1.3 seconds quicker on that last lap. We saw Rory McDuff have a bit of a skirmish earlier on for around about P7 or 6, and is now closing that gap. That gap, 1.5 seconds. Of course, the Seawolf Net Race motorsport car has caught up to a bit of traffic, probably at some of the worst time in order to get through. Has managed to clear the BMW, but Rory McDuff, yeah, he's really, really gaining. He's going to see that podium. He's going to get hungry, because, yeah, he's going to be saying, okay, you know, I've got the top 5, I've got the top 10, I've got a decent position here. I'm gonna try and chase after a podium now. This is on.
I think the Treble 2 might have come into more strife at Valvoline, that right-hander again. It really appears to be a bit of a bogey corner for that Treble 2.
Yeah, which, you know, after lap in an endurance race, you'd think they'd potentially get right. But again, if you go into a corner and the car hasn't stuck and you've made a mistake, surely, naturally, you'll just take it slightly easier the next time round. But yeah, it seems that they can't get it right. Hopefully they can sort of iron out those mistakes as the race progresses. But yeah, for them, certainly isn't the best day in the office. And yeah, that's to be expected. With this race, it does separate the good from the great. Every team in the slick conditions are doing a great job. But then we get this massive divider of the rain. But just look at how much that track is clearing up. We are certainly getting closer and closer to the slicks. But another thing is, the track is still very cold. If you go onto a set of slicks, you're going to really struggle to heat them up.
Yeah, again, really struggle to heat them up, as you said, and this is the main problem with deciding when to go across onto slicks, because as you said with the heat, and as you said beforehand, actually having that contact with the road, because obviously with wets, you will still have some contact with the road in case you get the wet patch. Slicks, not so much. Well, of course, we saw how much trouble a lot of the cars had earlier with the slicks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just have to wait and see how this one pans out. Rory McDuff's advance sort of has stagnated around about 1.8, 1.92 seconds to Benjamin Jelinski just in front of him. But that gap's still there, still certainly in the mix. And as the conditions change, as we said, he might find a place to gain some more time and find a bit more grip. And as the Seawolf car closes up onto the Corvette just in front, probably at the worst time as they approach the Schumacher S, it will allow Rory McDuff to close the gap unless Jelinski's gotten through. Has managed to get through, but on a slightly worse line. So again, will allow Rory to close up. But this is going to be a battle to watch if Rory can close that gap.
Yeah, 1.8 seconds till the gap. You see that Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car just in the foreground. This GT. Well, there's not going to catch up now.
Oh, nope.
Nope.
Oh, Rory, what happened there?
It looked like that just snapped on turning.
Probably did. Yeah, again, just maybe dipping. I'm not entirely sure how that one would have come about. Maybe just taking a little bit too much speed in terms of trail braking. Relied on the front end a bit too much. Didn't have the stability at the rear, and around he went, which is unfortunate for Rory McDuff because I certainly was looking forward to a fight for the podium, and now he's certainly got his work cut out for him in order to close this one back up.
Yeah, 7 seconds lost or so.
About 6-7 seconds or so lost to Jelinski in front, which is a shame, but there's still a long way to go.
Well, of course, with Jelinski, you've only got about 5 seconds ahead to the Ajira.
Yeah, that is also true.
You can McDuff almost taking off there. You could just see with that move through turn 1, just hitting the apex.
That's the drop off of turn 1. That's how drastic it is. But yeah, you're completely right with the Seawolf car catching the Ajira car in front. The gap is only around about 6 seconds. So yeah, maybe Jelinski can make a press forward and try and get past Shalumvi in the Ajira car for P2. But again, 6.5 seconds. Well, I say that 4.5 seconds quicker on the last lap. One of them was, so big difference between them. We'll have to see how that one pans out. But Jelinski certainly has got some good pace, and once again, we're like, this guy's really good. He's doing a fantastic job. He might actually catch the car in front, and off he goes. Luckily, It was slightly less drastic to Rory McDuff's mistake, but a mistake nonetheless, and allowed 2 of the GT traffics back through. Oh, well, I say that. One of the GTs and a prototype.
And the wave frame had a problem in the first sector. That's what you saw. The yellow in sector 1 for the wave frame LMP2 car. The 48, I believe that is. Yes, just ahead, well, currently ahead on track of the Burst Esport car number 49 of Cameron Roger.
Cameron Roger. It won't be long until he's back in. So, of course, Burst Esports will be coming in around about 6 minutes or so, as that was very close.
How loose that Seawolf car was, even coming through the kink on the back straight.
Yeah, it does certainly look very, very loose. Might actually, have the have a very dry orientated setup, which is to be explained as to why the car is so twitchy. You usually want a car that's reliable underneath you, especially in the wet conditions. But already moving on to the wet part of the circuit to cool those tyres down.
Yeah, so it definitely appears to be a dry line forming. The question is, how long will all these cars stay on this wet tyre? Like I say, I probably maybe expect 5th or 6th in a respective class to try first on the dries. Particularly VRS, the satellite car. It's got one of the prototypes going very wide through turn 3 there. I would say perhaps the satellite car, 5th position in the GTEs, might be one of the first to go into slicks to try.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're the ones with a little bit less to lose and quite a bit to actually gain from it, because they've got the gap behind, so they can afford to maybe make a bit of a mistake, and they've also got not that big of a gap in front, so they can maybe take the risk, get the track position, and be good with it. But that was the Wanako on the back of Capusta. This is Cosmo Prosciutto in the Go Team car, just going wide. And is he stopping? No, coming back on. So yeah, it comes a mistake. Yeah. And even though we've got the dry line forming, still is pretty bad out there. But Milan on the back of Capusta.
Yeah, it's having a look. Yeah, Milan is so close now. A quick yellow showing up in sector 1. But yeah, look at this bar Milan right on the rear end of that VRS Satellite Racing DPI. Moving to the inside of the curve, side by side. Capusta has to lift out of the throttle to stop causing a big incident.
Yeah, absolutely. Having to get out of it very, very quickly. But yeah, that's invited Milan through. They've got the Aston Martins in front, might be able to allow Capusta back through. But again, how much do they really want to fight this one? And just look at the speed of the DPIs as they blast down this pit straight. Yeah, I think this is a done deal because of Borja Milan's pace in general, but also the fact that Capusta unfortunately can't launch a counter-attack. I say that big slide from both of them. In fact, a good save from Capusta more so because he certainly wasn't certainly was sideways a little bit more than the likes of Milan, but yeah, that's again is a reason as to why that move is a done deal.
Yeah, really, you can't. Here at the VEC, you can never say a move is a done deal. It's got a yellow again. He is stationary. Can I quickly see on the map? I can't particularly see anything at the moment. But yes, you can never say a move is really a done deal here in the VEC until you've got a good 3-second gap between cars.
And that's exactly what we've got now. 3.2 seconds between the Wanaka and the VRS Satellite Racing car. As you can see, that's someone sending up the inside of the Jean Lacey car who comes back at him. We saw that Jean Lacey was getting quite feisty with the prototypes a little bit earlier on. Certainly no different now. But unfortunately, the straight line difference between the two cars means that
as we think we might have lost Zach halfway through his sentence there, but yes, having a look at Bora Milan, having a look at Bora Milan, I should say,
hello?
we currently are. Oh, there we go, we've got Zach.
I think I might have just unplugged my microphone slightly. The wire is very loose and very dodgy.
You need to get some Gorilla Tape in that.
Yeah, might well do. It's back in, so it's all good.
It's back in, fantastic. They haven't got Bora Milan 3 seconds that gap now between himself and Capusta. Just ebbing and flowing a little bit, but it appears that Milan has this move done. 6th position, you can see there on the left, well, it's 88 seconds to the car in front.
Big gap, and it's one that I'm not probably going to be closing down anytime soon. As we see Jordi, I think the gap last time, 30 seconds, so he really is making some good progress in extending that gap over Adam Baldwin in the Juices Motorsport Club car. He is doing a fantastic job out in front, is Jordi, and now these conditions are coming back to his own because he's got this dry line. He can sort of have a bit more confidence in the car and know it's going to stick. And the Jean Lacey car, they certainly do need this, and they've got some good confidence. Hour and a half left in this race to go. And they certainly are our favourites in the GT category. Really been able to bring it back and bounce back after a poor run in Sebring.
Yeah, as you said, bringing back that gap, but oh, look at that. Well, we were saying it was Yardi was losing time earlier. Look at that, it's up to 31 seconds now.
Yeah, exactly. He's managed to build that gap back up, and there's not much that Adam Baldwin can really do about that. It's going to come down to strategy or a mistake or something along those lines, because as long as Jordi keeps doing what he's doing, I say that, bit of sideways action, just clipping look at that, that was nice. That was very nice. Just clip, again, that's the thing, just clipping that wet patch. Yes, he's still on the wet tyres, but just clipping it slightly, and that's enough to send the rear wheels, spinning. Had to save it. Gave us a nice watch at home, but yeah, he's just got to keep doing what he's doing. Slightly less in the way of oversteers and drifts, as nice as they are. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing, get his head down, stay in that same rhythm. And again, Adam Baldwin hasn't got the sensational pace in order to close that gap as long as Jordi keeps doing what he's doing.
Yeah, and exactly as you said. But this is going to be a good points halt for the Jean Lacey car. Of course, Red Bull Racing in 3rd and Varga in 4th. We'll of course drop Varga down to 3rd position in the points, I believe. And Jean Lacey will still be a good 23-24 points behind that Red Bull car. But of course, there's still 90 minutes to go. And of course, there's still many permutations to happen at Le Mans.
Yeah, absolutely. Still got an entire 24 hours worth of racing left after this, with that final round in June to decide it all. But yeah, they're certainly doing themselves some good favours in bringing themselves back into this championship fight. And as we say, they needed this after the poor round at Sebring. But again, it will be close, and anything can happen in the 24 hours. The Varga Sim Racing car, 4.5 seconds is the gap to the Red Bull Racing Esports car of Alex Siebel, I think, is still at the wheel. Indeed, he is. 4 seconds is the gap, so he's close, and Varga can certainly do some damage, maybe get themselves onto the podium today.
Yeah, onto that podium would be very buoyant before coming back to that, coming in about 8 weeks' time to that final race at Le Mans. But yes, look at this, Alex Siebel versus Michael Silverchurch. 4 seconds separate the two of them. And of course, Red Bull Racing, well, if they come to 4th, that would equal their worst result of the season.
It would, yeah. Which worst is 4th. Well done. Yeah. Wow. That just goes to show how good it is, how good this season has been for Red Bull Racing Esports. Because to say your worst round has been 1 place off a podium is pretty good, and that's how consistent they have been. Hopefully for them, they can keep it in P3. But that Varga car is looming, is a threat in the background, and all it takes is for them to get it slightly wrong, maybe come on slicks a bit too early, maybe go back onto slicks a little bit too late, and very quickly do Varga become a real threat, putting some pressure on.
Yeah, again, it is all about who blinks first. Could Varga perhaps be the first one to blink in the GTE class, try and jump Red Bull Racing in the pit stops?
Well, they've got 25 seconds back. You know, they've got 4 seconds to gain. Why not? Is my question. Alex Siebel, though, is gaining on Adam Baldwin as well. So it is a joint charge towards second place between Red Bull Racing Esports and the Varga car on Juices. So is pretty close between these two. I'm not entirely sure. It will just be when they feel it's safe. Because just look at how big that dry patch is now.
Yeah.
Of course, it's going to play into the factor of traffic and the prototypes coming through on the GTs. They're going to have to go onto the wetter part of the circuit. But in terms of your own race, that is a very, very dry line. You probably could get away with slicks, but again, it's just that comfortability. Having confidence is going to be the main thing.
Yeah, accelerating out of the hairpin now is Alex Siebel is, of course, in 3rd position now. 3.6 seconds the gap to Adam Baldwin ahead in that Juices car. So we've got a yellow in sector 2 for whom? I believe that's for the 43 LMP2 car at Valvoline, that final right-hander before the Dunlop hairpin. That's Butlapal of Alex Vitala.
Yeah, and well, we've had a lot of yellows in this race over the course of particularly the last sort of hour or so, when it has been slightly more difficult, and some teams have fallen victim to it. But we've had no real major incidents of, like, obviously we had the Dijkstra smacking into the Team Iris car. However, you know, other than that, we haven't really had much of note. So everyone's kept it really clean.
True.
Everyone's kept it really clean. So, you know, hats off to you, ladies and gents, on the racetrack. But yeah, that, you know, they've kept it clean, they've kept it smooth, kept it consistent, and again, that's exactly what you need, is to just survive this portion of the race.
And when it certainly comes to the wet, surviving is probably the main goal. But look at this, Siebel definitely closing down on Baldwin. That gap only 2.6 seconds now. That gap definitely is closing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 2.6. That certainly has closed about 1.5 seconds over the last couple of laps. So Alex Siebel maybe just found something else in his pocket, in his arsenal, in order to close this gap. And that's obviously going to be to the disapproval, the hate of the John Lacey car, in the fact that the Red Bull Racing once again are limiting the amount of points that John Lacey can gain. And again, what Red Bull Racing do best, not their day, but they're still quick enough and they're still there to pick up the pieces and limit the amount they're going to be losing.
Yeah, limit the amount of time that they are going to be losing, as you said. And again, when it comes to the rain, that is again the most important thing. Limit that time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just gotta try your best. We're seeing a couple of cars come into the pit lane. They're not entirely sure if they're coming in for slicks or not, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, Alex Siebel making some steady progress, it must be said. We're on board with the rear wing of Juices Motorsport, and you can see that Corvette just there, looming, and that's exactly what Adam Baldwin can see in his rearview mirror as well. He knows Alex Siebel's there. He knows Alex Siebel's charging. He's going to be looking at his relative and thinking, he's catching quickly. What more have I got in order to use? But again, there's not really much he can. Alex Siebel, another couple of tenths through that sequence of corners alone. He really has just picked something up. Just don't even know whether it's he's caught a whiff of P2 and has been given that instinct, but equally he's bringing that Varga Sim Racing car, because he hasn't dropped the Varga. The Varga's still there with Alex Siebel. So yeah, they're both catching in on Adam Baldwin, and you know, by a good amount each lap as well.
Yeah, and that gap now 1.7 seconds. So it appears to be about a second a lap. So it was about 2.6, 2.7 this time when they were at the Dunlop hairpin last time round, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So he's gained a good second-ish, as we've got our race leader from LMP2 into the pit lane. That's the racing team into the pit lane. Surely they Will they go for another set of wets? Will they just bite the bullet and go for the slicks? But of course, being our race leaders, we're going to take a look. Of course, juices have come onto the hards. They were the ones that came in about a lap or so ago. They're onto the hard compound tires, so I'll have to see how their pace lines up. It will be interesting to see what our race leaders do, because they're the ones with the most to lose. Surely, in that situation, you'd wait for everyone else to do it first.
Yeah, as you said, in that situation, wait for everyone to do it first. And when you're in a position, well, it's essentially with this Red Bull car, we know they're in the lead of the championship. We know they have a nice gap. I would personally play it safe if I was this 77 squad. As look, there's a car there in the hards now in the LMP2 class, in fourth position overall. Fourth position in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, the Juices car. They are the ones that sort of bit the bullet. They come into the pit lane a couple of minutes ago, a lap or so ago, and they've stayed in P4. So I'll have to see how the pace is. Oh, unfortunately, my laptop's died, so I haven't got the live timing to my right hand side. But yeah, I'm sure you can update us on that information, see what their pace is like on those slicks. But the racing team taking a while in the pit lane. So obviously, that is the only explanation for that is the fact that they are changing tyres. David Serra on the back of Alex in the Blackhawk racing car. This is the fight for P10 in GTE, and the racing team have gone on to the slick compound tyres. So our previous race leaders in the LMP2 category have gone on to slicks. So it's a big risk, as I said. They've got the most to lose, but they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't risk their lead if they weren't confident in the fact that it was dry enough.
Again, yeah, you're exactly true. They have to be confident that it is dry enough. Juices apparently think that is true. Obviously, having a look at the timing board, going to have to wait for them to actually do a flying lap first in order to see how fast they are compared to, well, Blackhawk 30, the Racing Team 31, the Wave Team 36, the On-Off Racing 327 directly behind as well. Just really see how those slicks cope in the current conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a kerfuffle going on here between Mario Time, David Lespes just in front of them. 0.4 of a second separate them. We saw how racy Mario Time can be in that Your Name racing car, especially in the wet and the dry conditions. But he's going to try and make some steady progress. This is Alex Siebel onto the back of Adam Baldwin, sorry, I should say, in the Juices Motorsport Club. That BMW versus the Corvette. 0.5 of a second now is the gap between them as we approach sort of the crossover point between slicks and wets. Our race leader, the John Lacey car, also into the pit lane, as you can see on the timing tower there. They've come in first. Again, our race leader has come into the pit lane first. What can Alex Siebel do on the back of this BMW?
Yeah, that's going to be the main thing. What can Alex Siebel do? Can Siebel make a pass on Baldwin for the provisional lead in classes? There's a quick yellow in 6-1, I presume, for a slight off for someone. But Juices Motorsport Club, Robert Pong, yeah, last time round was a 52.0. Compare that to the leader, Blackhawk Racing, at 52.6. It's the crossover point.
It certainly is. The slicks certainly coming into their own. As long as they can get some temperature into them, that's going to be the main thing. Yes, it's dry, but if those tyres aren't up to temperature, they're not going to be changing shape. They're not going to be able to withstand the force. The John Lacey car has gone back onto a set of wets. So they haven't gone onto slicks like the P2s. They've gone back onto wets. Is that a mistake or is that intentional?
No idea. That's a good point. I have no idea.
Because we saw with some P2s went back onto slicks by accident. With Thomas Wack being stuck out there on the hards, maybe went back onto slicks. Could be a similar story for the John Lacey, and if that is a mistake and they have to come back in for slicks when everyone else does, they've already made that pit stop, they've already lost that time, and unfortunately that's going to cost them in this race. That could be the thing that have potentially lost in this race. Hopefully not, because they needed this, but yeah, that is a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame, as you said, but let's have a look. Adam Baldwin's still there in the lead, but I think these two must come in this time by, surely.
Yeah, I mean, it probably will be. If he comes in, I come in, because...
Well, no.
Yeah, if Alex Siebel stays behind Adam Baldwin, and Adam Baldwin comes in, you know, Alex Siebel is there. He's there putting the pressure on. There's no reason for him to not follow him in, because if he stays out and it doesn't work for him, and he's lost a bit of time, he's then lost this advantage, and he then has to bring it back. If he just stays with him, does whatever he does, he's going to maintain this gap.
Yes, he said maintaining that gap is all important at this moment in time, and oh yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see if that gap can be maintained. Of course, Alex Baldwin now trying to keep ahead. The question is, for how long can he stay ahead? You can see, look at those DPIs on softs now, 3rd and 4th, the Ajira and the Knight of Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. And the soft compound tyre probably is going to be the best tyre to go onto, seeing as it is the softer rubber and it is going to give you the best grip, as well as going to be the easiest tyre to warm up as well. So that's probably the best decision if you're going to go onto something at all. But yeah, that's certainly interesting. We'll have to see if they can make an indent into the Seawolf in 2nd place. But that Bicolors car, they've got a cushion. They can pretty much do whatever they want with sort of this 50, 60 second lead that they had.
Yeah, and again, keeping that lead apart, especially at this point, like we were saying, if you're in the lead of the race, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or if you have a very good championship position, really at this point you want to play it a little bit more conservative. If you're a little bit further back, you'd then be a little bit more aggressive. But yes, Seabull in this Red Bull car, as we've said, would play it a little bit more conservative.
Yeah, absolutely so. Yeah, well, this battle will surely rage on because Alex Seabull is there. Is he going to be able to go for a move? That's the thing. He's relying on this dry line. So as soon as he goes off it, he's really going to be at a disadvantage in terms of grip. Looking to the left-hand side again, more just to sort of dummy one to the inside, show to Baldwin that he is there. Yeah, I'm interested as to see when these guys are coming in, because it seems that the 2 prototype classes have come in quite early, but the GTs are really delaying it for some reason or another. Whether I'm not entirely sure as to what that is, but look, they're going on to the wet part of the circuit is to cool these tyres down. So obviously that part of the circuit, the racing line, is dry.
Yeah, again, get dry, and we've seen it quite a few times before. These cars going left and right, just trying to keep these tyres cool by going in the wet patches. Again, that time might be ending. Look at this LMP2 field. Pretty much all of them have gone to slicks.
Yeah, everyone into the pit lane. So the P2's really going for it at this stage. So yeah, that is one to certainly watch out for and to see how that works for them. But yeah, the GT's really postponing it. And to be fair, a lot of the guys in the DPI class as well are postponing it. But we've got the Seawolf car coming in, presumably for slicks, as we've got a yellow in sector 1. So still these conditions not halting at all. The Volante car on the back of Angry Bull Racing Team, as they go down this back straight in towards the chicane. It is a three-way fight for P6. We've got 3 cars involved, but Mario Tumpany, Your Name Racing here car, has gone off a little bit. Volante looking to the inside as well. We're just going to have to keep flicking back between these 2 battles. Don't really know where to look, but Alex Seabull, he is still there, still putting the pressure on. It probably will come down to who flinches first.
Yeah, it's going to be who blinks first, as you said. So almost 75 minutes to go. So these GT cars come in, particularly, perhaps this is what the Jesus and the Red Bull are looking for. If they can save a little bit of fuel in this wet conditions, perhaps they can. The next stop they do when they change to slicks is going to be their last.
Probably so. Probably so. I mean, we saw a lot of teams come in from the race lead to go onto the slicks, so it is a risk. But yeah, with the P2s coming through, Alex Seabull's still there and still able to put some pressure on. And well, we've got to this point, Neil. You've been in for around about an hour and 45 minutes-ish. Cameron Roger, after a fantastic stint in the car, Cam, with your spin and an overtake on a car on slick compound tyres in the wet. You did a great job, and it's a pleasure to have you back in the commentary booth.
Yeah, thank you to Neil there for doing the old switcheroo on the comms today. Very much appreciated from my side. And yeah, great to see that's been a pretty entertaining race so far. These conditions are so tricky indeed, as you I'm pretty sad to hear that you saw my spin, but glad to hear that you didn't see the other spins, because there were a couple. It's so tricky to stay
there was
on
more
this
than one.
now. Oh yeah, oh yes. It's so tricky to stay on these dry lines, especially now as the teams will be coming to their pit stops. They're probably, well, we can already see in pretty much in all of the prototype categories, everyone pitting now is going to the dry tyres, so it's going to be so difficult to keep this to the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how things pan out. We've been treated to a lovely battle between Alex Seabull and Adam Baldwin. Not much in the way of side-by-side action, but Alex Seabull has been putting the pressure on, and they have invited Vargas Sim Racing now, is only 1.3 seconds back as well in that Aston Martin. So certainly it could become a 3-horse race out in front, especially if that Jean Alesi car, that Ferrari, has made a strategical blunder in terms of going onto the wet compound tyres. Cam, of course, you know this track a lot better than we have, of course, being out there for the last hour and a bit with your stint. Was that the right decision from the Jean Alesi to go back onto the wet compound tyres?
It's certainly the safer option, because right now it's bone dry on the exact racing line, and then it'll be sort of 5, 10, 15%, etc. Just to the side of that, and then if you go a meter off the track, then you're in pretty much carnage situation. So I'd say it's a safer option. I don't think it's going to turn out to be the right option if it doesn't rain again, because it's just going to keep on getting more and more dry. That dry line's going to get even wider, and everyone on the dry tyres is going to have it even easier. So I would say maybe in the long run, that's not going to be the best option.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to wait and see. Very close with the Wanako car as he goes through turn 1. Alex Siebel not leaving it an inch in his pursuit for this race lead in GTE with the close battle with Juices. But again, Red Bull Racing, they've got a cushion in the driver, in the team standings, in the championship standings. Going into the last round, of course, it's nice to win. They always want to win. Do Red Bull? They always have the capacity in order to win. As the Wanako car darts and dives their way through, could pave the way for Alex Siebel to find a way through. He might actually have a look to the inside. Perhaps he's going to go the long way around, potentially, of the next right-hander, but unfortunately just has to tuck in. That's the thing with the wet, slick line. But that's the thing. How much of a risk do Red Bull Racing Esports take in going for this race win, knowing they have that margin in the standings?
I mean, realistically, they don't need to risk it at all, as they've got such a big jump in the standings. It's not like it's 5-10 points as well. It's just about 27 points, I believe. So they're looking in a pretty good position. So I would say they don't need to risk this at all. But it's one of those awkward situations when they got Varga behind as well. It's one of those things where either they attack or they're going to get attacked from behind. So it's so difficult for Siebel to try and work out what he's going to do. But I would say just needs to keep it on the on the dry line and just see where their race ends up. To be honest, I wouldn't risk going on the wet stuff to try and make the overtake right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is always a recipe for disaster, just that risk. But it has now become a 3-horse race with Varga joining the back of this train as well. Alex Siebel going to have to look both forwards and backwards in this fight. He's probably in the worst place of the 3, having to attack and defend. But it probably, as you say, will stay single file for a good portion until they go back onto the slick tyres and the track on the outside starts to dry up. But yeah, that's the thing. The Red Bull car, it just needs to put a mistake in, force a mistake, because they're bumper to bumper to bumper at these top 3. Just needs to force his hand, put Adam Baldwin onto the wet stuff, and then find an easy way through. Because there's no point in darting one to the inside.
Oh, definitely not. You don't want to be doing anything anything too silly at this stage of the race. The drivers around you, they will know the situation as well, so they'll be trying to almost force you onto that part of the track to try and make their day a little bit better. But certainly, it's not easy when you maybe make a little bit of a mistake, open up the door just a little bit. And we have an interesting situation at the moment. You've got the teammate here, Jabbatar, trying to get past, but when we did the stop, we went onto the dry tyres, so he's going to have to sort of try and overtake them and then duck back into the drying line, because if, obviously, on slicks you brake on the wet line, there's absolutely no hope at all. So, that's the same for everyone who's now going onto the dry compound tyres. Just got to pick and choose a bit more when you make these overtakes.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to be very, very careful. And we're going to say, myself and Neil, we're saying how traffic will be affected. You can see that Burst Esport is just having to take a little bit more of an air of caution in overtaking these guys. As you can see now, Alex Siebel putting the pressure on side by side as Adam Baldwin went a little bit too wide off the exit of that right-hander, and into the race lead for GTE goes the Red Bull Racing Esports car. And that's what we were just alluding to, that mistake that allowed Alex through, that paved the way for him to come through. The Ajira car going slowly off the exit of the chicane as well. Not quite sure as to what happened to them. That's got to be frustrating for Baldwin.
Certainly, Siebel got a massive run there out onto the back straight, loving life. And now actually Varga Sim Racing with Sedlacek might be having a half think about it as well as we come towards turn number 1. And remember, these guys obviously obviously, still being on those wet tyres can risk it just a little bit more on the wet stuff to outbrake. Obviously, they'll still be struggling, but with the performance of that, well, for sure gives a few opportunities here and there. Siebel now just needs to see if he can sort of put away from these guys, get a bit of a gap for by the time they do come in to make their pit stop.
Absolutely, have that breathing room, have that cushion out in front if possible. But yeah, still very close. You know, Adam Baldwin is keeping with him, but Siebel just needs to do his absolute best. This is what happened to the Jira car, just going over the curb a little bit. Was that? Oh, wow. Wow, that is massive. Going over, well, countless times, and then eventually landing up on their roof. That was, they went in on the curb and then dipped a wheel onto the wet stuff, and that just catapulted them around.
How is that car still going? They're very lucky to continue for the Ajira car, but that was a few turns before we saw them off again, so they must be really struggling. We did see earlier they were on the soft compound tyres. So you do just have to take that little bit of extra bit of caution, especially in the high speed stuff. And a good tip that actually my teammate Zhao gave to me just when I was driving was make sure it's the loaded tyre that is on the dry line as well. Which is obviously the outside tyre. But when you're going into those, you know, that Schumacher race, you've got to be making sure you're as far to the left of the track as possible, because you go that tiny bit wide and your right-hand tyres touch the wet, then yeah, you're just going into a spin and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You really are just a passenger, especially through the high-speed sections, such as that one. Sort of spaced out a little bit more. Of course, that's a tribute to the prototypes coming through and getting in the way a little bit of these GTs. But still, the gap's less than a second between our top three in GT. None of these guys have bit the bullet and come into slicks. Not many people, in fact, in GT as a whole have come in to bite the bullet and take the slicks. As you can see, looking to the inside, I think that's the Go Team car of Turn 1. Just again, that's so sketchy, so precarious on the inside of the wet bit, because it can very easily go wrong. But you know, it can't be like that forever. We saw spots of sunshine out there just a moment ago, which of course will raise the track temperature and maybe, just maybe, and hopefully for a lot of teams, dry the rest of the track up as well.
And that is going to be the benefit of these cars that are staying out longer on the wet tyres. They're going to be getting sort of the jump for them is going to be even more dry by the time they come in to make their pit stop. But when you're one of the earlier ones coming in, then you generally gain the most because obviously the wet tyres aren't that good on the dry track. So they will be losing some time in that regard. So it's sort of playing a bit of a game with when you want to come in. But the important point for these guys, especially in the GTE, is they need to make sure they get to the end of the race on fuel. So we are at that point of the race now where they can sort of do that a little bit more comfortably. But especially once we get to that hour mark, then I'm sure you're going to be seeing lots of guys come in when they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. And Soledek on the back of Adam Baldwin. This is Mario Tump, who, this is David Lespes, I think. Oh, no, it's Henry Sinek in the Moradnes car in the GTs, presumably going into the slicks if they're going for a pit stop. It's probably going to be their last stop. These GTs can do around about an hour to 70 minutes, 60 to 70 minutes a stint. So we'll presumably go to the end. But look at Michael now all over the back of Adam, who once again dips wheel onto that wet patch, paves the way through, has no grip, and through into second place goes Vargas Sim Racing. That is what we're talking about. Dip one wheel off and you just have nothing compared to the dry line.
Yeah, Baldwin will be a bit disappointed in himself, I think, for that one. Especially the fact that he lost the place to Siebel a few laps ago as well. So really just struggling a tiny bit now. And on the last lap, actually 2 seconds slower than Siebel, with having obviously the bad X out of that final corner. So yeah, not enjoying life at the moment, but third place still in obviously a pretty good position. 25 seconds they've got to the Jean Lacey car with Matteo Krupi there, and then another 50 seconds behind that. So they're looking pretty good to get a podium today, but I think they'll be pretty sad that they've obviously lost that potential fight for the win as we speak.
Which is a fight for the win that they very desperately needed in order to reignite any chance of a championship charge in the Jean Lacey Ferrari, which is a shame. But they looked so comfortable out in front, especially towards the latter stages of the rain stint. And that was such a shame. But we have got Henry Sinek on the slicks. and he is catching on David Serra in front in the World of Sim Racing team car. Looking to the left-hand side, has he got the run towards the Schumacher S? Is not quite, but it does show that now, even in the GTEs, that these slick tyres have got the pace in order to both catch and be competitive in this. As you can see, finds a way through because the prototype sends one to the inside, forces the World of Sim Racing team car off, and that is a move made very easy for Henry Sinnick. But yeah, these slicks do work.
They certainly do, and that was a gift for Henry Sinnick. The Butler Power Car just moving Serra out of the way, literally, at like the perfect time. Sinnick pretty much didn't have to change his driving at all. Gifted that place. I'm sure he's going to be happy with that one. As you say, these slick tyres are working because in these conditions, on the dry line, they are clearly faster, as you would expect, and he just needs to make sure he's holding it onto that line. That's the difficult part. But you see the Butler Power on the wet stuff couldn't slow it down quite enough, only by about a car width, but that was enough to push David Serra off onto the wet stuff, and Henry Sinnick is through.
Yeah, absolutely, and until the outer boundaries of the track dry up, that's how overtaking is going to be done pretty much, especially as we go on that transition into slicks. And already Henry Sinnick pulling away from David Serra ahead and making quick progress on other GTEs as well. Forcing himself off though, which is not what he wants to do, and put himself onto the wet stuff because yeah, it's such fine margins. You've got just over a car's width of dry track on the racing line, and you need to use it. But again, as we saw with Adam Baldwin, dip one wheel off and you really are a passenger. That's getting as close as you can get. You know, even with the dry stuff, you've also got the curbs to worry about as well.
Certainly you do, and from my understanding, the curbs are sort of part of the wetness, if that makes sense. So you will see that the curbs, where they are used on sort of the racing line, they will be drying up, but then at certain points of the track, they will obviously remain wet if they're not used as much. So yeah, you've got to be careful. Such tricky conditions to do, but you can see already Sinnick, even with going off, you can see just how much further ahead of David Serra he is. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a competitive lap time just yet because of the fact that he went off, but he's certainly faster as he's now coming past the Speedy Mike car, who is a lap down. Yeah, lap down, so that's pretty much a given overtake, but yeah, still got quite a way to the car ahead, about 15 seconds to Breutigam for Blackhawk, just ahead of Henry Sinnick.
Be interesting to see if he can and if he will close that gap back down, and we'll have to see how that one unfolds in terms of slick versus wet. But at the moment it is working for him. He's got Mario Tump, who is in the pit lane, a couple of the other GTEs coming into the pit lane on this lap, presumably for slicks, or well, just generally for a pit stop, in fact, because they are around that mark where their fuel tanks will be running low, and this will then be the critical point where they probably go on to slicks, because that's the thing with the GTs, they're very clear cut with when they come into the pit lane. This is David Serra into the pit lane. That is harsh. That is harsh.
Yeah, the pit lane doesn't get used, obviously, so it remains wet, and that was a pretty big hit. Fortunately, actually, no, I'm actually fortunately is a rear engine, but he's in the older Corvette, isn't he? So that's actually a front engine one. So fortunately, his engine is still going from that, but he's going to have some damage, and the damage repairs are pretty lengthy in the VEC. So yeah, this is not what you want to be doing, because I think a full damage repair is something like 10 minutes if your car is completely totaled. So yeah, having a bit of damage is not what you want to be repairing, and it's still an hours to go. So there'll be a lot of track time they'll lose if they do have that. So that's a bit unfortunate, but that just shows you how difficult it can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really was just a tiny mistake. Got over the curb and it just rode it round straight into the barrier, and that is very, very unfortunate indeed. But yeah, we've got a spin. Who's this? I'm not entirely sure who that is. That's you. That's you, isn't it? That's the best esports car. So at least it's not you at the helm. It's your teammate Zhao, who is still in the top 10. You're still doing well. You're still doing well, Cam. You're still top 10.
20 seconds to the car behind. Yeah.
20 seconds to the car. See, exactly. If this was for P1, just take away a 0. You're fine, mate. But yeah,
it's not,
I mean, it's not unfortunately. It's for P10, but still top 10. Set yourself milestones. Finish the race, top 10, top 5, top 3, and then the win. But that's what happened. We're just taking a look at it now. Just
already gone off.
Yeah, just
I
already
would assume
off.
he's just lost it on the brakes. Yeah, you're going to see he's going to lock the car, and then that's going to put him on the wet stuff, and then when slicks on the wet, easier said than done, and he will then have to remain. But it was his choice to take the softs. We saw in Sebring that a lot of people in these conditions sort of use the intermediates and that sort of stuff, but he wanted to do the soft, so I let him go on with that. Interestingly, a lot of people on the hard. So, I mean, I don't know if that is correct, but if it is, then maybe that's something that we missed.
Well, here we go. This is Mattia Krupi, the John Lacey car, into the pit lane. I think as well that's Alex Siebel in the 77 Red Bull Racing esports car also into the pit lane. And look at the field of GTs pretty much unanimously on to the slicks. And all of them have already come in, and Alex Siebel will be heading out slightly sooner because he's already been in the pit lane for a little bit longer. But yeah, pretty much all of the GTs now in onto the softs. I think they were just waiting out for the natural pit stop because of the fuel.
Yes, definitely, and I guess we'll have to see how this is going to work out. But look at that, slick tyres trying to get out of the pit box, just wheel spinning before you can get up to that 80 km/h. And it looks like, everyone's going on to those soft compound tyres. And 77 looks like it's kept the lead as well from Varga, who I believe did a driver swap there with Maki Yupi back into the car. Dennis Jordan as well doing driver swap there, coming in for the final hour. So they've swapped, and it's a bit difficult situation for these guys to jump in. Not knowing the conditions. When the conditions progressively come at you, you sort of adapt slowly. But now these two drivers fighting for the race victory in the GTE, coming in tricky conditions. Yeah, it's going to be not the easiest hour of their life, especially as they're only half a second apart.
There's a lot of things going on, adapting to the conditions, having the pressure of the race victory on your shoulders, particularly one that could be ever crucial in a championship with only, one round to go after this one. Maki Yupi on the back of Dennis Jordan, who's taken the helm of that Red Bull Racing esports car for the final 57 minutes of this race. We've got a car off. That's one of the Aston Martins nearly coming back on to take out Maki Yupi. Luckily, managed to miss him. But yeah, completely correct. These guys will have just been jumped. They've been completely thrown into the deep end here. They've got to adapt. And it's also not the easiest conditions to sort of adapt into because it's such fine margins. You know, they can't really make a mistake without making a massive mistake. They have to keep it on the road. They have to keep it within those very, very tiny margins where it's actually dry.
And fighting for the race victory means you need to take those risks as well. So that just makes it even more difficult for these guys. But obviously, Dennis Jordan, multiple time VEC champions. He knows what he's doing. Maki Yupi as well, very experienced now, been racing pretty well this season so far, specifically for Varga. So yeah, I think this is going to work out to be a pretty nice battle. Dennis Jordan just needs to keep it on this dry line for now, because now that they have gone to the softs, there's no sort of nice way of overtaking. You're going to have to overtake and then cut back in to the racing line as Maki Yupi there really deep on the brakes into turn one.
Really pushing Dennis Jordan as much as he can, just to say, I'm here, I'm ready. You've got to adapt to these conditions. The good thing is Maki Yupi, in fact, line up and moving towards turn 3, perhaps onto the wet stuff, forces Dennis Jordan's hand. Bit of rubbing between the two as they then go in towards turn 4. Dennis Jordan back up the inside, but Maki Yupi very, very opportunistic in order to seize that opportunity. And there go Varga Sim Racing into the race lead. I have no idea how they pulled that one off on the wet stuff. As you can see, the Nita Velik's car, has dived to the inside, nearly took out the Red Bull car as they were on the wet stuff. But yeah, Dennis Jordan really is struggling now. He's been knocked off his rhythm a little bit.
Certainly has, and it's a good bit of time that he's lost as well. We did mention earlier how it's not sort of crucial for him to win this race as such regarding the championship, such as their position, but they don't want to be sort of going down even further and sort of really starting a snowball effect going backwards. Fortunately, they do actually have a bit of a gap to third place with Adam Baldwin. There's another 3-4 seconds back. And we're just been told that. So if you look at the LMP2s, all those hard tyres, they're actually the intermediates, as I was alluding to earlier. So it's just a little bit of a sort of issue with the graphic, which we will be trying to fix, of course. Which is interesting that the intermediates obviously work on the LMP2, but obviously in the other cars, they don't have them or they decided not to use them.
Yeah, interesting. The P2s are going for it, but it's pretty unanimous, so it must be the best opportunity. Of course, it gives them the grip on the dry, and then a slight bit of grip in the wetter conditions as well, which is going to allow them to overtake. But yeah, Dennis Jordan has lost a bit of time to Varga. Adam Baldwin as well, only 3 seconds back, so Dennis can't afford much in the way of mistakes. And of course, Adam Baldwin, still in that car, is used to these conditions and will be up to speed, will be in that rhythm, in that flow, and might be able to put some pressure on Red Bull Racing. But I'm sure Dennis just knows his job. He's got the job at hand, which is to bring it home, score some good points, give us a nice cushion into Le Mans where we're not having to worry, where we're not on the back foot and we're not under much pressure.
I guess the only sort of thing for him really is that Varga are the second place in the championship. So if Varga, or if the car that overtook them was someone sort of, not really involved in the championship, then they definitely would have let it go. But the thing is, they are then going to be losing some points from that, which would be a 5-point gap, 30 points for a win, 25 for second place. So they would be losing 5 points. And the main thing with that really is with 45 points on offer at Le Mans, because it's 150% points. So 45 points, that still opens up a lot for things to happen at Le Mans. And obviously you want to be trying to having the biggest gap you can, because you never know what's going to happen in the 24-hour race.
Absolutely, and of course it just means that the the gaps have been opened up. So if you have a poor race, it's 150. That's the Varga car going very slowly. Here comes Dennis Jordan back around the outside, very brave to keep him pinned, still side by side with Maki Yupi as they go in towards the chicane. Maki Yupi has the dry line, so can soar around the outside of the Red Bull. But there's also Adam Baldwin in the background. This could once again become a 3-horse race. Not entirely sure as to what happened to Maki Yupi in the Varga Sim Racing car. Cleared off into the distance, but now Dennis Jordan is back in this race, which is always going to be fantastic to see. We can now have a race on our hands, but not quite sure as to what happened. But if Red Bull have a slightly worse race, the gaps in between each position are going to be more exaggerated, so that they need to have that cushion.
Absolutely, as we're seeing the satellite car go off a bit in the background there, but on track you're seeing Martin Hemmingsen here leading the way for the LMP2s by quite some margin. What's that, 145 seconds there. So yeah, 105. 1 minute 45 seconds there, looking pretty good indeed. And his teammate, Timo Andonovski, is with us for an interview. So Timo, very difficult conditions once again, but you're leading by quite some margin. And how's the race been going for you?
It's been going pretty well. The usual stuff. Unlike other circuits, we struggled a bit in qualifying, because the great asset of the Ligier is a bit of a straight line advantage, and there are basically none here. So, but Martin does what he does best, which is like putting it where it needs to be put, and he did great in qualifying, minimizing the expected hit, and from there with the penalty that the number 50 had, it's a bit of a cruise, which is a bit of a shame, because Daniel in practice and in this race was showing an amazing pace, something that we haven't seen from the LMP2 field this season.
And now that it's become the sort of wet conditions again, do you think that's made it easier for you, or do you think it's more difficult like this?
It depends how you look at it. In the full wet conditions, when I was driving, Daniel was caught up to me like 7 or 8 seconds throughout the stint, but that was due to me making a mistake with the wing. I added too much wing, and I had a lot of understeer. But overall, in the wet, I do think that it's more of a driver's point of view that makes the difference, rather than the BOP or the car. And yeah, Daniel was the quickest in the full wets. Now that Robert took over the number 50, and Martin took over our car, we've managed to pull the gap a bit on the inters.
And you have a pit stop left to the end of the race. Are you going to be thinking about going to dries, or the Inter's just the safe choice?
Oh, I don't know. I think that with the gap that we have, we might just, stick with the inters. It might be a bit risky to overheat them, but we will just cool them off on each straight, and just as we did in Sebring, we will most likely stay on the inters just to play it safe. Even though if we were in if we were very close with our competitors, we would have definitely risked it with the softs.
Well, thank you for coming for an interview, and hopefully you can keep it on the track for the last 48 minutes. But yeah, good job today, and we'll see you at Le Mans.
Thank you very much. See you as well. Bye.
That was Timo Andonovski there, leading the way currently, but Zach, it seems like it's not so easy for drivers out on track, but with the lead that they've got, I guess just keeping it on the track towards the end of the race is pretty much the best thing that they can do right now.
Absolutely, they've got nothing to gain at all, so there's no reason for them to be pushing particularly very hard. They just need to keep doing the job that they're doing, to keep it consistent, keep it on the dry stuff, and just get to the end. There's only 48 minutes left of this race to go. They've got a massive lead. It's not set in stone yet until they get to the checkered flag. That 107 seconds can always come down at any moment, as we can see the Jean Lacey car making quick work potentially of Henry Sinnick down in towards turn 1 on the wet patch of the circuit. Is he going to go in deep? Yes, he is. Doesn't even get it stopped onto the gravel, and that again rounds. So Jean Lacey going from bad to worse for them, balls back onto the circuit into the side of the Seawolf car as well. That could be some sizable damage to the front end of that Ferrari. It is just going from bad to worse for them.
That was not a good rejoin. Yeah, you can't just, even once you've stopped, you can't just then go straight away. You've got to be checking your surroundings. Admittedly, it is difficult when it's when you're facing the wrong way, when you're trying to just get your bearings of what is there, but sometimes you have to sit still. I unfortunately had to do that a couple of times today, but yeah, that rejoin didn't really help the situation. But let's have a quick look here on the replay. This is the Seawolf car coming around, and you're going to be having, well, I mean, they might have made some contact anyway, but that move certainly didn't help the situation. And it's always best to stay still when there's cars around you. And he's still flashing the car behind, because I do believe there's some blue flags going on for this, if I am not mistaken. Yes, it is. And they're finally getting out of the way. But you see, it's difficult. They all want to stay on the dry line, and they're starting to have a bit of argy-bargy as the DX Droids car goes off.
Yeah, they're all fighting over the dry patch. That's where they all want to be. But when you've got to overtake, some of you's got to go off. And on that particular occasion, it was the Seawolf. But yeah, that's the thing with the fine margins. Unfortunately for Jean Lacey, it was a clumsy rejoin. They probably should have waited just a little bit longer and let the cars clear off. But they've had a bad day. They looked comfortable and were the favourites to win, and unfortunately have fell victim to a couple of mistakes, a couple of strategical blunders on that regard. And unfortunately for them, they might just have to settle for P5. Looking back, it's still Varga that lead the way, but Red Bull Racing have dropped down into P3 behind the Juices Motorsport car, which, yeah, of course, Dennis Jordan has been taking it easy, just having a margin. But P3 again, I mean, they're still finishing ahead of Jean Lacey, which is probably one of their main championship rivals. Of course, they've got Juices to worry about as well. But keeping it clean, just again, as we said, maximising the points is the best thing for them to do.
Absolutely, and I think just the way it's gone, yeah, no reason to risk it. But they were 2 seconds a lap slower last time around, so that's not good. And that is also from Henry Sinnick, who's 21 seconds behind. So yeah, at that pace, Henry Sinnick will catch him. If it remains to be 2 seconds lap, that might have just been either a little bit of a mistake, or maybe there was some traffic, or maybe an overtake from Baldwin that factored that lap specifically. So I have to see how that pace goes. But yeah, I don't think Dennis is pushing to the absolute maximum.
Just to bring it home is probably the best thing. We've only 45 minutes left to go. He's not really gunning for a race victory. He's got enough of those this season. So what's the point? Just bring home some points. Get
Everyone wants to win, though.
Yeah, everyone wants to win. Naturally, you want to win if you can see a chance to win. But of course, the winning the championship definitely going to be a nice, sweeter taste than risking it and potentially winning the Nurburgring 6 hours for round 5, as we see Team Iris make quick work of fellow Aston Martin. We've seen a lot of Aston on Aston action. He got past J. Cool down and towards the hairpin, but definitely has been a lot of Aston on Aston. But yeah, Dennis Jordan, as much it would kill him to not push for this race victory, the championship, that's the bigger priority.
Absolutely, and I know it's not obviously spoken about huge amounts in the VEC, but there is some prize money to fight for, but it's only for the winner of the class, so it's P1 or nothing in that regard. So making sure always that was Jake Hall going. I thought he was going to be able to save it in some way, but he's gone massively too far off. He's hit the barrier and he's ruined that Aston Martin battle that you were talking about.
Yeah, unfortunately so. And again, still, even though it's drying up slightly, we're going to see how it happened. Jake Hall in towards the left-hander, over the curb, through the right. Was he tagged round by the prototype potentially, or was it just a mistake on his own, scaring him a little bit more to the right, in towards the left, again, just over. Look at how much he's a passenger. He's nearly full lock to the left, and the worst thing he potentially probably could have done there was brake, because locking up the front, he's got nothing in terms of turning, and that was just a straight collision course into the barrier.
It goes against your natural instincts, but you're right. Going on the brakes too much is actually the wrong thing to do, but it's so difficult to stop yourself from doing that. You have to do the old pre-ABS days of either pumping the brakes or just literally just coming off the brakes a bit to get some rotation in the tires as he goes off a little bit too wide there in turn 1 again. But it's, definitely quite difficult, because then you just start sliding, and also when you go full lock, you then also go past the slip angle of the tire, so you're also getting no turn from that. Just doubly sort of struggling in that situation at that corner, and it does look like he hasn't quite got up to speed with the situation yet, but it's so difficult when you jump in. You're doing 10 seconds maybe a lap slower, 5 seconds lap slower. Like, the car's handling quite a lot different, and it's not the easiest thing.
Absolutely not. And that's it's one of those difficulties that come with it. He has been thrown into the deep end. It's not exactly the easiest of ways to settle into a race, but only 42 minutes left to go. You just want to settle in. You want to keep it nice and tidy. Brake early. You don't really need to be pushing it, especially because you're P10. You're quite a little bit way off P9, and you've got the gap to P11. 8 seconds back to David Serra in the World Sim Racing Team car. So he's got the gap. We can see how quickly that's coming down, as we've also got a bit of a fight. Unfortunately, Cam, you've been overtaken by the VRT car, but Joao, he's still there, still within 0.5 of a second. He might eye up another move. Yeah,
we'll have to see how that one goes, and I guess maybe they're on the intermediates as well, when as I mentioned previously, Zhao on the soft tyres, so trying to take a little bit more risk in that regard. Difficult indeed, but P11, I mean, from what I can see, it's not last, so that's something with Clocksai basically a lap behind in the Mugen car. So Mugen obviously, I believe they had a disconnection earlier with Martin Mergley in the car at the time. I remember seeing him leaving the race and then coming back. So it's at that point where not to take too many risks, and just seeing how it is going to. How it's going to go. Difficult day for pretty much everyone. I'm sure some teams would have been a bit more sort of prepared for the wet than others, but we certainly were not.
Really? Wow. Wouldn't have guessed. No, it's always difficult in terms of preparation and making things work, and these things happen. Not every race is going to go your way, unfortunately, and 2 back-to-back wet races, it's not the nicest thing to have in a season when you particularly just want a nice easy run in the dry. But Joao, he's still there on the back of Patrick, might be able to move, get yourself back inside the top 10 and be 1 further away from last, and certainly putting the pressure on. It just comes down to, again, limiting those mistakes and putting the car in front into a position where they potentially will be able to make a mistake. Looking back in GTE, Juices Motorsport once again falling back behind Dennis Jordan in the Rebel Racing Esports. So the gap between those guys is fluctuating. I'm guessing it's coming down to a couple of mistakes between them. But that sort of battle unfortunately has fizzled out, and it is just a straight fight. 40 minutes to the end. Survivability just cruel at home.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know if crawled is the is the right word. You still want to be going, fast enough, because there is the old situation of if you end up going too slow, you can actually make some more mistakes because of that. You've got to be putting some sort of pressure on yourself to be going fast. But not the easiest in that regard, because you don't want to over push, and especially in this LMP2, for instance, there's quite a lot of engine braking, and you can't adjust it. So you've got to be careful with your downshifts and things like that, and really making sure that you're not getting too lazy with that. Oh, as we're getting a bit of contact here in the final corner. A couple of the Corvettes getting involved. We've got the Black Hawk car, I believe, is going into the pit lane. There was some contact there with the Waveframe.
That is slightly strange, but there is a massive gaggle of cars. You have to expect slight bit of contact because there's a lot going on. There's a lot to try and react to. But yeah, David Serra back under pressure from Bert Knops just behind them as they go through turn 1. Corvette versus Corvette, the fight for the last place inside the top 10 for GTE. Yeah, that is strange, and it's not the first time we've seen contact over the wet stuff though, and once again that is such a shame. David Serra tumbling towards the barriers, kept it out, managed to pirouette, but unfortunately had to relinquish the P10 to Bert behind. But yeah, that's just how easy it is. Pulls back onto the circuit and just gets smacked into once again a pretty sketchy rejoin.
Rejoining is certainly not been great in the last 15 minutes or so that we've seen, and it is one of those situations where you sitting still for those extra couple of seconds could end up saving you or someone else the race. So that is why it's certainly quite important. Of course, when you have the bit of the spin, you just want to get going again, but yeah, let's have a look here. This is not going to be too nice. Renzo Arisi, I mean, where else was he supposed to go?
Yeah, I mean, he made a twitch which put him onto the path of the car. However, still, it's not his job to avoid a car that's spun and pulling himself back onto the circuit. So that is clumsy from David to put himself back onto the circuit, but really was just nothing that the poor victim car could do in getting around that one, as opposed to just not making that twitch. But again, he can't be expected to not make a mistake just because someone else has. Over the curb, onto that AstroTurf, that's slippery in itself. Then he's got to brake whilst he's still out there on the wet stuff, and it just sends him round. And yeah, that's easy mistake to make, but again, it's just so exaggerated. Any mistake you do make in wet conditions is just exaggerated tenfold. Yeah,
and it's just the tiniest margins as well. Normally you can sort of just slide the car a little bit, or that sort of thing, just sort of take advantage of the fact that you've got the grip to hold the car. But in the wet, you can't do that, obviously, as the tyres just don't have the grip to hold the car, even at a sort of sliding angle. But it looks like back towards the front of the GTE field, Dennis Jordan has got that gap down again. He's obviously got back past Juices, because he did drop behind them for a second. He's now 2 seconds ahead of Juices, and now less than a second behind Makiyupi. And I don't think this battle's over just yet.
Absolutely not. We said Dennis Jordan wants to win. Every racing driver wants to win. Now he's back in contention. Is he really going to be thinking about that cushion, or is he going to be thinking to add another win to the tally of Red Bull Racing Esports? Because the gap is there. He just needs to pick his moments, keep the pressure on Makiyupi, and try and bait him into a mistake. That's probably going to be his best bet, because there's very limited places around this circuit where it's actually dry enough to go 2 abreast. 35 minutes left in this race. It certainly pretty much is a sprint to the finish in terms of these GTEs. No more pit stops for them to be making. So Dennis Jordan well and truly on to the back of Makiyupi. And I can't wait, because, Varga and Red Bull, they've been pretty, they've been rivals throughout this season so far. So yeah, I don't think either of them are going to want to relinquish this race win.
They're absolutely not. And this is a difficult situation for Dennis to be, because we've seen that the dry line has formed, and it's, the lap times are looking pretty good from those on the dries. So obviously still a couple of seconds here and there slower, but it's not too crazy. So pretty much the dry line is dry enough, but only on the straights here does he get about 2-3 car widths wide. When you get through the corners, it's still maybe 1.5 at best wide, and you can't really do too much about overtaking. You're going to have to be very careful if you do go onto that wet stuff, because that wet stuff is still going to be like it was, an hour ago.
Yeah, absolutely. The outer boundaries of the circuit haven't changed much. They haven't dried much as the Nurburgring car just sort of gets out of the way for Dennis Jordan. Adam Baldwin is also there in the GT Motorsport car because the Red Bull, Dennis Jordan has dropped off by a fair margin. Again, that's probably down to the traffic slowing him down just a little bit. Now he's looking more backwards, and that's how quickly it can change in conditions like these. One small mistake, one change in your line, and you've lost a decent portion of time. You really have to be on it lap after lap after lap in order to actually make anything work. But Dennis Jordan, he's going to try and recompose himself, and he's going to try and get back, and hopefully Adam Baldwin's going to stay with him and say, okay, we can go and catch the race victory.
And the gap between sort of Baldwin and Makiyuki stayed pretty much the same. It was just Dennis Jordan that dropped respectively between them. But it's interesting to see how this battle sort of spread out and then definitely come down, because Baldwin has caught up in general over the last couple of laps. So the speed obviously just flip-flopping just a little bit here and there, and obviously traffic getting involved with that one as well. But to be honest, I wouldn't count, if Baldwin can make some overtakes, I wouldn't count him out fighting for this race victory either. Still 33 minutes left. They will be going to the end of the race, so pretty much just a straight fight. And it's really heating up, and it's good to see that even after 5.5 hours of racing, we've got 3 cars, 3 different manufacturer of cars as well, all fighting for this victory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see, the balance of performance working really well. But yeah, Adam Baldwin certainly is not out of this race at all. He might even be eyeing up a move on the Corvette of Dennis Jordan down in towards turn 1. Not quite close enough. Maybe going to work with him again just to try and close the gap, because it does close when they set a good lap time. Baldwin, he sees a chance for a race victory here, but if he's got the pace and clear air to get through on Dennis and go after Varga, he's got to be the one leading the way because of how difficult it is to overtake. If he's third in the train, he's got 2 cars in front of him. Doesn't matter how close he is, unless the 2 cars in front of him drive each other off the circuit, he's going to find it very, very difficult to get into the mix.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that Dennis Jordan, obviously the pace has just fluctuated a bit, and he's now sort of starting to come back just the tiniest bit to Varga ahead of him. And it's good to see that this battle is continuing. It's ever changing each lap. Just showing you how sort of inconsistent it can be. Just sort of an update on the lap times. It's still looking around 4 seconds or so slower than the absolute dry pace. So drivers still not at full confidence, still not full grip of the cars just yet, even those on the soft compound tyres. So still a little bit sketchy conditions out there, and they obviously they just want to push it to the max, but maybe just dialing it back a percent.
Yeah, exactly. Just keeping it on the road, because for all 3 of them, it's a podium. That's still a fantastic result and some really good points. They don't want to risk throwing it away just because they're trying to seek, an extra couple. But then again, they might have to. How close and competitive Le Mans might be, how meaningful it might be in terms of the championship. Every little tiny point here will definitely help a massive amount. Here's a team that haven't got much attention today. That's the Bike-Holders Burst Esport car, leading the way in the DPI category. And that's not because they've been doing a bad job, it's because they've been doing such a good job that they haven't really had much to talk about. They've been leading by 96 seconds over the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. And once again, these wet conditions have favoured this car.
They're doing just such a great job. They've been keeping it out the front, as we've seen actually Nurburgring come in, and De Silva, who I believe is in the Gira car, which he is already multiple laps down. Getting another penalty isn't going to help their day. But yeah, for sure, the penalty of Nurburgring, I believe it was in the DPIs and a couple of others, have helped them at the start. But then that is obviously their benefit for keeping it clean last time as well. So it's one of those things that sort of adds up. And they've just been doing such a good job, see, with the 3 drivers of Simic Hoyer and David Mocek as well in that car, just keeping it nicely on the track and doing a good job. And Mitch Hoyer back in his car for the final couple of stints, and he has the sort of the fun job of bringing the car home. And just, look at the gap. As I say that, he just goes off a little bit into the hairpin. If you look at the gaps, how they spread out in DPI, certainly a little bit less competitive in that regard compared to the LMP2s.
Absolutely. Slightly bigger gaps. But that's also what we saw as Sebring with the DPIs. It wasn't particularly close. It was very much a runaway by this car right here, the Bicolors Burst Esports, when it was wet then too. And it really does spread out quite a lot, which is a shame, because usually we like to see how the rain brings people back together, so it can spice up the grid a little bit, with some teams being slightly better in the wet and some not so much. But yeah, in both prototype categories, it really has been a runaway, because we've got Martin Hemerson in the racing team. They're the championship leaders in prototype as well, making a bit of contact with the Aston Martin as they try and go through the final quarter and find a way through. They've also got the Bicolors Burst Esport just behind them. But yeah, this is the thing. In the prototype categories, it really has been a runaway for the last 2 races, which for them, not complaining at all, because in terms of the championship, in terms of having an easy ride around the circuit, is very deep on the brakes goes Emerson, practically pushing him through. That is as close as you really can get.
And you do, I mean, obviously they're fighting their own race, but it would be good for one leader to take out the other with the DPI in front of them. But this is the point of the track where you can see, obviously, Hoyer's been held up a tiny bit in the straights, but the DPI is only really faster on the straight. So that's why I just had to wait a little bit there for the little straight between 4 and 5. But the LMP2s, they do really keep up with the DPs in the corners, and that just makes it that tiny bit more difficult when orchestrating the overtakes, as Henriksen then gets past one of the wayframe cars, who is a lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, again, time and time we'll say it with the conditions. But in the P2 category, we have got a fight for second on our hands. The Juice Motorsport on the back of the car, currently in second place, as it really has just been a race for second place, because yeah, apart from that mistake, off into the gravel goes one of the Aston Martins. Very easy mistake to make. Probably a similar one I think we saw the Ajira make. Just going on to the gravel just a little, or onto the curb a little bit, onto the wet stuff, and that just catapults you through. Juice Motorsport and GTE, though, have somehow lost a lot of time.
Absolutely. And I mean, there must just be a couple of mistakes coming in here and there, because that's sort of enough time to... 10 seconds or so, 9 seconds is quite a lot of time to be losing, just from speed in the space of a couple of laps. But you've just seen, how easy it is for some of these cars to go off and have a bit of a spin. But you are right about the other Juice's car. Is getting pretty close for that second place in LMP2. Blackhawk just overtaking them as well. So still plenty of positions to be fought for, and also the wayframe car just behind them as well. It's sort of becoming a 3A battle for second place in LMP2. So a couple of ones to look out for, as also that Red Bull car for GT still quite of important interest as well.
And of course, with Juice, this sort of less so out of the question in GTE. That means Dennis Jordan can set his sights firmly forward in trying to get past the Varga car without having to worry of the threat of another car just behind him. And as you say, up in P2, we've got the last set of pit stops coming in for the last 26, just to get the fuel in, get them to the end. They're not quite like the GTs that can do a full hour. It's more around about 45 minutes for the prototypes with their tanks of fuel. But yeah, very right in saying it could well be a 3-horse race for second place in the LMP2 category, and that could be one to look forward to, especially because Juice is now flirting on the edge of a 1 second gap to get them just below that 1 second, get them into the slipstream range. And here's Adam Baldwin as he sends the Corvette off, just sort of scares him off more so. But yeah, he's lost a lot of time to Dennis Jordan, which is a shame, because I think we definitely could have been robbed of the three-way fight for the win.
Yeah, no, I'm going to say it's a little bit too far for him to come back, even if he's got the pace to do so. It's going to need to be a second a lap or so quicker, which consistently is going to be quite difficult indeed, as we're seeing some pit stops happening here and there. Some of the LMP2s coming in. Mitch Hoyer now from the lead of the DPI with Jan Katau as well for the Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car, all coming in for their final pit stops. 25 minutes to go though, so just over half a tank for these guys, so it'll be a bit of a shorter pit stop, but I don't think any of the gaps are close enough really for anyone to gain too massively with that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll again just have to wait and see how things pan out. But yeah, with 25 minutes left to go, it's not much in the way of time to gain some places up in the strategy. This is where it all sort of has funneled out, and the teams are where they are and where they sit, and this is where we see sort of the final standings in terms of where they are, because throughout the race, throughout the stints, we're like, okay, they're going to come back a little bit later on, but now it's sort of set in stone that you're not going to gain 8 seconds from a pit stop with 25 minutes to go. It's just sort of outlandish unless something crazy happens, but still, again, anything can happen, anything will happen, as this race has proven. Still 1.5 seconds. There's the gap between the race leaders of GTE, that's Dennis Jordan, and the Vargas Sim Racing car of Maki Yupi leading the way, doing a fantastic job between the two of them. Dennis Jordan he seems unable to really push and make any real dent. It's just sort of a stalemate. They're so equal. Through the middle from one of the DPIs.
Wow, that is a lot of risk. That's the Seawolf car, currently 3rd place, 10 seconds behind Nita Velux. That is a lot of risk that they are taking, obviously trying to catch down the cars ahead of them, and going in between 2 other categories is certainly not advised in the best of situations. Regarding fuel though, one thing that the teams do have to be aware of is the fuel usage, which obviously changes quite a lot as we get drier. We're still a few seconds off, as I said. If we ever do get back to that full-on dry weather pace, they'll be using maybe 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 more litres per lap, and they need to take that into consideration with their final pit stops to make sure they're not going to be running out of fuel and pushing the limits too much.
Yeah, I've got to be careful. That would be heartbreaking if they run out of fuel with about a bit to go. We'll go on board. I think this is Jan Katau going through the middle, gets the space. Look at that, there's nothing in it. Anything went wrong there, and he well and truly would have been completely buggered. Luckily, he's got a bit of a gap back to P4 as to have that margin, but still certainly less than ideal as the wave for him goes up the inside. Adam Baldwin, again, just goes underneath him, which is, the GTs can do that in these wet conditions because the Freem car just can't really do much in terms of going onto the wet line, going in deep. Doesn't quite have the advantage on the exit, which just makes it annoying more so for the prototypes and also the GTs, because they don't really particularly want to be fighting with a car that's just going to blitz past them in a couple of laps, couple of corners anyway.
Yes, certainly difficult situation. That was just proof though. When you're making the overtake, you really have to try and get back onto the dry line before the next corner. If you're still on those wet condition or wet part of the track, you just go wide and then they re-overtake you, and then you have to waste more time again re-overtaking, so you're just losing everyone time. So being careful where you do it is certainly quite important, but it's never easy so choosing the right place to do it, because sometimes you don't really get an opportunity to think about it. And as we mentioned earlier, the LMP2s being slowed down this year makes it a bit harder to actually overtake on the straights, especially on the track like this. As Timo was saying in the interview earlier, there aren't too many long enough straights to make it that easy around this track.
Which is an issue we won't face at Le Mans, but at a circuit like the Nurburgring, yeah, you're right in fact that you're not actually on the power for too long. Of course, you've got this long flat out section, but again, if you get the run around the King, you've got to go around the outside on the wet patch, which is certainly less than ideal. And yeah, just makes it a whole lot trickier. And the prototypes, I mean, it'll be an easier time at Le Mans. They'll be able to just blitz past them before the chicane, and hopefully for them it will be a drier race and we can have some more action with that. Again, back to the action though. It is a fight for the top 10 in the GT. We've got the One Move Esports versus the Sim Racing for Holland, Gregory versus Bert, the Corvette versus the Porsche, and it's a top 10. It's still a decent milestone in this race after 6 hours. Do you reckon Bert will be wanting it?
Oh, he definitely will, but the Sim Racing for Holland car a lot further down than what they would have wanted, 11th place. As you say, decent pace here and there, just having a few issues. I think they had a couple of penalties earlier on as well, unfortunately. But they got some good drivers in that car, and after winning some races last season, they would have hoped to continue that this season. I know that car has been just slightly, so it's not sort of as dominant as it was last year at some tracks, but for sure I think they would still want to be higher than they are currently. But someone who is looking like they're going to produce a good battle towards the end of the race is Blackhawk and Juices Motorsports. They are getting very close for this P2, less than a second between them, and it's been a good battle so far. Blackhawk, especially the last couple of races, they've really improved their speed, but certainly even more so is Juices. They have got onto the speed in these LMP2s and they're now fighting for a second place.
certainly has been a good day in the office for Juicers Motorsport across their cars in the different categories. They're fighting for a podium in P2, they're fighting for a podium in the GTE category as well. But Robert Bourne on the back of Alexei Kutsak, they're going through the final corner. Those are the two cars. They are both, they've got no one between them. They are a straight fight. They've got some traffic to negotiate. Can they do it? But Robert Bourne just going to bide his time, maybe use the traffic to his advantage. Maybe if Alexei has to go up the inside of a car, potentially with this burst Esport going through, you can see he's sending one down the middle. That's never going to work. Just pinched in the middle, that choke point between the Varga and the Bike-Wallace car. It's a shame, but yeah, he needed to get through on the GTE to not lose too much time. But 3 abreast into a corner that does tighten up at the apex, not the best idea.
Yeah, it's so difficult, but that has actually slowed down Makiyuki enough that I think Dennis Jordan is certainly thinking of looking into this one. He was actually a little bit slower on the previous lap, but Makiyuki there losing time in that first corner has brought that battle closer together as come through turn 6, just in the background of that shot as well. So loads of positions still to be worked out in this final 19 minutes of the race, and to be honest, I can't really call too many of them because it just depends on, I mean, the track conditions are so variable. It just depends if someone's going to maybe go off the track, maybe traffic puts them in an awkward position like we just saw. Yeah, it's difficult to predict, and that is why it's going to be a nice end to this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly one that's going to be keeping us on our toes. Dissimilar to Sebring, which was pretty clear cut in terms of who's winning and who's consolidating the higher positions. But certainly the complete opposite today for the Nurburgring. We've got Robert Bourne on the back of Alexei Kutsak as well. As you say, that fight for the lead in GTE. Dennis Jordan probably will want to grab this opportunity with 2 hands and try and seize it as best he can. You can see Robert Bourne pushing the limits, braking as late as he dares into that very, very far chicane, in towards the final corner. I just can't see where he'd be able to get it done, where the track's dry enough for him to get it done, apart from this pit straight. But again, it just doesn't seem like he's been able to get close enough in order to mount a challenge.
Yeah, he's really trying, but that final couple of tenths is where it's very difficult to try and get past. We've got one away from cars off there in turn 1. But this is the difficult point of the track because your pace now is being dictated by the car ahead of you, and it's a bit more difficult for you to sort of do the pace that you want, and you're now actually being sort of hindered, and then you've got to find a way of coming around that. When you're just catching, you're still doing your own speed, but now he needs to find where he's faster and then exploit that to try and make the overtake.
Yeah, absolutely. He's spending a lot of time behind his opponent, and he's going to be able to just analyse, see where he's quicker. This is the Wayne frame that you were talking about, just dipping a wheel onto the wet stuff, and again around it goes. Very easy for it to swap ends on you, unfortunately. But yeah, Robert Bourne spending a lot of time. This is the fight between Dennis Jordan and Makiyuki out at front in the GTE, but again, you know, under normal circumstances, a P2 or a DPI lapping a GT wouldn't cost them too much time, but because it's wet, Dennis Jordan really has to back off in order to let them through and not come straight back up the inside. And unfortunately for Dennis Jordan, he's really getting swamped. Of course, all of these cars are going to have to overtake Makiyuki as well, but they might have caught it at a more convenient time because Dennis Jordan has lost. Yeah, he's been forced onto the wet stuff. He's lost a good 2.5 seconds. One of the, I'm not entirely sure who that is. That might be, it's one of the DPIs for sure. But yeah, he's lost 2.7 seconds in that skirmish. It really hasn't been going his way at all.
Yeah, those two cars in the sort of turn 10, 11 part of the track really cost him time. He had to go all over the wrong part of the track. And unfortunately, that has really ruined the battle for a second. It's the ground effect DPI, and I think it was the Go Team Racing LMP2 as well. Both of those cars just losing Dennis Jordan some time there. You see, had to go wide there, and then ground effect coming back around the outside, and he had a bit of a lag there as well. So hopefully that isn't too worrying for his internet as we get into the last 15 minutes.
Would be heartbreaking if he disconnected with 15 minutes to go, but it would definitely spice up the championship battle with Juicers doing well, with Jean Lacey sort of in the top 5. Would make Le Mans very, very interesting indeed. Of course, they don't want that. and it would be a shame to see. Would be a shame to see that if they did disconnect, because they have driven brilliantly, Red Bull Racing. But yeah, in terms of their chances for the race victory, they're gonna need some form of luck. 15 minutes to go. The pace difference between Varga and Red Bull really isn't that big at all. There's not much that Dennis Jordan can really pull out the bag in order to close that gap. So he's going to need to rely on some traffic, maybe Makiyuki, to make a mistake if he really does want to win this race. But either way, first or second, in terms of points, in terms of the championship, I'm sure they're not complaining, but you know, they're always going to ask themselves the shoulda, coulda, wouldas in terms of winning this race.
And it's always little moments like that that actually end up being the bigger factor. Sometimes you might think, oh, you know, I made a tiny mistake here, tiny mistake there, but they're tenths of a second here and there. But incidents like that just made the gap go from half a second to 3 seconds, and now Dennis has then got to push even harder, take some more risks, try and get the gap back down. That is the hard point, because gaining seconds is very difficult. Overcoming that sort of gap. That's why when we were looking at the LMP2 and the DPI category, now that the leads have got so big, obviously they can take it more comfortably, because they know on pure pace no one's going to drive a lap around you.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to keep it clean, just keep it consistent, keep doing what you've been doing, especially with 14 minutes left to go. There's not much that can, as long as you keep it clean, you're just counting down the minutes, counting down the laps, not long left to go in this race. And you're just hoping that you can bring it back. You've been hoping that you can get through the whole 6 hours of that incident, but especially these last 30 minutes, because it's crushing to go all this way just for it to come undone in the dying moments. But yeah, it's still not over for Dennis Jordan. 2.5 seconds. He's able to close the gap just a little bit, but again needs to rely on some traffic, and mistakes like that. We've lost him. That's Dennis Jordan potentially into the barrier. If that is the case, we're still locked onto him in the barrier. It seemed like he just went straight. That could potentially be a disconnect, because that mistake didn't seem natural.
Is it other? I think it might be other people as well. I think we've had something go on here with some of the cars. Well, I guess we'll just have to see how this one plays out. Sometimes it can just be a few seconds where there's sort of an intermission period almost with the connections. But let's wait to see how that one's worked out, because it would be a shame if that were to take away from the battle that we were just getting, because I mean, to be honest, the battles were heating up, and it does look like we're potentially not going to be able to get there if one or a couple of drivers had some issues. So let's see how this one unfolds.
Yeah, it seemed like a unanimous thing amongst all drivers, because it doesn't matter who we were locked onto, it was just plain track, which is a shame. It is a very anticlimactic way to end the race, but that's certainly a weird one. It's not one you see often.
Well, I think we might still be going there in the background, because I'm sort of in the game myself to see what's going on with the live timing, and it looks like it's back online, so hopefully we'll be able to get you some pictures to see what is going on at some point, which we are, as the red Archer car there is off the track. So it does look like we are back. So just a small intermission there from the server. Looks like everyone is still going, and just need to check that everyone is in the sort of the similar positions, and at least for the lead of the race, it does look like Michi Hoyer is still leading Ray from Christian Michel. So let's just see if this one is going to play out, and if we're still going to be able to get a battle for the GTE P1 as well.
We can hope, but it's all, everyone just deep breath. We can relax. Everything's fine, or is it? That's unnerving. But yeah, at least for now, everything seems okay. And no one's been robbed of anything, but yeah, we've still got a car on. No, unfortunately not. We had a brief slimmer of hope. Fingers crossed it can be sorted again. It's only a temporary thing, but yeah. Sorry guys, we can see in the YouTube chat telling us not to jinx it, and we most certainly have. Sorry guys.
The weirdest part here is obviously they're still driving on there and having the battle. Obviously we'll just try and get the pictures where possible, but sometimes this actually does happen where like even as a driver, you then can't like see the other people, but you're still in the race. It's a very rare and weird situation that can happen. Still 10 minutes to go in the race though, and still some positions to be sorted out. So I'm still hoping that we can get to the end of those battles, because I think it's going to be a great race there. If not, but we obviously do have the 24-hour race coming up, and that's going to be something very challenging for these teams, and obviously for the DPI category. We haven't had, at least in VEC, we haven't had a 24-hour race yet in that car, and that's going to be something new for them, is working out how the car survives over the course lap, because obviously the engine wear, the brake wear, etc. needs to be taken into account.
Exactly, that's how things are going to play out. And of course, yeah, as you say, 24 hours, they haven't got any data. They're going to have to prepare as best they can. Of course, all of these teams will. It's the season finale of yet another season of the Virtual Endurance Championship. So of course, they're going to work hard for it. Of course, they're going to try and end this season with a bang. Fingers crossed, not literally with a bang, but, you know, in the metaphorical sense of just closing the season with a really, really good race, as Le Mans always is. And with still championship battles to be decided, anything can happen. With the 1.5 times point increase as well, still a lot of people in the mix. So it certainly is one to look forward to, and is a great way to close what has been, you know, a really, really good and competitive season.
Exactly, and the finishing with a bang is obviously the part that they don't want to do, but it can be not avoidable in some situations. But for the teams leading the way in the standings, we might as well have a quick look at the way of that. So in the DPI, it is Burst by Colours Esport on 300 points. Obviously, this is before the results of today. Leading the way by 5 points to Nita Velux, and then 11 points to Seawolf. So that one is still very close in lead, as well as the LMP2. You got the racing team, which is Antonovsky and Henningsen, leading the way by 10 points to Go Team Racing, but then quite away 27 points back to Waveframe. So really, it's a three-way battle in DPIs and a two-way battle pretty much between Go Team Racing and Racing Team there in the LMP2s, before we get down to the GTE, where we mentioned before already the Red Bull car having quite a nice lead, 27 points they've got before this race, and even if they only lose 5 points, that's still a 22-point lead that they're going to be taking in to into Le Mans, which pretty much means that they need to finish in the top 5, and then whatever happens. So yeah, I think there's a couple of teams here that might be somewhat comfortable, but then some teams which are still squeaky bum time with 24 hours of racing to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be frustrating for some teams, such as Red Bull Racing and things like that, that have the opportunity to maybe close and get an extra place. But yeah, these things happen. They are certainly out of our control. And well, yeah, it's racing. There's always something that can go wrong, and it's not always on the racetrack. But yeah, well, we've got a couple of months. We've got Le Mans to look forward to, and I'm sure we are definitely all looking forward to it. But it's going to be a monstrous thing. It's going to be a monstrous task for the team. There's going to be a monstrous task for the drivers. It's going to be a monstrous task for us to try and sort out. Hopefully, Cam, you're not called up on to have some random stint, the day before the race. But, hopefully, we can look forward to it. It's going to be draining, but it will certainly be worth it.
So it sounds like we are getting a red flag situation. We're just getting Jimmy Allison saying to the team and drivers what he's going to be doing. So until now, the drivers have been continuing, but it looks like we are going to be having almost like a countback situation. So yeah, so red flag has been called by Jimmy Allison, the race director. So that means, Zach, it looks like we're going to be, because a couple of positions didn't change there for a few laps. So I think pretty much the order that we had of the last sort of lap or so when we were actually racing is going to be what it is. So it looks like your race winners today were Michi Hoyer for the By Colours Burst Esports in the DPI category, then Martin Hemmingsen for the racing team in the LMP2s, and then Yua Makiyupi for Varga Sim Racing in the GTE. So yeah, that was certainly an interesting way to finish, but quite an interesting result.
never is the way you want it to end. But yeah, again, very, very deserved winners across our 3 categories. Very, very interesting. The GTEs, Varga managing to take the win on that one. We did think with about an hour and a half to go it would be the Jean Lacey, but unfortunately it went and sort of unraveled for them, which is a shame. But yeah, very deserved winners, and again is setting up the championship battle. Of course, you know, the Red Bull racing cars, they're not extending their championship lead into the final round. You know, they've not won the race, so you know it still can happen. Still anything can happen. Red Bull are yet to have a particularly bad race, so you know, not to throw them under the bus and wish them bad luck, but it certainly would spice things up.
And I do believe that was Varga Sim Racing's in GT Varga Sim Racing's first win of the season, and what a time to get it as well. Brings the gap down to, I believe it will be 22 points. And we won't know what is going to happen with that until we get to Le Mans. 4th of June, as you see on the screen. So 2 months away, plenty of time for the teams to prepare. And as we said, that was a red flag today. So we will have to sort of check out on the forums and the standings to see what exactly the result is. But it looks pretty much to be the confirmed winners, as we said. But for today here at the Nurburgring, that is going to be it. And we'll have to wish you goodbye. And until the 24 hours of Le Mans, let's see you then, and let's see who wins the championship in a couple of months' time.